Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the top.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He has not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated. I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this, these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this. Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
With them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's gonna stop the fires? Who's gonna stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I just woke up. I want you guys to know that. Starting out of pure honesty. I ate big ass steak and a banana because all I can eat now is fucking meat and fruit and dairy. That's it. It's my whole diet. Meat, fruit, dairy. Meat, fruit, dairy. Dairy, fruit, meat. Would you like some vegetables? No, it'll fuck you up. Would you like some complex carbs of any type, anywhere? Nope, it'll fuck you up. So anyways, ate a bunch of food, and then I was like reading on the couch, and I was like, oh. My fucking emergency alarm kicked in. I was like, oh, it's 5:50. I have to get up and get stream ready now. Like I prepped earlier, some things to watch or whatever, but yeah, I went down hard for a minute. What's that clip about states disputing maps? So, pardon me. You talking about the one with Jon Stewart and Ezra Klein? Yeah. It's about the Biden infrastructure bill. The Biden infrastructure bill was basically created to give corporations money and to give the bureaucratic state money and like philanthropists and give activist organizations money. It wasn't designed in any way to get anything done. And so it has like this 13-step process where like they make maps, then they go to other places. It's a long story, but it's an incredibly convoluted process that the Democrats made with step-by-step ways for different organized interest groups or the state or, the federal government or the local government to go ping pong back and forth, and each time there's different ways to kill things, more paperwork to do, more activist organizations that have to like be consulted, more consulting firms, etc. And so it just bleeds out all of the money. My PC just crashed as you said good morning. Well, good morning again, brother. Yeah, sometimes people just donate memberships. Like Rudy likes to just like drop 20, So I mean, here you go, boys. If you're curious as to whether or not dropping a membership does anything, a gifted membership for only $3.99, someone somewhere can get access to a coin and a couple of emojis, and maybe they come and watch it. Yeah, pay it forward. Like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. 80% of you guys that are subscribed don't have notifications cut on at all. For shame. Help me out, brothers. If you get YouTube Premium so that your ad blocker stops crashing your CPU because Neil Mohan wants to destroy your computer if you're trying to get around ads, some of that money goes to me too. Or you can just follow me on Twitter or Discord. Support the channel, support everything. Discord is where all the go live notifications definitely go out because you can't trust YouTube's notifications always go out. Twitter is where I am toxic and I have philosophical shower thoughts. Let's see one of my let me give you guys a reason. I internalized Gen Z memology, okay? I've been studying you Gen Z boys. I've been trying to speak your language, okay? And so you can see me in my experimentations at understanding the Gen Z culture on Twitter. Here you go. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sal. By day, I work as an office lady, and on the side, I'm also active as a model and actress. Until earlier this year, I was part of an idol group, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's the lady that's been going viral. Check this one out. Check this out. Boom! I got the Ryan Gosling meme for you guys. I've been studying your culture, okay? I'm trying to know you better. It's interesting how a cute, innocent girl has gone viral because to young men, the concept of a girl who is just attractive, not in a slutty way, and isn't selling some feminist message online to berate them is becoming foreign. The concept of love is becoming a fantasy with the appropriate Ryan Gosling picture. All right? I've been trying. I've been studying, all right? This AI slop music that doesn't give me copyright issues most of the time is really banging in the background right now. Five years ago, this would have been a Patrick Bateman pick. Of course, but I have to stay with the times. It's my duty. It's my duty to remain informed and entertaining to the younger generation. As I am the libertarian with the superpower that is able to speak to normal people, as opposed to the libertarian that is all the rest of them. All the rest of them. It's me and Dave Smith. No offense. Dexter's replacing Gosling. Slowly but surely. I have seen it. I've seen the Dexter clips. Even Mentis Wave? Nah, Mentis Wave probably talks to normies too. I don't think Mentis Wave, really... I don't want to insult Mentis Wave and say that he doesn't preach libertarianism. He does. But much like Dave Smith, he preaches like a watered-down libertarianism for the masses. Right? Like, it's really more of like a paleo-lib strategy for, like, Republican-leaning people. He's a pipeline. He's definitely a pipeline type person. Which isn't to say that he's not a libertarian. It's just his content is not like you're not going to hear the mention of the non-aggression principle in a lot of his more popular videos too much. You're not going to hear, let me explain in depth this Hoppian concept of common property and the rationalization for privatizing it, right? It's just going to be Yeah, it's a culture war. I don't know that it's slop. It is what it is. Oh no, these glasses will not get clean. I like Mentis Wave. I like his content. I just think it's a pipeline thing for sure. It's more vague. It's vaguely libertarian with a libertarian behind it to reach a large audience. Mentis Wave was my intro to moral libertarianism. Definitely serves an important role. See? And he definitely has some bangers. Like he put out that he's put out a couple like in-depth videos that are like pretty good. Is it because I just woke up? Is it because I've got my diet under control and I'm just feeling better? That this AI slop music in the background just has me feeling happy. It is called Happy EDM is the station, so I guess it's doing what it's supposed to do. He also made a video about the Civil Rights Act. Oh, too slow, way behind debate anything, men Slayman. Get it together. You don't even have a membership badge to your name and you're typing slow. Since you're taking so long on that keyboard, how about you give me $3.99 and become a member? For only $3.99, you guys can get access to cool emotes. And sometimes you can replace your thoughts with emotes and you can get it out quicker in the chat. I mentioned Mises Caucus in one video and I fell into the rabbit hole, looked up the Mises Institute and learned about Austrian econ. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, it kind of happens like that sometimes. VPN demand in the UK just shut up. Well, when there's a new police organization that's ready to come arrest you for saying horrible hate speech online, things that deserve to get you sent to prison and jail and fined, things like, why are there so many Pakistani flags on this street? End quote. That's a reason to kick someone's door in with a new team specifically devoted to tracking down white people who don't know their fucking place as the new second-class citizens of Europe. I wish to visit Japan as a Japanese man. Hold on. That's a reference that's actually a reference we should play that one. I gotta find it because it's like I couldn't find, like we tried to find it earlier. It's like somewhere around here.
But more than anything, there is one thing I'm yearning for, and a bigger TV, and I've wanted it forever. You really feel a beautiful establishment, and yeah, this will work. I'd like to go to the nation of Japan.
Here it is. Here it is. I found it. This is what we're referencing. Oh, fuck. James McCann has a new poetry book out. I mean, I say new because it's a couple months ago, but it's new to me.
To the end. I think we're going to have a good time. All right. I think I'd like to go to the nation of Japan. Not as a big white tourist, but as a little Japanese man who has grown up in Japan and who is biologically Japanese, who resents his Japanese life and acquaintances and desperately wants to leave the country. I yearn to ride on a bullet train that means absolutely nothing to me. Except that it's the easiest way of getting from point A to point B, where point A is a wretched office job and point B is the singing of a snappy karaoke song. And partaking in upskirt photography is only dimly perceived as being sick and wrong, as though upskirt photography were a visual apple pie, made with mushrooms and not apples, nuclear mushrooms in the sky. Oh, to be a Japanese in a nation I find disenchanting. Oh, to be a Japanese with fear and hate and understanding. Oh, to be a Japanese and carry all the nation's hurt. Oh, to see it Japanese style, from the inside, up the skirt. Yeah!
Splish splash. Oh fuck! I love James McCann. Japan is like the last bastion of common sense, except for that upskirt thing. That is wild. It is wild that you cannot purchase a cell phone in the country of Japan where you can mute the shutter sound effect on the phone, because that was how they dealt with the amount of creepy dudes taking upskirt shots. Like it required government regulation to step in. Obviously it didn't as an ANCAP. Don't get ahead of me now, boys. Oh, you're talking about the Online Safety Act. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, it's basically like what states have done to try and get rid of porno, but basically, overall. Oh, look, a Scott. Oh, look, a blight. A blight upon the chat. A blight upon humanity. His dark skin like a scab on my soul. This is why I don't do poetry. It's just mean and racist, apparently. What's up, Blight Blazer? I leave it to James McCann. Sorry, not McMahon. Are you reading objectivist books? Right now? What do you mean? Right now I'm streaming. Right now I'm reading Konkin. Like, not right this second, but that's what I'm reading right now. I have read some. I'm almost done. Atlas Shrugged. Listen, as much as Atlas Shrugged is a life-changing, amazing book, if you're ready for it, and if you understand that it's a philosophical treatise and not just a piece of literature and a cool story, it is long. It's an accomplishment to get through Atlas Shrugged. It gets, and there's, the first time I read Atlas Shrugged, much, much younger, and I was left-wing, so I hated it. But even with all that in mind, I try to keep it real. Even with all that in mind, until you really understand objectivism, it's weird how much self-insert Ayn Rand is doing with like these love stories and cheating. And it's like, it actually is necessary for the story to romantically tie in the concept of love and not maintenance to sacrifice as a means of loyalty that is unearned. Nevertheless, it does kind of feel like she's really trying to cope about the fact that she's cheating on her husband. And it is a lot of like, it's like, yeah, this is a book for dudes, except for these 20 pages. And then 100 pages later, these 20 pages. Like, this is getting... I get it. You really love Reardon and somehow all of a sudden love Galt. I haven't really had many interactions with him, but I guess you'll fuck him under the stairs of the train station for some reason. It's like, man, you are really not doing any favors to the libertarians or autistic by having your sex scene under the stairs at a train station. All right. It's symbolic. It is symbolic. It's still a good book. I mean, I feel like I bring up Atlas Shrugged only because Atlas Shrugged is the entire world philosophy in one text. Right? Like, oh my God, what's the other one? Fountainhead. Fountainhead, I don't like Fountainhead. I feel like Fountainhead's more approachable, but it's not as good to me. Atlas Shrugged is a lot better to me. But it's a much longer read. Objectivism should be divided from libertarianism. Too many Yaron Brook idiots. Yaron Brook is a Randroid, and he is against libertarianism. He thinks libertarianism is evil and bad. Yeah. Debate anything. I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. So, no, I did not read Konkin because you asked me to on Discord, because I don't know who you are. Thus Spake Zarathustra. Thus Spake Zarathustra is really good. You can kind of get the whole book. There's a book within a book, which is the three metamorphoses, right? Like, you know, like you start off as the load-bearing camel that becomes the lion that, you know, slays the dragon of thou shalt, right? And then you have to be like the child. And like that section of the book is really just the thesis of the book. You really don't need the whole book. The whole book feels like Nietzsche just being really weird and being like, I can make a book sound like the Bible, but it's atheist. You know, like it's a lot. But I mean, it's a fun read once. You know, that's how you know a book is really good, is when there's a book within the book. That's when you know a piece of literature is really just pretending to be literature when it's a philosophy piece. It's like the Inquisitor or the Inquisition in the Brothers Karamazov, the Metamorphoses in Thus Spake Zarathustra, or Bhagavad Gita, or what's another one? Oh, Atlas Shrugged. We were just talking about it, right? Like John Galt's radio speech. Like when there's like a section of the book that is just like, this part of the book is really what the whole book is about. It's like, yes, I see you trying to pretend like you're writing literature when really you're just writing a piece of philosophy. You're not fooling me. Ever tried to debate with no sources from anyone, just you and your mind and wit? I don't know why you would ever do that. No, I've never intentionally tried to not know things. Oh, you want me to try out Rogue Trader? Like the board, like the original, like the offshoot. Yeah, I could try. I mean, I wouldn't if I had money. You know what I mean? Like I have bills. They're multiplying, and I'm losing control. Right? Instead of chills are multiplying. I have bills that are multiplying. You got it. So no, I won't be getting into Rogue Trader anytime soon. Not unless you guys start paying me a lot more money. As of right now, this stream has made $0. I'm going to need to pump those numbers up a lot more if I'm going to get into Rogue Trader. I'm going to get into Warhammer figurines to learn more about the lore. Right now, I'm settling for Spotify podcasts occasionally. So I understand what you guys are talking about. Prime Guys panel? Yeah. It's a no topic panel, so I have no idea how this is going on. It's going to be like small. I don't know that all the people are going to be there. We're just going to have a chill stream. We're probably going to end up getting really mad about something. It'll be fun. All right, since we're in the spirit of having fun and in the spirit of bills, I thought this was interesting. This is wrong, but I still kind of want to talk about it. Oh, God damn it. I keep maximizing things before pausing the music. Here we go. God forbid Scott started painting 40K figurines. That would be the time sink. I painted some D&D figurines. And that's when I realized that I'm not good at painting. There you go. That's the whole story. And I was like, nope, I'm going to buy these painted. I have no desire to spend, like, I spent a lot of time painting like a little barmaid and like a couple other figurines. And like, I might spend time painting a figurine if I am a player in a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, because it's just my one figurine. But nah.
Oh yes, well I know I said I would pay back those student loans, but I've decided I don't want to. I don't ever want to grow up. I want to stay a child forever.
Hi, yes. So I have my student loan pulled up here. I've been making the minimum pay.
The truth is somewhere in between these two, but boomers really do look at it like, it's just pay off your student loans, idiot. It's only $120K in debt and rent has gone up 4 times. I would know. I'm a landlord.
Hi, yes. So I have my student loan pulled up here. I've been making the minimum payment on time for 10 years and I now owe more that I took out. So I was wondering what's that about? The interest accrues faster than you can pay it off. Oh, that's neat. How you guys were able to do that. What is?
Yeah. Funny thing about that. What do you guys think about that? Because here's how I feel about it. If you get private student loans, businesses obviously ought to be able to charge interest to make a profit. But I would say this, which is, I think there's something deeply, deeply wrong about the state pushing you to get an education in college, maintaining your education structure to go to college, to increase licensing laws in the hopes that people will go through more college programs, trying to enforce legislation to get you in college. And then most people get loans from the state. And then the state that pushed you into this, that made regulations that wanted you to go to this, and are subsidizing everybody in their retarded degrees like fucking, like the massive bloat of humanities. And then they somehow charge you interest? Why is the state acting like a pseudo business in this regard? There's something very deeply wrong about that. Like, if we're going to have administrative costs balloon because we just keep guaranteeing everybody can go to college and paying for it. And so the administration is just full of woke nonsense and tons of women working in new administrative roles that don't need to exist. So that the quality of the education keeps going down, but the cost of the education keeps going up. How the fuck are you charging interest? You're also like there's something very, very wrong beyond just the fact that the government isn't allowed to do that. They have all of this control over the market and they get to make profit off of the market. I agree. Federalizing the higher education loans was a bad idea from the start. It didn't take a genius to see it, right? If you're sold on agorism, I'm not. Agorism's retarded. By the time you finish reading Konkin, no matter how much Konkin I read, agorism will always be retarded. Agorism is just dumb. I'm in Norway, so please stream early if you accept. Yeah, you can DM me over Discord or whatever. And I'll we'll set up like a weekend day that I don't have the kids. Because agorism is retarded. It just is. It should just be a libertarian. Stop trying to be a rebel. It's dumb. It's libertarians for children. It's libertarianism for children that haven't grown out of their teenage rebellious phase.
Oh, that's neat. How you guys were able to do that. What is the interest, by the way? I can't see it on this. It's 13%. Okay. That makes sense that it would be that. Hi, I just graduated and I noticed that my student loans are way more than I originally took out. It was accruing interest while I was at school.
That doesn't happen anymore. It only happens if you take like a gap year or something.
But it says the principal is more than I took. When I graduated, you combined the accruing interest into the principal. So now I took out $55,000 and it's saying that it accrued $20,000 while I was at school.
Yeah, agorism is just, I'm a libertarian, but I sell drugs. There you go. There's agorism.
So now instead of taking the
And I'm like, but it's deep philosophy, and it's actually like I'm actually the more moral being because I sell drugs for some reason.
10% interest off of 55,000, you're taking 10% interest off of 75,000? Wow. All right, well, thank you. I guess, what was your name? Sorry? One more time? Beelzebub. Okay, thank you.
I think it's funny. I think we have to talk about student loans more. Like, if we're going to communicate to normies, we have to talk about how fucked up the student loan crisis is as libertarians. Because libertarians often focus on things they don't like. We don't like the concept of like how the left uses oppressor dynamics. And so we often skew away from the ways in which the state is actually oppressing us. Like we focus on like how the state oppresses the powerful and the successful and progress. But often we eschew and we forget to be like, yeah, no, the state oppresses people. Like, just because the left is mad about this doesn't mean that we shouldn't talk about it. And I feel like there's a lot of things, like certain racial issues, you know, the libertarians are very very recalcitrant to be involved in it all, or like student loans, things like that. Are you saying I should like poor people? I think hating poor people is dumb, obviously. But I mean, that's your name, so have fun with it. I agree with what you say about student loans. Government should not be scamming people to go to school to think that they can pay off after you graduate, when in the end it's a trap to harm you financially. Yeah. What's also crazy is that, like, if we had a free market, it would be really difficult for you to get a loan with no money or without cosigners for a useless fucking degree. And on top of that, the useless degrees wouldn't be sought after positions as much in the school for professors. They'd be more competitive, which means the pay would be less. And on top of that, which, I mean, that kind of already is a little bit, right? Like, you're going to get paid more if you're like a research professor, rocket scientist, than if you are a fucking sociology professor. But one of the big problems is that student loans has equalized the price of school. There's no reason your literature degree should cost as much as a science degree, because the science degree needs like modern programs, you know, engineering, it needs experimentation, you need to go to laboratories. Your literature degree just needs fucking books and a professor. That's it. That's all of the supply. Like, oh, you have to buy pens and pencils and paper. Ooh, right? Like, you don't need like CAD programs and a laboratory set up somewhere. So an engineering degree should cost more money than a fucking sociology degree. But because the government is involved and because it's all administrative bloat, it's basically the same price. So you have a whole bunch of people who have, you know, science degrees or medical degrees that make them good money, that are paying the same price for college as people that have useless degrees where nobody works in their field unless they get a master's degree. And even then, the master's degree, like, very often you could have had any bachelor's. Like social work, right? Like, oh, I am working in my field. I'm a social worker. It's like, you could have done that with an English degree and then gotten your master's in social work. You did not need the sociology degree didn't help you at all. Pens and paper, dog. If I'm teaching a literature class, there's no fucking way in hell I'm letting you people use computers. Not with fucking AI and chat GPT and shit. Like, nah, pens and paper. You can drop my fucking class if you want. I'm making sure you actually read the source material, and then you're going to write the fucking papers and things in hand. Teachers Teachers' unions are a scourge on society. How many SA cases have been shoved under the rug by unions? A lot. I don't know how many a lot is, but a lot of them. Make them use fountain pens. You will use quills. Oh, you just need a laptop for most courses now? Well, most of the courses are just, they're nonsense. Like literally everybody is using like some form of AI. They're not reading anything. Most of the classes, you don't even have to read the books. They just want you to read excerpts. It's just rote memorization of of ideological narratives. That's it. Also, a public sector unions are evil in and of themselves. Like, I don't really actually have a problem with unions. I have a problem with unions that give money to the state or to democratic organizations and things like that. But the concept of a union is something that will and should exist in a free market. Also, Stefan Molyneux, that's a blast from the past, isn't it? Why the fuck is that guy not back on YouTube? It's crazy that he's still banned from YouTube. Like, haven't we done all of the healing from the canceling? Can we bring Stefan Molyneux back? Made a video talking about student loan debt, explaining that all of the high-cost degrees will take longer to pay off, and your expected salary is cut in half to not pay it off. Crod, I'm sure that made sense to you, but there's pieces of that argument missing. Fuck Molyneux, bring back Jared Taylor and... Oh, sorry. I have to figure out... I mean, Jared Taylor and James Alsop. I don't really remember much about James Alsop, but Jared Taylor is just like, I have no desire. In the spirit of free speech, sure. I've supported plenty of people that are, that I disagree with. Like, I supported I've supported tankies, when they got, but like Jared Taylor is just like, I don't see, society's not really missing any value by him being gone. And when status racists play the game, it's just kind of like a fuck around and find out. Like, I feel bad when libertarians are kicked off of a platform because they believe in freedom and liberty. People that are authoritarians, that want to use power to oppress and hold back society, and if I don't find their content to be any good, I just don't give a fuck. Like, in the spirit of free speech, sure, bring them back. But like, I'm not going to hold up a picket fence sign, right, to fucking be like, bring back the racist retard. I'm good. Okay, maybe Jared Taylor's not a retard, but his content is for the retarded. Is freedom of speech a concept in an anarchist society? Freedom of speech is freedom from the government or the state to suppress your speech, right? So, in a sense, yes, because there wouldn't be a state entity that is non-voluntary. But you don't have the freedom to say whatever you want on someone else's property, right? If I go into your home and I just Burger King man scream the N-word over and over again, if you're not cool with that, you have the right to remove me from your property. Well, in a world where everything is privatized, then social norms and polite society will dictate what most private property rules are in that sense. And so if everybody in a community is like, no, we don't like racists that scream the N-word, you don't have the freedom to say the N-word everywhere you go. So like, you don't have some freedom from private property owners to tell you to get out of their mall or to get off of their land if you're going to speak a certain way. So, the concept of freedom of speech when it is the government is, yeah, it's still a thing in anarchist society. But if the state is gone and all of the communities are voluntary, then your freedom of speech goes so far as you're free to say whatever you want on your property. And the moment you start saying what you want on someone else's property or someone else's platform and they don't like it, you don't have a freedom to force them to allow you to be on their property or to use their services. Taylor's isn't an influence at all when he's supporting stupid ideas to divide people for bigots to listen to it. Yeah, sure. You can have a language code in your private property. Yeah. YouTube blocks links. YouTube doesn't block links. I block links with a chat bot. Unless you are a moderator. Or I think you can do it in a super chat. And the reason I do that is so that people don't come into the chat to try and get us taken down and randomly spam like a porn link or something. Or like a malicious thing. I don't get like bots that come in that are like, buy, you like Bitcoin, right? 3 words, coin, buy, no rug pull, link. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get that shit in my chat because links don't work. You sent me a video. All right, let's see. You sent me a 45-minute video. I will save this. But I'm not going to randomly interrupt the stream to do this 45-minute video. Because you know me, if I react to it, it will take me 2 hours to get through that video. You didn't even pay me. You know what I mean? Like, if you paid me, maybe I'd be like, all right, this is what we're doing. I was paid, boys. Let's get into it. But for free, I'm not going into 2 hours on a thing. No, it's a good piece of content. I might react to it like tomorrow if we have time, or Wednesday or Thursday. How much do I need to pay you to review it? I'm not going to make demands right now. I can say this. If you send me $1,000, I will cancel anything on stream and react to whatever you send me, so long as it's within TOS. There you go. Unions are not independent of the state. Don't be naive. Does someone believe that unions are independent of the state? I said in a free market, I'd be fine with unions. What's up? Fabian or Scott is fine. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, like, so here's the thing, right? The reason unions are so successful and such a problem in this country is the National Labor Review Board, the NLRB. So we have a regulatory agency that is designed to stop corporations from hiring scabs or attacking unions. Okay? Secondly, a lot of northern states, unions are mandatory in a lot of industries. Third is public sector unions. Now, if we get rid of the state, obviously there will be no public sector unions. If we get rid of the state, we will not have National Labor Review Board trying to stop, like a regulatory agency that keeps a company from engaging with their property as they see fit. And so in a free market, what a union would be specialized, skilled labor. People would get together and would advocate for their interests because it's easier than individuals against corporations advocating for the interests, right? So, for example, underwater welders would probably still have a union if they were unfairly treated in the market. If for whatever reason there was only a few companies and they had gotten a cartel together or something, then underwater welders might form a union to enforce certain wages and most likely to enforce, work safe place, safety procedures and things of that nature. And it would be very difficult in a job like underwater welding for companies to fire people just because they unionized, because if everybody that was in the union quit, it's really fucking difficult to find and train people to be underwater welders. So that's a union that makes sense, and it showcases that they're so powerful as a labor market because they're niche and because they're highly skilled, that it allows them to communicate more easily with businesses and would actually make the market more efficient, because now the concerns of underwater welders would be represented by a group, and it would make it safer across the board. And, you know, companies would be more likely, would have, it would just make things more efficient than if people were trying to individually negotiate all these issues with corporations. Fruit pickers aren't getting a fucking union in the fucking free market. Walmart employees aren't getting a union in the free market. Like, most of these unions are just not gonna fucking work. Low skill, high wage labor, like factory work, is never getting a fucking union, because I can just fire you and hire somebody else because anybody is willing to do it. But if you have a specialized job that requires months and months of training before you're able to like produce as much as I'm paying you, then like, yeah, unions will pop up and they'll make the market, they'll make negotiations between people more efficient and make the price equation reach equilibrium or close to equilibrium, you know, close to a evenly rotating economy quicker, more efficiently, with less waste, and unions will then be a good thing. Would it be immoral to work in a government job as it stands right now? I don't know. I think that is context dependent. Would it be immoral to join the military? Yes. The thing about it is that many jobs, especially government jobs, they're going to be done by somebody whether or not you do it. So like, you know, let's say the local DMV hires 12 people. If you apply to the local DMV, you're like, but I'm a libertarian, this is horrible. Why am I doing this? Well, that DMV is going to hire its 12th person no matter what. Someone's going to get hired. It's probably going to be a black woman with a bullshit college degree who has a cousin that works at DMV. Or it's going to be you. So the real moral question is not about whether or not is it immoral to work in the government, because like that job exists whether or not you're there. The real question is it immoral to do a good job working in the government, and to improve the efficiency of the state? Because it's kind of like a double-edged sword, right? Like if you improve the efficiency and there's less waste, then that means you're saving taxpayers money. You know, you're reducing aggression by the state by reducing waste. Similarly, you're prolonging the system that is oppressing us. And so I don't know that there's a right answer or that I have a good answer to your question. You know, like it's like, are you advocating for, you know, making the government more efficient and hopefully getting rid of employees or changing the way that the state engages in this behavior? Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing. It's kind of difficult. It's kind of difficult to tell. It is a genuine catch-22, yeah. That being said, it will never be immoral to choose not to work for the state. To choose to work in the private market and advocate for the lessening of the state's power from the outside. Scott react to angry cops and kind of consensual podcasts talking about anarcho-capitalism to debate Michael Malice. Those are words. That feels like a bot comment. Diogo, I know you're not a bot, but like not understanding what some of those things are. What? I don't know who Angry Crops is. Why am I looking up Michael Malice, who did a debate and someone prepped for? What are you guys talking about? If you're in the Discord, send me a link. Oh, now we just throw Zulu in. Yeah, Zulu is a content creator. How do I not know Angry Cops? I don't know, guys. Like, I don't watch. I stream. So I don't spend a lot of time anymore. In the last few years, like, Zulu stream tomorrow? Okay, cool. I'm streaming tomorrow too. What are you talking about? I've seen this guy's TikToks.
Last 3 days.
And what am I supposed to look up? Anarcho-capitalism? Or maybe ANCAP. Let me see if ANCAP comes up. ANCAP doesn't come up on his channel. Anarcho doesn't come up on his channel.
Last 3 days. Just like Tyson's dog.
Oh,
just for the
21 minutes? All right, fuck it. I had other shit planned. What is this? The fat electrician and angry cops debate anarcho-capitalism. Who's the fat electrician? Who are these people and what is happening? I have no idea what to expect from this, but let's go. Whatever. I've made $4.91 this stream. I guess I'll indulge. You guys should have paid me for this, goddammit. This better be good.
record, for those of you that don't, I do not believe 99 or 100% of the shit that's about to come out of my mouth. I'm arguing from the person Rich is going to be debating's perspective, so I'm...
Hold on. So he's debate prepping, and he's arguing from the ANCAP perspective, and he doesn't believe any of this. Oh, this will be interesting. This is like watching Vosh debate a pretend ANCAP and turn him into an anarcho-syndicalist and anarcho-communist in 20 minutes, and he's like, see, ANCAP defeated, because he's too much of a pussy to debate ANCAPs.
Going to be saying the things that I think that this person would say from an anarcho-capitalist perspective.
David, remove that part that he just said, and now we're good to go.
Just kind of
this is 100% Nick's beliefs.
Yeah, 100%
That's all that matters. He told me he's very upset with
It's nothing like that. This guy's upfront about it. True.
me, and he wants to tell me how he really feels.
So an anarcho-capitalist, in response to what you just said, is going to say the market will correct it. And because there's going to be so many private security contractors that are going to be...
To what he just said, is there anything to what he said, or is this just a clip?
Competing to protect you, that prices will be affordable. And you'll have extra money because you don't have to pay taxes because the government doesn't exist.
What the... So then who takes care of the people that fall through the cracks?
Okay, that wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? That was a pretty standard ANCAP answer, to be fair. Like, I'm waiting for the super cringe. That was... yes, that is it requires further, going in deeper, but yeah.
Like, what isn't our lower class Americans, doesn't that make up like 60% of the population?
Sure does.
So how is 60% of the population then going to pay for itself to get policing?
Well, because they're not going to have to pay taxes, and because the market is going to be so competitive that they're going to be able to afford it. Or you can have communities working together to pay for their own police force.
Or landlords, just landlords. Like if I'm a landlord, I own property, right? Like, so I want to protect my property. Who are all these super poor homeowners? Where are they? Point them out to me. Please point out to me all these super poor homeowners. I think there's there's some level of boomers that got a home and then never saved for retirement. So now they're a homeowner in a neighborhood, living off of Social Security, etc. But there's not a lot of poor homeowners, right? Most poor people and poor neighborhoods, there are landlords that own the land. Trailer parks, most of the people, yeah, but even trailer parks, they own their trailer, but they don't own the lot. They pay lot fees. So even in trailer parks, there's a wealthy person that owns the trailer park, and they're all together paying to one company that is one person that is getting $200 or $100 or $150 a month from every single person in the lot. So that person would obviously pay for policing in an anarcho-capitalist society. So again, poor people that own homes that aren't in trailer parks, because the trailer park model would solve this as well.
Oh, like how it is now, where communities tax one another in order to pay for goods that they can all get and use together equally?
From the anarcho-capitalist perspective, taxes are bad because they're not voluntary. So it would be a voluntary thing.
So that means nobody's going to pay it. If it's voluntary, that means nobody's going to pay it. If you said, hey, Rich, voluntarily give the United States government 30% of your paycheck, I'd say no. And they'd go, well, what would you like to give us? And I'd say none.
Right, but then you're not going to get protection.
Oh, geez. Well,
question. Hold on. He's doing fine so far.
Question. There is.
I mean, he's not giving added context. He's just giving canned ANCAP responses. But like, I'm not going to hold up someone that is trying to be a stand-in for anarcho-capitalism to the same level of me in a debate, because I'm pretty fucking good at this, right? Like, I'm not to like toot my own horn. I mean, there are things that I'm better at, like interviewing, but like when it comes to being able to deal with the subtleties and the context of ANCAP philosophy and practice, there's not a lot of us that are capable of that. What he's done so far is better than 90% of people that have libertarian or ANCAP in their bio on Twitter. Is it as good as Michael Malice? No. Michael Malice is mostly a joke these days, unfortunately. He doesn't actually care to put in a lot of effort, and he's a bit of a clout goblin. He'd rather do another interview with John McCain's daughter and talk about like Raytheon being based as a joke, like as opposed to like actually debate ANCAP shit. So we'll see how this one goes. It'll be an interesting thing to react to. But so far, he's doing better than 90% of Twitter that have like ANCAP in their bio.
41 million people on Snap. So that's 41 million people. 12%.
Yeah, top chat. Guys, top chat. You have to click live chat. A lot of you people have said naughty words or you have naughty things in your... I hate poor people. Just your name alone is enough to make sure that you do not show up in top chat because you're not advertiser friendly. YouTube is going to censor you. Like, you have to you have to click live chat, not top chat, if you want to see everybody's speaking in chat.
41 million people on Snap. So that's 41 million people, 12% of the total population needing help from the government. So that would just go away.
I love how this guy assumes that everyone on Snap deserves and needs government help, and then us saying, well, we're going to get rid of that is just like, oh, you evil. It's just assumed that like people deserve your tax money. It's weird, because if you aren't indoctrinated, it just sounds crazy. It's a crazy, insane, irrational, completely bonkers idea that 30% of your paycheck and like your property taxes and inflation and import taxes and tariffs and, sales tax and grocery tax and, carried over interest tax and, taxes when you pull out, like all of these taxes that make up over half of the average person's money, median, I won't say average, the median person's money goes to the state, and these people just deserve it. And like, they deserve it. They must have it. Like, why do you want all these people to starve and die? Why are you so evil? It's so sophomoric.
Instantly.
Under anarcho-capitalism, the government would not exist. So correct.
Oh my God. And they think that would just like, that would be war. Holy shit.
So hold on a second. So we've got, I want to brainstorm this, right? We've got the Chiquita Banana people. We've got ExxonMobil. We've got McDonald's. They're wealthy. They afford their own.
I'm going to brainstorm this. And he thinks he's cooking with shit we have heard a billion fucking times. Like, what about Chiquita? What about, oh God, what was Chiquita originally? I can't remember the name where they started like wars in South America.
Policing, right? But they're like not all together. So any country that's already formed and created its own military could just take over their headquarters and say, you're ours now. Sounds like whoever's the biggest bully.
What do you're standing in for the libertarian and you have no rebuttal for that?
Is just going to win.
No, I know that it's a banana republic. I'm talking about United Fruit Company. That's what I was thinking of. United Fruit Company just changed its name to Chiquita. Like they it's weird because they like sold off and then they have like part membership, and it's complicated the way it works, but basically, yeah.
Sounds like whoever's the biggest bully is just going to win.
Yeah, in theory, yes. So a lot of anarchy.
No, not in theory, yes. That's not ANCAP theory at all.
Anarcho-capitalists believe that there should still... This is where it gets complicated, because some anarcho-capitalists are just retarded, and some of them have kind of thought this through, but they're still retarded. So a lot of
Okay, so hold on. I'm standing in for the retards, and it's all retarded. But like I know the true.
Anarcho-capitalists are still going to say that there should be a military, but there shouldn't be a police force. But let's just stay on the topic of cops, because that's what
No, that's not an ANCAP. That's a minarchist.
your debate's going to be about.
Yeah, so but his thing is that there shouldn't be a police force at all. I did read a little bit that he said that like all police are stupid or like we're all.
No, that's not his argument at all. Because that's not an ANCAP argument. The argument is that they should be private police.
This is what anarcho-capitalists believe. They believe that all police are armed thugs that work on behalf of the government to violate your rights.
Well, that's cooking again. He went back to cooking because that's correct. All police are armed thugs that work on behalf of the government to violate your rights. Correct.
Except for the fact that the rights are what are voted on by the people. So the people create their own laws, and then we decide that with the majority, that's the law we're going to enforce.
But from their perspective, they don't believe in democracy or like collective rule. They think that if there's 20 people in a room and 19 people want to do something, you shouldn't be allowed to force that other one to do the thing.
Well, no wonder they believe in anarchy. They're never going to have a form of government or do anything other than a dirt road.
Right.
You wouldn't be able to build shit.
They don't want.
Yeah, you could never build anything. Oh my God, this is so cringe.
Because everybody else would be stealing your stuff or trying to like hawk it.
Okay, they have a lot of faith in mankind. A lot of faith in mankind.
I've prepared notes.
No, we do not have a faith in mankind. We think you are all just as retarded as you think we are, except we're right. This is not a matter of faith in mankind. Like we believe, like there's this weird belief that we don't believe in power. Like oh my God, having a stand-in from somebody that thinks it's so bad. Why am I watching this?
Here's the arguments that he's going to hit you with. Okay, so
start off with one. Let's go with one.
One
Ethan,
argument.
feel free to chirp in here.
He's going to hit you with cops shouldn't exist because they only exist to protect property rights and do the government's bidding. And the evidence for this is the court case Warren versus DC, where cops technically do not have a duty to protect civilians.
Another good argument. Like the guy has done his homework, right? Like he has done his homework. It's just he doesn't believe it. So he's like a really soft target that isn't giving passionate arguments. It's like it's surface level, but he has done his homework to see what are some common rebuttals. I'll give him that.
Okay. Oh my God, there's so many things wrong with that. One, sure, we protect property. We protect everybody's property. We protect your property from getting broken into. We protect the streets and street lamps from being, ripped out by homeless people that want the copper. Your property, your car, it was stolen. Don't you want it back? We've got.
That's so like he gives a canned response and then you're not responding to anything that he actually said.
Got a lot of shit that can help you get that back, and we give it back to you. That one court case where it says like we're not allowed to protect people, I could just throw that out because we have use of force training, Article 35, and I believe it's Tennessee versus Garner is the Supreme Court case, which
No.
Nobody says you're not allowed to protect anybody. The court case is that you don't have a duty to protect. And so the incentive structure for private policing is that if you fail to do what you're contractually obligated to do, then you have a payout and then someone gets a different company to protect. Whereas police officers can watch a woman be burned alive on the subway and go, not my problem, don't want to get involved in that. And there's no repercussion. There's nothing that happens. There's no competition. There's just that cop didn't feel like protecting people from being burned alive on the subway, so a woman got burned alive on the subway, and we just carry on, we just move along like that's not a fucking problem.
The court case that he's citing is the court case that
no, I'm citing a different one.
I know. I'm saying
one in opposition to that.
Okay, go ahead.
In opposition to his, Tennessee versus Garner says I can't shoot a fleeing felon if he's no longer a threat to personnel in the immediate area.
Oh.
So one, I have to protect.
I thought we were talking about a duty to protect. That's a different one, but okay.
Even the person that's fleeing, which is a felon. And two, I still have to have the safety of the entire community in mind, because if that person is a threat to the community, I then have the authority to use lethal force to protect the community from this fleeing felon.
Right, but the argument is that.
All right, Diogo, you came in here with a bot comment being like, watch this. I'm watching this. Now you're not in chat saying anything, even though I'm watching the thing that you wanted me to watch. And then you went into general in the Discord and linked the same exact video underneath underneath Poval who linked the video. Are you an AI model being trained? Like, what is happening?
you have the authority to do it. You don't have the duty to do it. You don't have the obligation, the legal obligation to do it. So like if you were driving by in your cop car, theoretically, and you saw somebody getting their ass beat, you don't have to stop and save them, legally speaking, is basically what Warren versus DC says. So he's saying that you have no legal obligation to protect people, therefore you only exist to be the strong arm of the government.
So a legal obligation and like a moral obligation are...
That's not the argument. The argument is that because you don't have a legal obligation and because you're not a private company, there's no recourse in the situations where you fail to protect someone. If a private police force has been contracted to protect, let's say, a road, right, that has tolls on it and make sure people don't speed on it, and then they just decide to let speeders go, well, it's in their contract that their job is to stop that from occurring. And so I can then force them in their contract to pay me damages because they didn't enforce the rules on my road, and then I can go with a different company that will do that behavior. Now, under both circumstances, you don't have a duty to protect. But when you're talking about the state, where the state has taken a monopoly, guys, stop fucking trying to get around the censor to say the N-word. Like, it's like, how have you guys not figured out that it's just going to delete your comment? Like, why are you... Like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? It's not hard. Don't put the N-word by itself so that people can start, so that someone else can put the I and someone else can put the G, et cetera, et cetera. It's, you guys do it all the time. Like, you haven't figured out. That's the rule. It's been the rule for 6 months. Like, what are you doing? But yeah, so it's like, there's no recourse when someone such as a police officer doesn't protect citizenry. It's just them's the brakes, and then we just move on with no possibility of an increased efficiency or with compensation to victims, that thought that they were under some form of protection and weren't. That's like, so he's getting the argument wrong, but he's referencing the right argument, and it's because he's not an ANCAP.
Two different things, and I'm sure he'll be like, well, the moral obligation is about the sweet. If I drive by a guy getting his ass kicked and somebody goes, hey, look, there's Officer High not doing his job, I'm gonna be held accountable by the community.
People.
Oh, by the community. Yeah, because cops are super fucking great throughout US history at accountability to the community. What fucking nonsense dog shit is this? Oh, someone in the community that I don't fucking live in is going to be mad at a nameless, faceless cop that decided to let some... What the fuck is he talking about? You're not going to get fired and no one's going to come in and correct this issue. You're just going to be accountable to the community that you police, but you usually don't live in. What nonsense crap is... it's so triggering. I'm triggered. Take a clip, boys. I'm just like a lib cuck. I'm triggered.
The people, including...
For the love of God, what is wrong with you people? Stop spamming that shit in chat.
Including my department, and I'll probably be fired. So I may not legally be forced to do something. However, I am obligated to do my job, which is...
No, you feel a moral duty and obligation to help people in need. That has nothing to do with policing.
Protect and serve the community, enforce New York state law, including City of Buffalo city ordinances.
So I have a question on this one. It could go either way because it's an honest question. So when we talk about situations like that where you have the legal obligation to intervene, right, as a police officer, isn't there like laws that if you fail to act when you should have acted, that would either end your career or put you in jail? Like I just shot in the dark. Did the Baldy police officers that failed to act, did they face anything after that?
Yeah, some of them are getting fired. So are the officers that failed to go into the school in Florida that gave us that.
That's not a legal duty or obligation. That's the media showcasing how fucking horrendous these cops were that didn't do a goddamn thing. So in order to protect the popularity of the institution, they're firing some of the cops. Yeah, sure. If you fuck up so bad that it becomes a national issue on television, some of you might get fired and then you might get a job elsewhere. That is in no way, shape, or form legal recourse or a duty to protect.
Beautiful, skinny retard. What's his name that Cody always calls it queer? The officers that stayed outside that did go in there, David Hogg. And also, whatchamacallit, the George Floyd guy. They arrested not only the guy that, quote unquote, killed George Floyd, but also the officer.
Again, yeah, that's literally just the media PR, and that's the state trying to protect the institution by throwing a bone to activists. Like, oh no, innocent people. Like, no, that's not a duty to protect. That was a fucked up state policy that they had trained people on, and a guy ODing on fucking fentanyl and potentially having COVID and being a psycho and ODing on drugs. And then they move him into the car, and then they're like, and then he's like, I can't breathe. So they pull him out of the car so he can breathe easier. And then they put him in what they were trained was a recovery position. And then they went to jail anyways because the media was clamoring and because the country was burning down. Like, this is such a straw man that it's absurd.
That were around him that prevented him from killing George Floyd.
What if we need the death penalty to be used on the private police? What are you talking about?
Okay, so failure to act is at least in
failure
the
to
law's
act
eyes.
is a law in New York State and in other states.
Yeah. You let a shooter shoot kids for 40 minutes, and some cops lost their jobs. IS responsibility. Remember the mom that went in and got her kids and got out? And the cops were like, the cops tried to stop her, and she found another way to go in and got her kids. That based ass mom.
Okay. We have a duty to act. Failure to act is a law in New York State and in other states. Okay. We have a duty to act to prevent other officers from violating other people's constitutional rights, including use of force.
Okay.
Basically, he's correct on a legal technicality, but it's not in application of how the real world works.
That's insane, Cope. You being able to bring up a couple anecdotes of where national news stories pressured a couple of people into getting fired is in no way, shape, or form an argument against duty to protect. I can bring up anecdotes too, right? Like that were national news and still nothing happened, right? Like the woman that was burned alive on a subway, and the cop is on video going, ooh, and then he just whistles and walks away.
Yeah,
there are outlier instances, but saying that there's one extreme outlier once in a while, therefore you should scrap the whole system is retarded.
It's not fucking outlier. You brought up outliers. Okay, anybody in this country that has been really poor and has lived in cities, okay? Obviously, this isn't the same in rural communities per se, right? It's depending upon the situation, but anybody that has grown up really poor in a bad part of the city knows that cops don't show up at certain times a day. Not unless there's like active gunfire or something, right? That like they don't care. And they go, oh, we don't, and we know that response times are intentionally limited to dangerous areas because they're an increased risk. This isn't outliers. This is how policing works. Overwhelmingly, there are communities that are unrepresented by police because they're high crime areas. And at certain parts of the day, or specifically at night, cops don't go there. They don't go there until they can bring like half the fucking department and like cordon off an area, and then they'll do like a murder investigation. But if you're like, hey, shots fired in Mosby Court in Richmond, they're like, are the shots done? Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll send a crew over in a couple hours, and we'll check out, we'll map off and we'll look for the gun casings, and then we'll put a detective on it for 48 hours, and then we'll abandon it. Like that's like there's a whole television series about this. The first 48. Cops don't show up to any of those fucking murders. Like they show up the next day in the morning with like a whole bunch of people and like cordon off the area. Like it's what is a fantasy is like fucking Law and Order, where like cops show up at night in New York City in a bad neighborhood and cordon off an area. That's just not, it's a fantasy. It's not a fucking outlier to say that cops sometimes, because they don't have a duty to protect, sometimes they don't go to an area if they feel that their life is in risk. And the free market also would have this same system in place. The difference is that one would be contractually obligated to pay victims and things of that nature if they fail to do what they have put in the contract. And if they continuously do it, there would be another company that is willing to compete that may be willing to do it better. And under the state, they just go, oh, who cares? Next. Another dead kid in Chicago. You know, it was a bad neighborhood. What do you expect?
Like,
yeah, his argument is, you can't triple stamp and double stamp, Lloyd. You can't triple stamp and double stamp. That's his argument.
Yeah. I mean, basically, like a doctor on an airplane has no legal obligation to raise his hand if they ask if there's a doctor on board, but that doesn't mean we should get rid of hospitals.
No, we should. Anarcho-capitalism. They should only exist for people that can pay it. The only people that get medical treatment are those that can pay it.
Hey, that's what we got kind of right now.
How would charity even begin to exist?
How would charity begin to exist in a place where 30% of your paycheck isn't taken away? Yeah, how could charity exist? So you have more people with problems that are in need of charity and everybody has more money, and somehow that's going to make charity more difficult to exist? That might be the most retarded take of so far. That has got to be the dumbest take that has been said so far.
An anarcho-capitalist state. You just have people that would be ripping off the charities. They look at it and say, oh, free money.
You're talking about
Yeah. Under anarcho-capitalism, people would be ripping off the charities more than they are now, where the government gives government aids and special tax relief, and corporate individuals use their philanthropy to, get in touch with politicians and all in the wheels. But yeah, of course, once the government is away, the fraud will increase in the charities because reasons.
Hospital and being able to pay for it. It was last week, I think. I found it hilarious. They said that America's healthcare is pay to win, and I'd never heard that before. Great.
That's basically what they want the police force to be.
Yeah.
Yes, pay to win. We want the best police force to win the contracts so that we can have the cheapest, most effective police force instead of the shit that we have now that is designed to oppress people.
Pay to win.
I mean... Yeah, if you got money.
Okay, wait. So you have your they want private police, essentially.
Private police forces.
Because that's how you'll get more honest protection.
Yeah. In their worldview.
Right now it's cops aren't doing a good thing because they're
we're not beholden to the
bad.
government, but yet he wants private security that's not beholden to the government. I'm confused.
No, you are
like, that's why it's like morally. Where is it morally? Does he expect because it's private they're going to be better?
The big thing with anarcho-capitalists is voluntary. That's the thing. They don't believe that. Okay, so
how's it voluntary if you won't let me create a government?
Huh?
How is it voluntary if you won't let me oppress people against their will? This is like the Jim Bob school of retard arguments right here.
Voluntary if you won't let a people naturally create a government.
Every person is basically their own government. So like their whole thing is it has to be voluntary. You have to volunteer to pay this money for this protection from this company.
Yeah, but that's never worked in the history of mankind. Every group of people have said, you look like me, let's get together and farm, and then those people across the valley because they're different.
It's never worked ever. Well, it worked pretty well for Kospaya. It worked well for Prospera until the communists tried to legalize them out of it. It's worked well a few times. But again, what type of argument is that? The historical argument of, well, this is how we've done it, so it almost always must be done this way. Like, if Angry Cops, I guess is the guy's name, right? If he was alive in 1770, he would be saying that democracy is retarded and that it's never worked, and that you must bow down to the king, and you must, just because you don't have taxation without representation, we can fight in Parliament and the House of Lords a little bit to maybe get some representation there that's better. But this concept of a constitution is stupid. Federalism has never worked before. A constitutional republic there was some similar veins in Rome, but it's never been done like this, and therefore it can't be done. Like you would be a red coat. You are a red coat anti-American loyalist. Like you are sucking King's cock right now. You're a king cuck. Like, what do you mean? That's stupid. It's just such a like a low IQ take.
Than us, or they smell, or they keep attacking us.
Like this doesn't feel like debate prep. This feels like they know that they're being filmed, and they know, and he's playing to an audience with like his jokes and his shtick. Like this is clearly not a genuine debate prep to try and understand anarcho-capitalism and come up with arguments against it. This is, I'm filming content and I'm calling it debate prep, and I'm gonna meme on people, and I'm gonna get my audience around me excited for this debate and excited to laugh at these arguments. So when similar portions of this argument come up, even if they're put in a different way, even if they have additional context or things of that nature, my audience will be primed, having remembered this, and will laugh at how retarded this ANCAP guy is, and they'll tune it out, because I know, and I don't respect the intelligence of my audience, and I know that my audience is just here for the entertainment. Right? He's grooming the chat, getting them prepared for his own loss so that they can cope and act like they won because Angry Cops is so hilarious and entertaining and based. It's pathetic. It's pathetic, and it's intellectual cowardice. There's no desire to try and sharpen his belief system against opposition and try and pierce if there's any truth in the opposition and strengthen and harden his argument or his knowledge in any capacity. This is him with his boys memeing on an ideology and trying to not take it seriously and create entertainment slop for his audience. And it's stuff like that is why somebody like this, he has 1.7 million subscribers on YouTube. That's how you get successful. You don't get successful by trying to adhere to truth or philosophical rigor or things of that nature. You have to appeal to the normies, and the normies want blood for the blood gods, and they want entertainment, and they want, they want to be angry, and they want to collectively hate, the people that are different. There's no adherence to the truth is going to set you back. So this isn't a debate prep thing. This is just entertainment, right? Like at this point, it's like I could continue. I might as well continue for a little while. But at this point, it's very obvious that this is just slop entertainment, and cowardice.
That's because we've got really good shit in our valley.
Exactly. So Michael Malice in particular came from the USSR. His parents were first-generation immigrants, sacrificed everything to bring him to America, the land of opportunity. Okay, great. He hates communism. You need to keep bringing it back to communism and comparing it to the same thing, because you're absolutely correct. Anarcho or any type of...
This is the first time that he gives him debate prep advice, right? I pause it, and then I immediately go on about how there's no debate prep that's occurred here whatsoever. And the first thing he says is just keep trying to compare libertarianism and ANCAP to communism is hilarious, because you're a statist, you're a socialist. Like the ANCAP is far less communist than you ever could be.
Anarchism has never worked, ever. The real world example, Somalia. Their government fell in the 1990s.
Oh my God, yes, Somalia, the perfect example of like why do people... Oh God. It's so frustrating to know that works. He's not wrong. Both of these are actually good debate prep. They won't work on anybody with a decent IQ, but they will work on normies. Is that if you just keep calling it, as Goebbels said, right? Tell a lie long enough until it becomes the truth kind of situation. Like if you just keep calling it communist and then making really bad comparisons and getting loud and angry because you're angry cops, people will believe that stupid shit. And they keep bringing up Somalia because Somalia is a failed state. Somalia is much better off now than they were before, by the way. Terrible argument. I don't care. It's a failed state, right? It's a failed state. It has no resemblance to anarcho-capitalism whatsoever. Like warlordism is not anarcho-capitalism. A failed state is not a good thing, but of course an agrist would believe something is nonsensical as that. Death and disease and dying and warlords and murder and rape and destruction is not somehow good because the alternative is state control of order and stability is somehow worse. It's silly. Under both situations, they're under statism. It's just one has a lot more death and is a lot less stable. Like they're two different types of states.
They didn't have a new government for 15 years. You want to know what happened? Exactly what I'm saying. They had privatized security, aka militias, and then it just became who had the biggest warlord, and that's
not privatized security. There's no voluntarism there. You said yourself it's voluntarism, voluntary over and over again, and then warlords. What are you talking about? These are two totally different things.
Running shit. And that's the real world application.
It took the Chaz all of 1 week to have a warlord with AKs walking through the streets accidentally.
Yeah, a bunch of ANCOMs, a bunch of leftists.
Accidentally shooting people that they were trying to protect from themselves. One week in Portland, and it couldn't even work out.
This is ISIS, or a power vacuum would be created because there's no government or law. Then who's ever the biggest warlord is with the most money would take.
Yeah, there's like, it's a legal philosophy. There's no law in this philosophy that is strictly adhering to a legal theory. Like, this is what happens when you have someone who isn't an ANCAP just say canned arguments. If Michael Malice takes this seriously, he'll crush him. If Michael Malice doesn't take it seriously and he just memes, it'll be hard to know who wins because the whole thing will just become a joke.
Over.
Exactly.
And then push everyone out. Now you have to hire that individual. They would.
Dude, get this retard shit out of my fucking Discord. Like genuinely, debate anything. Genuinely, I think you're a Fed now. Like, I genuinely think you are a person that is trying to find ways to subvert anarcho-capitalism and libertarianism. When you're both in chat and in the Discord linking how Somalia is actually an example of anarchy and it's kind of doing better. Like, you're trying to give the argument to these people that Somalia is an example of anarcho-capitalism, and it's extremely subversive. No, a failed state gave you money, loser. Did you? Were you the person that gave me money? Hold on. I don't care if you gave me money or didn't give me money, but I'm curious now. Because I responded to, yeah, you did. You gave me 50 NOK. What currency is that? I don't know what currency it is. I'll still debate you. You're passionate about it. I'll give you that. But this is glowy shit. You are glowing so hard. Like, this is without a doubt glowy shit. Hold on. Let me get the glowy emotes in chat. Like, this is definitely glowy shit to be like, yes, let me actually accept the framing that failed states of warlords is actually ANCAP and it's a good thing. Like, dude, stop. That's why I hate agorists. I love your libertarian views, but as soon as the agorism comes out, ooh boy, I'm like, no, you fucking, like, you're just, oh no, I'm disagreeing with you on what? Norwegian kroner, yeah. Or Norwegian crowns or whatever.
Set up their own set of rules
and or extort you.
Now you have to hire that individual. They would set up their own set of rules
and or extort you, depending on who they are.
Yes, we've watched it.
Yes, extortion and aggression, cornerstones of libertarianism.
Happened literally just recently in Iraq and Afghanistan. That's what.
Scott, how can you dispute Somalia without sounding like only utopia can be anarchist? By just, that's not what? A failed state where, is there a single libertarian institution in Somalia? That's how I dispute it. Is there a single warlord who is committed to the non-aggression principle and libertarianism? Okay, so not a single person in power has any belief in libertarianism and the non-aggression principle. And there are no private property rights enforced by any power player in the region. So is America anarchist? Well, there's some problems. But it must be anarchist, because you're saying that anarchism is utopia when no private property violations and no violations of non-aggression. By your logic, we can accept any form of state to be a libertarian state if no matter how much they violate private property rights and no matter how much they violate the non-aggression principle. Like, I don't disagree that the idea of, because there is some violation of the non-aggression principle somewhere, therefore it's not true libertarianism, right? Because we're not utopic. We recognize that people will commit fraud, people will commit coercion, right? But you cannot call it a libertarian society when it's a failed state and none of the institutions of power are even attempting libertarianism. You can't just say, because the government dissolved and was taken over by new governments, it is therefore libertarian, because that's the history of every government. You see what I'm saying?
Happened when they were like,
Syria.
hey, we'll get rid of
whoever has the deepest pockets and the most amount of firearms is going to be the one in control. And then after that, it's just going to, I have all this now.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to make my own government where.
Yeah, that's just an assertion because you accepted this retarded framing that like the government gone equals ANCAP.
It's an autocracy or whatever. And we got the king of Chiquita Banana or whatever, whichever company started with the biggest pockets.
It's just going to naturally evolve into either an oligarchy, a monarchy, or another archy where it's a single head that has the most power.
The sheer stupidity of that statement. I want to go back. Listen to what he says.
Or whatever, whichever company started with the biggest pockets.
It's just going to naturally evolve into either an oligarchy, a monarchy, or another archy where it's a single head that has the most power.
Anarchy. No rulers. Archy. Rule. If it eventually turns into a thing where there is some form of archy or government, then it's not anarchy. Like, we live under an oligarchy, masquerading as a constitutional republic, masquerading as a democracy. Right? Like, what? We live under anarchy right now. We live in, not anarchy, but an space archy, as you would put it. Your argument is that that it cannot succeed and therefore will eventually become a nation state. That I can have that argument. That's fine. But the sheer stupidity of being like anarchy, that's just a type of archy. And archies are bad. That's what you advocate for, you dipshit. We're the ones advocating against that.
So that's exactly what's going to happen, and that's what you need to point out, right? So when he's going to argue, here's what he's going to say when you bring this up. He's going to say that the market is going to have to adjust. So like if one security contractor is doing things unjust, the majority of people won't want to do business with them, and then they'll go out of business, and the market will basically course correct the use of force.
That is like a very dumb way of thinking that will happen.
Yeah, well, of course, when your friend sets up a straw man for you and then doesn't explain it, it's like he's not technically wrong, but he's not explaining the principle, like action that would occur, which is the moment someone decides that they're going to violate the non-aggression principle and that they're going to just start seizing people's property is the moment that everyone else sees them as a cash cow, right? Let's say there are 10 companies competing for private security, and then one of them just decides they're going to take over shit. Now there are 9 companies that go free money. All I have to do is attack this person. and no one's going to everyone is going to support me in attacking this person. That is the argument, is that when an individual, like when, right? And then also there's a bunch of other arguments, right? Which is the current nation state has an abundance of power because it's a federal giant system, as opposed to voluntary smaller systems would have less power, right? So you could use outside forces. You know, there's much more of a balance of power as opposed to one power player that presumably listens to your vote, which it doesn't.
Right? You're like, oh, it'll just course correction. The course correction you're discussing here is hundreds of thousands of lives vanishing because they can't afford to pay anything. Oh, but they don't have a government, so that way they don't have to pay taxes. All right, then what are we using for currency? Mud? We're the barter system? We don't have a government, so gold? Whoever controls the gold mines. Like, and guess what? Just like the gold rush and like the...
What is this stupid? So now he's just like, this is why we need fiat currency tied to the petrodollar. This is your argument of like, anarchy's so stupid. We need fiat currency. That's a real stable system for prosperity in the United States. What?
The teens or like the
without the government, who will constantly impose taxes by insane government spending, putting us $37 trillion in debt and constantly fighting wars to maintain the security of the petrodollar so that we can have a fake economy that puts women to work in offices instead of at home with the children and destroys all capital accumulation and wealth of the younger generation and gives it to boomers so that they can constantly hoard all of the wealth through government regulation and policy. Without that, I mean, what do you want, fucking gold? Well, what if someone has a gold mine? Then they'll get rich by selling gold. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mid-1800s. You're just going to have a robber baron just show up and be like, this is my land. You're going to be like, no, this is my... Pow! So much for your gold. You're dead. You ain't using it. Wait, that's the biggest thing that I have right now. If there's anarchy, who's creating the currency? What is the currency?
Gold. More than likely.
Competing currencies. Actual currencies. Banks would issue currencies. There would be some that would be inflationary because they would have fractional reserve banking. There would be some where there are promissory notes for gold in the bank. There would be synthetic commodity currencies like Bitcoin or Ethereum or, future coins or stable coins. What do you mean? Like it's a medium of exchange. You think it's impossible for people to be able to come up with a medium of exchange?
Okay, so then whoever has gold is going to be able to afford shit, and whoever doesn't have gold is going to be...
Yeah, people who have money will be able to afford things, and people who don't have money won't be able to afford things. That's nothing like today's society. Here in America, all the people with no money afford all the things. I mean, some of them get wealth redistribution. So we incentivize the lowest, most unproductive members of society to continuously consume by holding back human progress and achievement. But the idea that poor people can't buy shit is not somehow unique to anarcho-capitalism.
Buddy, he might throw a curveball and say crypto. They also like to say that.
Oh, sweet. I'll buy one Bitcoin, please, for $100,000. Are you retarded? The rest of us are going to have to go buy shit coins made by the Paul brothers.
Does he think Bitcoins are physical coins that you have to pay one coin? This is... I hope this is a joke because I understand that this is just entertainment, not real debate prep. I hope he's joking, but he doesn't actually believe that you can buy, you can use Bitcoin right now on tons of markets and buy and ship products with fractions of a coin. Like, what? That's not how the blockchain isn't physical. This sounds like that U.S. senator that was like, the internet is a series of tubes.
Destiny's going to have cuck coin, and I'm going to have to buy a bunch of Destiny's cuck coin? I don't want cuck coin.
Oh.
Yeah, he's just memeing right now, I'm guessing.
So, from his worldview, what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to hire a security contractor, and then if you have a disagreement, you're supposed to go to an arbitration court to settle it.
So if there's an arbitration court, is there not already some sort of government in place because there's a unified...
Again, this is what happens when you have a non-ANCAP trying to discuss ANCAP points. We're not against government. We're against the state. A corporation is a form of government. Insurance companies are forms of government. Covenant communities can voluntarily create governments.
Legal system.
No, because it's an arbitration thing. It's like how you can go to an arbitrator for a
No, this guy doesn't understand. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Contract dispute before you go to the court system to officially sue. So it's like an independent business, and you agree beforehand to just like abide by whatever their ruling is.
Good thing that arbitrator probably couldn't be bought by the person with more money to then say, hey, you know what, little guy, you're...
I mean, yes, but the other problem is...
No, you just, that's an assertion. First of all, as if corporations haven't already bought our fucking government. As if we're not already living under what happens when the court system, like, have you seen what FTC and like FCC and all those 3-letter agencies that issue fines on behalf of the government against corporations when they go to court? You realize that like 99.9% of them are all settled out of court because corporations have bought off regulators and they make billions of dollars, and then they pay like $20 million and get a slap on the wrist when they get poo-pooed and get in trouble. We already have a court system that is purchased by large corporations. That already exists. You're living under it, dude, and you're supporting it. So setting that aside, yes, it's not unfeasible that somebody may be able to commit fraud. Nobody believes that fraud will magically go away once we set up the libertarian utopia. The difference is that a competitive market allows for, like, when that fraud happens and when they expose themselves to retribution and retaliation. And so a society that forms off of the basis of the non-aggression principle, or whatever system of government they so choose, but assuming we're going with like ANCAP-ASAM with like, rights enforcement agencies and arbitrating firms, et cetera, they're in a competitive market. And so if one company is bought out, then all the other insurance companies aren't going to want to use that arbitrating firm. And they're going to be like, hey, that company's bought out. They always side with Geico. So we do not agree when you get your car hit or whatever. We do not agree to go to that arbitrating firm because they always side with Geico. And so they're not going to agree to that. And so that insurance company is going to become an island upon themselves, and they're eventually going to crumble. Their business is going to fail. The way it happens now is that you live under that system, and then you are either too stupid or you pretend that you don't.
It's like, cool, what happens if guy A and guy B go to arbitration court and then guy B doesn't like what?
Yeah, people use government interchangeably with the state, right? But a government is just a hierarchical structure where people agree to a set of rules. Like, that's basically all it is, right? So a company has governance, right? They have a set of rules, HR rules, workplace rules. You have to be on time. They have all these rules, and then they have managers, and then the managers on top of other managers, and then they have a board of directors, and then they might have like an HR department to deal with specific things. That's just hierarchy? Well, no, it's not. Hierarchy is an element of what I just said. I said it is an organizational structure with hierarchy and a set of rules. You can have a non-rule based hierarchy, right? Like if I go to a tennis instructor, you know what I mean, and I want to learn tennis, there need not be rules. If I agree, if I just say, hey, you're better at tennis, can you teach me tennis? And he goes, sure. That's a voluntary hierarchy. Like I have established that he is better at tennis than me, and therefore I have a subservient relationship to some degree, because in the domain of tennis, he is above me and I am below him, and he's going to teach me tennis. And there need not be rules. Now, there can be rules. You could have a contract, but that still wouldn't be a government, because it would just be two people, and it wouldn't be any type of structure other than a contract. But if we got 10 people together and formed a tennis club, and then there was membership around the tennis club, and there was a hierarchy in the tennis club, and there was a bunch of rules on what you can and can't do on the tennis club, then yeah, that's a form of governance. It's just not the state, because they didn't gain any of their land through coercion. They don't maintain their power via coercion. They're all the institution and the people, the person in charge, right, is dealing with all of the interactions are voluntary. Therefore, that's government, but it's not the state. Right? An Amish community, for example, that's purely voluntary, where they kick people out when they turn 16 or 18, depending upon where you're at, for Rumspringa, right? And they go out and they choose to be, they go out and experience the world, and then they choose whether or not they want to be a part of that community and be bound by those rules. Has a lot of rules, a lot of hierarchy, and a lot of structure, but it's purely voluntary. You can leave at any moment. It's so voluntary that Amish people are pacifists. They don't even believe in self-defense, right? So this is very clearly no coercion here and a pure voluntary side. But they have a system of government.
The outcome was, and says, I'm not going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
What's forcing him to do anything?
Exactly.
Democracy fails at breaking up monopolies. Governments create monopolies. Natural monopolies are the way of the world, bud. You are wrong. Interesting.
There's no legal contract that has some sort of repercussion for him not going by his word. Oh, well, people won't like him in the long run, and they won't do business with him. So he'll move to another town. There's no repercussions.
Yes.
This sounds exactly like
being forced out of a community because someone is bad at business practices and loses trust within the community. Is like, yeah, if you aggress upon people, then they have the right to restitution and retribution. Retribution can be argued within libertarian circles, but not restitution.
California, let me steal less than $1,000. So then it's not a felony because they're not going to convict or charge me or go.
Oh, this looks like it's going to be a small little panel. This panel is going to be interesting. I'm about to start this panel, so I need to get out of here. Let me. Oh my God, why won't you do this? There we go. All right, boys, oh, fuck, I forgot to. Un momento, por favor. There we go. Let's get some music going. I didn't realize how far I got. I got to hop on this panel. I'm going to take a quick restroom break when I do that as well. Monopolies can occur in any system. They're not inherent on a form of government. No, I disagree. I think monopolies are created by the state. I think a majority market share is like this new term, and it's a nonsense socialist term. It's not what a monopoly is. Monopoly is when one person is granted the privilege to be the only seller of a product. That's what it was when Adam Smith wrote it in Wealth of Nations. But slowly but surely, they came up with this commie gobbledygook that a monopoly is like when you have a majority market share and therefore you have power. The problem is that you can't prove what a majority market share is. It's an insane thing. It's like Standard Oil, for example. Like at their peak, they were at like 86-87% of the kerosene market. Even though they were 86 or 87% of the kerosene market, the price of kerosene dropped from over $20 a barrel to almost $4 a barrel, and they were in constant competition with products like whale oil, right? Like the whaling industry went away because of Standard Oil because he was able to make kerosene cheaper than whale oil. But if he had just dramatically increased prices, then he would lose a lot of the market share, and there would also be other similar products that would come to fruition, like whale oil would come back. And so there are these other products that are in competition. So the modern concept of monopoly is nonsense. It's self-contradicting. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to use the restroom before we get hop on this panel. It's a small panel. I don't know who all is going to be here, but so far in the chat, it's just me and Sociologic and Corey and Doobie and Prime. That might be a fun little chill chat. We might get into some interesting conversations. Who knows what happens tonight? But I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I got to dry off my hands. You can't see me.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, good friend.
Did you watch that new Avatar trailer?
I didn't know there was an Avatar trailer, no.
Yeah, fire and whatever. Fire and water or something. I don't know. Either way, whatever. It's about fire or something. Or fire theme. As opposed to the water theme like last time.
I still haven't seen Avatar 2. I've seen
Really?
the first one. Yeah.
Legend of Korra? Legend of Korra wasn't that bad.
A fan that much?
I haven't seen a lot of movies lately, my friend.
It's not a movie, it's a television series. Get the fuck out of here. Legend of Korra wasn't that bad. I mean, like, it was like kind of the beginning of like woke people in media, but like it was so mild and it wasn't like interrupting the story that it was it was fine.
Do you know what we're talking about? Or are you talking to your audience? What we're talking about?
Avatar. He's talking about the new
no,
cartoon.
Not the Last Airbender. No, talking about the.
That. I don't know why my brain farted. I'm sorry.
No worries, Brian.
That's okay. No, sometimes I'm dumb. It's okay.
It was all a joke. It's all a big joke.
Yeah.
No. I can, dude. Like, I'm so unfathomably intelligent, right? And so based so often that when I make those rare mistakes, right? I can own up to them because it only helps me because people then go, oh, he is human.
And it only happens once a millennia.
Right. He is human. He does make mistakes. I've only seen him for hours and hours and hours, just completely dominating every conversation with nothing but Ben Shapiro-esque facts and logic. Right? And when I make, So I'm okay with admitting when I fuck up.
It's like, look, God bleeds too, you know?
Exactly, right?
But yeah, I was just saying I haven't had seen that movie, the second movie. I mean, I don't have anything against it. When I saw the first movie, I liked it.
I liked it. I was just like, I was halfway through it, and I was like, is this just alien space dances with wolves? And then, I was like, yes, it is. It is like, it's almost the shot-for-shot remake. Like, it's not, but it might as well be, because it is the exact same fucking story. It's propagandistic, but I mean, it's not a bad story nevertheless. So is the hero's journey, right? The hero's journey is a mythological propaganda in a lot of ways, but it is it speaks to a truth at a fundamental level. So who cares?
Universal themes, yeah. Well, I think that, obviously I'm not an expert, I think that's what James Cameron does best. It's like Titanic's not original, but like the technology and everything that he does that surrounds the unoriginal story, I think is what makes him a really good director, in my opinion.
Well, yeah. The performances. I've only seen pieces of the Titanic. I'm not sure I've ever sat down and watched the whole movie. I'm almost certain I haven't.
This is how I know. This is how I know you're not a true millennial.
Okay.
Because true millennial boys were like, "There's titties in a PG-13 film." Are you serious? We can see boobies. What?
There was an intermission because it's so long. I don't think they do that anymore.
There's an intermission. Oh wow.
You ever seen like the '80s Excalibur?
I've seen bits of that, but
I remember that movie being unfathomably, I'm using that word again because I want to, long. And then like I saw it the other day, and like the runtime is like 2 hours and 10 minutes, and I'm like, oh, this is like half of a director's cut of Lord of the Rings. This is not that long. I think this movie just sucks. Like maybe that's all it was.
You old folks are gonna have to tell me what the old days were like, so I can get a picture. Do you have
no cell phones in theaters?
Dude, this was like a couple months ago.
There were sticky floors.
This was like a couple months ago, and we were like, I was in like a Discord, and we were talking about things that make you feel old, right? And I was like, oh, I remember when I was a kid, and I would go into Blockbuster, and I would like steal AOL CDs so that I could get additional hours of internet, right? So I could add more hours of internet so I could go home and play games. And then someone in the Discord goes, "What's Blockbuster?" And I was like,
my back.
I thought I was, the story of adding hours to my internet was supposed to be the thing. They were so young that they had never seen or known of what this Blockbuster thing was, and I was hurt.
They don't know what it's like to make it a blockbuster night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge. Isn't there like only I think one left, or like one left in like Alaska or something? No,
I think there's like a lot of companies are like that where they have like a specific store or something from like investment left over for like memes
or they
and
have like
marketing and things like that.
They have a very specific like the stores that are left over have a very specific attachment to the corporation, right? That's unique, and like that happens to leave them out of like the corporate shutdowns. Like, okay, well, you have our name on it, but like it's not really in our hands much anymore. So if you want to keep it up, go ahead. Yeah, like those things, those are licensing issues happen every so often there. My cousin used to work at a Blockbuster. One of the last ones. I remember like they were shutting down, and like his family was like yelling at him, like, "Oh, you gotta get a better job," because Blockbuster's not gonna be around. He liked that job. He was actually a big fan of it. But it's like not gonna be around for much longer, and then eventually it did. Of course, it did shut down. But yeah,
I miss videos. Video stores were great. Just walking down the aisles. All that stuff.
I think there is a the way the market responds is it can, especially in a mixed market economy, right? Where there isn't long-term planning, but just even in general, right? Like culture and society often, it wants something now, and especially when it comes to convenience and things of that nature. And I think sometimes it can take almost a full generation before we realize what we missed, right? And I think we're starting to see some return to it. I don't know that we'll ever see a return to video stores. Most likely not, because just the way computers work and things like that. But for example, we had Barnes and Noble, started popping up because because libraries suck, right? Libraries are just a complete waste of money. Anybody that's spending money on libraries, what are you doing? They just don't work.
I'm not sure about that.
yeah, I know. It's socialism coded. I get it. Whatever.
Yeah.
But regardless, the market was very much so, understood that libraries sucked, right? The proof is in the existence of the U.S. dollar and how people spent it, because people stopped going to libraries and they started buying books once books were so much cheaper than one late fee from a library. Right? You mess up, you forget something, and then you end up paying just as much money, and it's well, I should have just bought the fucking book. And so Barnes and Noble and things like that started popping up in suburbs because they had large warehouses, so they could lower the price of books. And it's okay, well, what's even better than lowering the price of books by having a large warehouse in a suburb where people go is Amazon. Right, that's even you can make even more money, and you can save even and lower the price of books even more, so that people can have a nice home library by just selling it online. And I think a lot of people started to see and miss the concept of a local bookstore, and you're starting to see local bookstores are popping up again, and it's because yes, the books are more expensive. If you go to a local bookstore, it's going to cost more money to buy a book than if you just got a Kindle, credit, or just purchase it via Amazon. And so I think there is something to that that in the immediacy we don't realize what we're missing. And one of the things that I think has been a common theme within the market has been getting things to you cheaper and getting it to you quicker and being more convenient versus the aspect of getting in your car, driving to a place, and interacting with the world outside to purchase something. And at first, when we had a good culture and we had, gender roles and we had, we had people. Well, I'm just saying, you had places.
One and the same.
It's okay. So just keep going.
I just mean, there was no breakdown of gender roles to the point where boys are terrified to talk to girls. You know what I mean? There was dating, there was social interaction, right? Maybe gender roles was too hot a word. Everyone was willing to get rid of that, but they don't realize that all of these little things were propping that up, right? Having shared spaces around shared interests was propping up healthy dating and healthy socialization and things of that nature. And so I think you're going to start to see some of them pop back up. It's probably too little, too late in some regards, but it's just interesting to see how the market kind of gravitates towards that immediate desire without recognizing how culture and tradition props up certain things.
Yeah, I don't know how true it is, but I think I read an article somewhat recently about I think 10, 15 years ago, in the vein of, these spaces. I think malls were really struggling, but there appears to be, at least according to this article, I don't know how true it is, of a resurgence in malls, and actually redesigning them so that it actually promotes, more socialization and people actually going to them. But we'll see how that plays out.
Ali, are you having trouble? Is everyone else having trouble with Ali's camera?
No, my camera's just been fucked lately, so I'm just trying to figure it out.
It's fine. Take your time. It's just that, last week I had that issue with my whole setup. I had to restart my computer. I was just trying to make sure that wasn't a repeat of that.
Yeah, I'll just use the webcam mic for now and just give it a minute.
Okay. All right. So we're glad to have you, and we can see you fine. I was just a little curious. What you were saying there, a friend Scott. I remember Barnes and Noble. My mother used to take me there. I used to, I told you, as Scott knows this, and Corey's definitely heard this as well. That I would collect all those Star Wars books, right? I was a big fan, and I would watch and remember I was watch the website and remember when they would release, right? And I would call the store and they would reserve a copy, leave one behind the desk for me. and would go to my parents on recollection. Now I realize
I've always been frugal and waited for them to go on sale.
Oh well, us rich blacks, we never have to do that. But yeah, so I would ask hold on to that book for me, and then I would go and grab it. On reflection though, I realized that like those books weren't like flying off the shelves. Like I didn't need to do all that, but still, right. I didn't want to miss it. But the point is that it was nice, the experience was nice. Nice to be there. Sometimes you could, talk to people. You could talk to librarians, right? They can give you not librarians, excuse me, the bookseller, excuse me. They give you recommendations. And yeah, I mean, as a person who has gone to the extreme on the other end and now is a fucking hermit, right? It's a different experience, right? When rather than like interacting with the world through the screen.
Barnes and Noble used to be my secret go-to first date idea. Is you go to Barnes and Noble first, and the reason you go to Barnes and Noble first, well, because first of all, do you read? If you don't read, like it's not going to work out, right? And then second of all, right? You go there, you can buy them coffee, you can have a little bit of coffee, you can browse the books, and all of those like weird, awkward questions are like on bookshelves for you. Right, like what religion are you? Oh, you can kind of laugh and see. You can test the boundaries on religion and faith when like you go to the religious section, or like what kind of fantasy they're in, what kind of their politics are. Right, you don't have to be like, what are your politics? Right, you can just like see some fucking like Bill Maher or some fucking stupid fucking Rush Limbaugh book on a cornerstone and be like, what do you think about that? And then they can be like, oh, he's fucking retarded, and be like, oh yeah, this might work. I don't know. I got to dig a little, dude. Right, so you can get like a lot of those awkward kind of conversations out, but it's not the tour de force it used to be, because it's not like culturally as relevant anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you can still take them to an independent bookstore, right? If you have one.
Right. Also, the best thing about that is you don't spend that much money. You just buy coffee, and if it doesn't work out, that was the whole date. And if it does work out, you go on to the second part. So you're not out fucking $50, $100, $200 buying somebody dinner so that they can go hop on to the next dude, like because they just wanted.
But isn't that like from you? That's like people's argument for living in major cities, right? You can just go for a walk, get a coffee, get a drink, get an ice cream, whatever it may be, and just go for a walk in your like town versus like the suburbs where, it might be walkable and nice, but it's not like that. We don't have anywhere to go. So like Corey, you were saying the malls are making a comeback.
100%. Yeah. That's why I live
in
cities. Like I hate living in cities because I hate all the people here, right? Because they're all a bunch of stupid socials.
But it's nice to be able to walk.
But yeah, it's nice to be able to fucking go hop on the elevator and then just walk to the grocery store, walk to CVS, walk to a restaurant, even though I can't fucking eat at restaurants anymore, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. But like have you been, I don't know about like malls in Canada, but like the malls in America is basically like you go, there's a Macy's, there's a couple like shoe stores, but then the rest of the mall is either all of these like Japanese trinkets, right? It's like random Japanese trinkets, and there's like 5 of those, and then there's like nail tech places, maybe like 3 or 4, and then there's like 5 or 6 like of those random cologne places, right? Everyone's kind of catering to like TikTok sales at this point.
Oh God.
Oh, there's a brand new mall that opened up in my city just like in the past year, although it seems to be catering to a more upscale clientele, at least from what I can tell.
But the middle class can't afford malls anymore, dude.
But it has like a Swarovski store and all that stuff, and whatever, like a Gucci store, but it's like it's huge. It's
That's
massive.
Poor people shit. Let's be honest. Gucci is poor people shit.
Well, yeah, but the food court seems to be like quite nice. But either way, it's like, it's got a nice polish, and it seems to be at least attracting quite a decent amount of attention. Whether it's actually good or not, I don't know, or whether it's actually sustainable. I guess we'll find out. But that was a huge investment for my city.
Oh, God damn it.
Are you?
Sorry. Hey guys. In my audience, are you guys still seeing technical difficulties? Am I still slow down? Well, GG. Sorry. What? Oh, am I gone?
What is up with the tech this week? Or the past few weeks?
I don't know. am I?
Well, see, if you read this book called Atlas Shrugged, you will understand the breakdown of infrastructure.
Fuck! What's going on? Stick around.
Oh yeah, you're buffering on Twitch.
Yeah, it doesn't show that you're streaming currently. Unfortunately.
Fuck. Well, I don't. Everything was. Fuck. All right. Way back.
Like, I'm literally tech illiterate, so I don't even like when the camera doesn't work. I'm like, fuck, what do I do? And I forget that you can just unplug it and plug it back in. And sometimes, most times it'll work. But I don't think that's how your stream works.
I'm gonna be real with you. Like, it's a meme, but 90% of the time, most problems are solved by, did you turn it off and turn it back on again? Like, it really does solve most issues. It's like it's as much as it's like IT people get sick of saying it because it genuinely works, and I don't think it's because like I think they're mad mostly because they say that, and then people are like, oh my god, oh that's gonna fucking fit, and they get all mad about it. And it's like, well, try it. Oh well, it fixed it. Oh okay.
It's just hard to hear, right? It's hard to hear like your thing isn't working. Like, whatever it is, and you're like, what do you mean turn it off and turn it back on? Well, I shouldn't have to do that, and that can't be the solution, right? You don't want it to be the solution. You want it to be, like, a deep, like, you want to feel attacked, right? You want to victimize yourself.
No, I agree. I just think it's funny.
So, Scott, as a free market capitalist, are you satisfied that Trump appears to have pressured Coca-Cola to, have cane sugar in their products? Is that making America healthy again?
No, obviously I think cane sugar is better than corn syrup. I think you're an idiot if you think otherwise, right? Like, it just tastes
What do you mean
better.
by, taste?
It tastes
I don't really
better.
care.
Right? And there's no, like, I don't know, there's no real evidence that high fructose corn syrup is, like, bad for you in and of itself, right?
Yeah, not uniquely bad.
But it is a fuck ton of carbohydrates and calories in a very small amount of, it's extremely nutrient dense if you consider fucking calories and carbs alone to be nutrient, right? And so it obviously, like, having that product sweeten so many other things that otherwise would taste like shit because they have other bad ingredients or they're not fresh, covers up the fact that a lot of food isn't nutrient dense, but it tricks our brain into thinking it's good because it's sweet, like fruit that is, that does have a lot of vitamins and a lot of good things, and none of these other things that, there's some limited evidence to suggest that, like, corn syrup for some people might lead to inflammation. It might lead to, less activity and weight gain and things like that. But overall, like, highly processed food is what's bad, and that is just a primary kind of ingredient in highly processed food. Now, as a capitalist, I have a huge problem with pressuring companies to switch formulas because I worry about the unintended consequences, right? Like, if we make, let's say, high fructose corn syrup illegal, who's to say that in like 6 months we don't have like some soy substitute that's basically the same fucking thing, but like maybe it has some effect on our hormone levels, whereas corn syrup doesn't, right? Because as we know, a large ingestion of soy can affect some estrogen levels in some people, right? Like I'm worried that like we'll just be playing this game of like hopping to like one new problem and one new problem and one new problem. My suggestion, my olive branch has always been that if we're going to have ingredients labels mandated by the state, then I would say that it constitutes fraud when you use these vague, nice sounding words for things. So like I would say for seed oils example, if it's hydrogenated and it's going through that process, it should say that versus non-hydrogenated oils. Right. And you can be like, okay, you're a conspiracy theorist for thinking this is bad or whatever. I don't think too many people, though, are going to argue that adding a little fucking parentheses that says hydrogenated is like
I'm not against
doing
that.
anything. Right, it's just adding additional
And
information.
I can see how that has utility for you. I'd be curious in terms of the general public. Do they actually even understand like what hydrogenated versus non-hydrogenated oils
right,
like
for
are?
sure. But I mean, but that is like I want to maintain choice for people that want to make healthy decisions, right? And when I see things like grapeseed oil and there's no fucking grapeseed, it's like an invention of you know what I mean? Like that, it shouldn't be called that. It shouldn't mimic, like make it seem like there's this plant of like they're growing grapes and then they're putting like grapes in a press and then taking oil out of it. I would say the same thing about natural
Wait,
flavors.
that's not what they're doing?
No, grapeseed oil is just like, it's like.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Everyone thinks that. I thought they were making it like they make olive oil.
No. And so like olive oil is going to be like, so also you want to see, the term you're looking for is pressed, right? You want to see pressed when you're buying olive oil and things like that. But also like things like natural flavors. Natural flavors is a useless catch-all term for things the FDA has decided are okay. And it's like, so you don't actually know what you're eating even if you read the ingredients label, because what the fuck is natural flavors? Oh, it's a bunch of unnatural shit. That doesn't mean it's good or bad. It just means it's a mystery ingredient, right? Like, so that would be if we're going to have a state and we're going to have ingredients labels on foods and we're going to regulate what can and can't go in food, I would rather have more choice. But I think it is a meaningless choice when you no longer have a free market that can tell you what is or isn't in food. When the government is taking on that task, then it's incumbent upon them to regulate it in such a degree that preserves the most choice. And the way to preserve the most choice is to give the most information. And so I don't like things like yellow 5. I don't like things like blue 40, or sorry, red 40. You know what I mean? Like these meaningless names that don't mean anything. The name should actually describe what the fuck it is. And that's hard to do because, you know, the state is kind of like a final arbiter in systems like that. And so they're going to get it wrong and it's going to be subjective. But I think obviously when you see things like natural flavors, that's a problem to me.
Sure. Yeah, I agree with you. Just the term natural, whatever, attach it to anything. Natural ingredients, natural, like, I agree with you.
Yeah, it makes people like Chobani.
Doesn't mean anything.
It's like they have like 5 ingredients and one of them is natural flavors. And it's like, all right, well, what the fuck is that category, that catch-all category? You know, it's like, so there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm eating the good thing because it says natural.
Yeah, opium is natural. Cyanide is natural. So, like, I definitely, so I can get behind pretty much like better labeling, more consistent, or actually more meaningful labeling. But like, you are on the same page in terms of like Trump pressuring companies to like have this specific ingredient, not a good thing, right?
I mean, I don't give a fuck if he's just pressuring them in terms of like speech. You know what I mean? Like I don't care, right? But like the moment you start hinting at like potential regulation and legislation to have them change their ingredients is problematic for me. At the same time, I have a hard time giving a fuck about Coca-Cola's profits as they sell poison to people. And changing it to cane sugar doesn't make it any less poisonous.
I agree. That's why I find it so strange that, you know, the Make America Healthy Again movement is like, you know, seems to be celebrating this win of like, oh, now it has like, you should like at the very least minimize your amount of Coke drinking to begin with. Ideally, probably close to 0, if not actually 0. So I don't know. It's just strange. Just like I think they were recently celebrating that whatever they made or they're trying to make some ingredient changes to ice cream, but like I don't think, generally speaking, ice cream is like this health food overall. So I don't know. It just seems like they're picking on the lowest hanging fruit, or pretty much trying to do whatever it is that they can to justify their movement. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, sorry, I was just having to ban somebody in the Discord real quick.
Were they a huge fan of cane sugar?
No.
Hey everyone, trying to work my way back here, unfortunately.
I hope restarting solves everything.
No, somebody just spamming like some website, some bot.
All right. So, hello. Hey, friend.
I'm here, but I will be right back in like 5 minutes.
Oh God, what's going on? Oh my fucking God.
Well, you're working on this end. Your stream seems to be working on my end.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like at all. Like I restart my computer like every time. Like for years, to avoid exactly these things, I restart my computer before I get started every single time. And I just don't know what's going on.
Sometimes that can cause problems. It causes problems on my fucking Streamlabs all the time where it's like it'll forget my virtual audio cables and shit. People will be like, we can't hear anything. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I have to like go into Discord and go into this and like reset it to the right audio cable.
It's never been a problem before. It's always been helpful to avoid exactly this now. So I don't know what's going on. Everyone, testing. Can you guys hear me? Hope you guys are... Some of you stuck around. It was a long time. It takes a long time for me to spin things back up. So hopefully people are around, but we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, it's always stressful as a streamer too, because it's like half your fucking audience is like, oh, I'll just go watch somebody else then. And you're like, motherfuckers, you disloyal pieces of shit. So give him his chat engagement and show Prime who the true loyalists are. Okay, pop back up into the chat and let your name be seen as the people with patience and loyalty. And donate too.
That. And that would be all. That'd be super helpful. In fact, be silent and just give me money. That'll work as well.
Also, another alternative is to just come watch my stream and give me money, and then just talk to Prime through my stream, and I'll let him know. What's up.
It's an option. But okay, well, I'm just gonna have to push past it. There's no ways about it. Now I just gotten raided too. It's really unfortunate, but got to push past it. In any case, yeah, we were talking about date spots and all that. I had a whole thing I wanted to go into. But let's see. Okay, so on that note, right? So let's something I wanted to ask you, Scott. I was going to ask Doobie something, but he's gone now.
He might be back.
He's not. But I can sense him. But yeah, Scott. So, well, in terms of your opinion, because I know you're different from other conservatives, right? Do you feel?
I hope so. Yeah.
But you're going to agree with them here, right? You would say that the government should get out of marriage completely, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I think we should get rid of the concept of right to self-incrimination being protected by marriage. I think they should get out of changing legal status for taxation purposes for marriage. I think every instance of the government favoring marriage has been waters down what the concept of marriage is to a state contract as opposed to a expression of religious devotion.
Okay, so this is going to be a much shorter conversation, and probably would have been better for some other people here. But I agree with almost everything you said, except for that.
I can make anything long-winded. Don't worry.
Oh, no worry. Except for that last part.
Unfathomably long.
In terms of like the religious expression, I would say it doesn't have to be a religious expression. But other than that, I guess I
mean,
would agree.
marriage is. I mean, sure. I mean, it's predominantly religious, right? Like, don't be the meme of like it's a generalization, right? Obviously, some people may be purely secular in their marriage, but it's usually coming from a spiritual, traditional perspective.
That's not the thing. I'm not trying to ding you on that. I'm just saying I have a disagreement. But that's it. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying I agree with you. It's not really a disagreement. I was trying to be less verbose, but then you had to pull it out of me. So I had to make sure I get every little detail right.
What about in terms of property? We make allowances within our laws for property to be like handed down through marriage bonds and then through family bonds later on.
Yeah, I would repeal equitable distribution laws.
Equitable distribution laws. I don't know.
That's like the concept of like splitting property 50-50 in a divorce. Yeah, I would repeal that shit. Get rid of that shit.
I was thinking more of the husband dies, wife gets the house.
This is a question. I don't know that I have a satisfying answer for what is considered to be next of kin from a libertarian perspective. It's not one very fleshed out in the theory, right? Like, is it like, where does, I mean, property goes towards the individual that homesteads the property, as well as, you know, towards the wishes of the person that dies. So it's very clear cut when you have a will, right? But in the absence of a will, I would say that property ought go to the wife because that is the standard currently, right? So they didn't make it known via a will, which is a very simple document, right, that their property ought go somewhere other than where it normally goes. But I think if, like, in the absence of a will, I think that's very stupid, but if someone can, you know, bring some proof or something that they wanted their children to have, you know, this property or something like that, then that should be perfectly valid. I don't think, but that constitutes a will in some degree, right? Like, if I have a recording from a couple years ago with my grandpa or something, it says, you know, when I die, all this land is yours, etc., you know, and then the wife tries to take it. Like, I think that should be legally binding.
Yeah, but I guess what I'm trying to, and this is,
but it gets messy because it's more about proving, right? The principle is property ought go where the property owner wants it to go upon their death, but proving that can be difficult.
So yeah, I agreed. So will makes it very simple, right? And nothing even to discuss there. I mean, if there is no will, right? Should it should property automatically land in the hands of the wife, or the spouse, right? Whatever, right? Should they automatically get that? And who would automatically give it to them? In that case, right? Rather than any other organization getting their hands on it.
I mean, it's the thing is that it's like, in the absence of a will, then it's, again, the property ought go wherever the property owner wanted it to go. If there is no evidence of where it ought go, then there likely is an established cultural norm within whatever society you're living in, right? And then a property dispute may occur. But that's for local governance, how voluntary societies have set it up to determine, like, this is a problem where the state just kind of arbitrarily goes, it's the wife, right? Whereas, you know, in reality, that is just kind of an arbitrary thing to resolve an issue. There are other arbitrary ways to resolve the issue, which is continuing that pattern, or, you know, kind of like the property gets split equally amongst all of their surviving relatives. Like, there are different ways different societies might handle it, right? You know, maybe you're in like some covenant religious community and it goes to the church if you don't specify it. Like, whatever that society sets up, and whomever is in control of that will be the one that handles that. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's like it really is just context dependent for the community that you're living in. Like, it is a problem, right? There are a billion problems in the world that need to be solved by power and institutional structures, right? Like, that's what civilization is. There isn't a clear-cut example from libertarianism because there isn't a clear example from the state. The state has just kind of made a choice. So that's our status quo.
Just kind of made a choice, or is it like, it is kind of an obvious assumption that if someone was married and there isn't anything stated otherwise, that the person that you were married to would, like, assume all the things that, because, like, if the state were
from an old tradition, it's coming from an old tradition where women aren't working and where women don't predominantly have their own property, right? So what you're talking about is the household. And so when the man dies, there's only one person left that is to maintain and own the household, which is the wife. So it seems more foreign to us in a world today where women are working and they have their own property, and where kids are having a harder time, you know,
but no, not only that, like, the property costs something, right? So, like, if you are married, why should, like, for example, the state, or like, once again, unless it's specified otherwise, why shouldn't the person who has should accept, like, the money, or, like, assume the responsibility for the house be the person that was living in that house where you were married to. I don't know if it's just like a tradition for the sake of. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no,
right?
I agree. It's arbitrary, but it's a simplistic one, especially since it can easily be resolved with a will, right? So it's like it's not a particularly big problem, I don't think. But I wanted to give the question its due diligence. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Corey.
Out of curiosity, on a sort of a separate topic, but tangentially related. So last week, Scott, when you were absent, we got into a discussion with Rob Norv. He was essentially advocating for essentially no more funding of university research, basically, especially in the vein of cancer research. I'm curious, let's say, what in the abolishment of the state scenario, how do you have any sense, or does it matter if any sort of foundational research gets funded, or do you think the private sector will be able to actually do that?
I feel like you can kind of already guess. I feel like this is a silly question, and I'm not. It's a fine question, but from you, it feels a little silly because you know my answer, right? My answer is obviously the state shouldn't be funding research. Are you asking me how would a free market handle pharmaceutical research? Is that the question?
No, not even well, no, because I would argue that pharmaceutical research is on the foundation of research that takes place at public institutions, as in whatever your Harvards, your Stanfords, or whatever other university. I'm obviously choosing, let's say, the Ivy League ones and the prestigious ones, but I don't just mean only them. Where it's without that foundational research, I don't think pharmaceutical. I'm sure they will still develop things, but it'll be at a much slower pace. At least in my opinion. And are you essentially okay with that much slower pace?
Yeah, I'm okay with that because if it's at a slower pace, right? That is an assumption that I don't necessarily know whether or not it would be true.
I agree.
Right?
I'm speculating.
But let's assume that it is true. That means that money is going towards its most valued ends, right? It means it's going to a place that people value it more. And so there will be other areas of progress in human society. Maybe it means less people starving. Maybe it means more jobs. Maybe it means cheaper groceries. In some way, shape, or form, some other aspect of the economy will be shaped in such a way that people's lives match their desires to a higher degree than they would in cancer research. I think with the abolishment of IP, novel chemical research especially, right, is going to be a difficult thing. I think one of the ways that it will occur will actually be through a university system, right? Because if I want to teach people, if I need professors, right? I run a private university. I need professors. And if I want good professors, well, the adage is absolutely false. Those who can't teach. Anybody, and you know this, but a lot of people don't, right? That when you get into the PhD level and you have really good professors, they're kind of forced to teach, right? Because they want to do their research, right? And they want access to research funds and, sophisticated laboratories that aren't necessarily, but they don't necessarily want to work in, the private market because of psychic profit or whatever. They want to work on, something else. And so I think much of that probably will continue, where the cost of tuition, part of the cost of tuition will be funding research, because that is what is likely necessary to get the best professors, right? Because the best professors in those domains are going to be people that actually understand and work in that field, as opposed to people that previously did it but aren't up to date on what's going on in current research and things like that. So I think universities will definitely probably slow down, but there will still be, even without the state, a desire for college education and for skilled labor, and that will mean funding research by getting the best professionals. I also think there will probably be first to market cartels that will be created, where companies will let if pharmaceutical companies are willing to invest in research and development, then they will get first to market advantage, and there'll be NDAs and things like that protect the research that they're currently engaged in, as opposed to patents, right? Because now we have a patent system, and so research is kind of more open to the public because they can divulge their recipes and divulge, what they're doing through the approval process and clinical trials and things of that nature. Whereas I think a free market will probably be a little bit more secretive about that information and signing NDAs so that they can bring drugs to market, so that it takes a while for those drugs to be reverse engineered and things of that nature. Depending upon the drug, some drugs you can kind of reverse engineer immediately. Some of them, it's going to take years, right, before you can figure out what it is, what the formula is. And so I think first to market advantage will be there. And so I do think there will probably be less research because of that IP, but I also think that pharmaceutical research especially will be far, far more focused on cures than focused on drugs that are maintenance without IP protection, because they know that eventually they're going to have competition for these. But if they can come out with a cure, that first to market advantage is a huge advantage, right? Whereas if they come out with a medication you have to take for the rest of your life, then you know, they've only got a set amount of time before every other company is producing the same thing.
Okay, fair.
Did you have something else to
no, that clarifies his position.
The chill no topic panel is becoming an ANCAP interrogation, and I love it.
I didn't. That's not what my intention was.
You've
I had
done it.
something I was driving towards. But basically, and I want to open up to the rest of you. Should we be privileging certain types of relationships? So if we go rewind back for like, well, since before my computer collapsed, that the idea that the government should stay out of marriage, that we should, that the government privileges marriage and gives it a ton of advantages, right? It's like, you know, getting married is the biggest legal instance, like moment in most people's lives, right? Like that contract, like the level of responsibilities and the changes that happens in the law. There is no like bigger legal event in most people's lives, right? Like to get something bigger, you'd be like signing like a multi-billion-dollar deal, like a Skydance CBS merger. That's like a bigger thing. But other than that, right? For most people, it's like your marriage. And people don't truly understand that. They don't truly understand all of like the rights and responsibilities, which in themselves is a whole conversation, right? But that's not really what I was driving towards. It's more that should the government be in that business like altogether? Now, before I would have said yes, and the reason why I would have said that is because of the alternative that was being presented to me. So when conservatives talked about getting the government out of marriage, it was always in the context, previously anyway, always in the context of gay marriage, right? Meaning, hey, we want the ability to discriminate against these individuals. See, I'm never going to agree with that. Never, ever going to discriminate.
I get it. You're against freedom.
Well, there you go. Right. So I'm never going to agree to that. But if you reframe it as, hey, we can create a bunch of institutions, because the government's not going to go away, but we can create a bunch of institutions, some of them religious, right? And they'll have their straight marriages. I mean, they'll be like, you know, Southern Baptists, right? Of course, right? And they'll be straight only. But we'll have, you know, a bunch of other institutions that will provide for any other sort of type of marriage. If we do that, and then all the states still recognize all of these marriages, well, then I'm fine, right? Because the state's not going to go away, right? As long as I need this, all I need the state to do is to recognize that this union has taken place, and we can go from there. But if instead we're saying, well, we want to allow states to decide which marriages they're going to validate, and which ones they're not, then I can't agree to that. So I'm trying to find like common ground here. One, do other people think that marriages should be involved with the government? That they should get those advantages? Maybe like you feel like there's quite a value into it, right? Like an argument for it, and I won't take all the time here. An argument for it would be that, hey, this encourages individuals to do something that's socially positive. You know, like staying within the family unit, right, and gives them the tools to do so. Maybe you're of that mind. So I'm curious what you all think.
I would say
Someone else want to take it? Yeah.
as much as so I'm in favor of marriage, either as a social or a contract involving the government. But at least I do think that, as I don't know all of the advantages that come along with getting married, but at least it seems to be. I'm more framing it as like you not getting married is sort of a penalty, so to speak, and I'm not in favor of that. As in, I would reduce some of the advantages that come with marriage. Government involved in marriage, so that people who aren't married are not so heavily penalized, or rather, pretty much more or less just like recognizing the contract, and I guess for next of kin purposes and all that stuff. But largely, like whatever, all the tax stuff I think is largely overblown.
No, I think people should be incentivized to be married, and it promotes families in your country. I think that's necessary. It's a necessary good. Right, I think they should have incentives, and I don't think that having incentives to get married is necessarily shaming or punishing people for not getting married. Just you want these incentives, go find, and you can do a fake marriage, right? You can do a contract marriage, or these things exist in the world. So I don't see it
what do you mean by fake marriage exactly?
There's lavender marriages, right, where it's a gay guy who marries a straight woman, and it's just they aren't going to get married otherwise. They want the civil union, so on and so forth. They live together, they get the benefits of the marriage, and they live their days. So there are contract marriages you can have.
Does the government actually? I don't actually know. I'm just curious. Does the government actually recognize that? And is the government?
It's not like they're going around they're not going to the state hall.
Nobody's fucking investigating it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And even sometimes when it is a green card, if you put in enough fucking work, right, you can just subvert and get yourself a green card marriage. These things exist.
Yeah,
I don't see the issue.
Yeah, green card marriages are fraud. But
what was that one movie? I now pronounce you Bill and Steve, where it's the two guys were trying to get married for specifically, I think it was insurance purposes. They lived in New York. They weren't gay, but they were roommates. One of the roommates had a good job and some good insurance. The other roommate didn't. And so I don't see. Yeah, I think have the incentives and let people take advantage of them if they want to, right?
Yeah. So my issue and I'm not sure how strongly Scott feels about this idea of necessarily fraud when it comes to a green card marriage or this insurance. I didn't see that movie, but that this storyline has been done before, right? So
was that Sandra Bullock movie or whatever? She's married to her secretary.
Ask another old person. But when it's when talking about a green card marriage, right? So I looked into this, and I'm not getting married.
You needed a green card?
Yeah. Well, maybe if I try to escape to the UK or something. What are the how do I get citizenship there? But no. I looked into this, and
you have a VPN that says you're on the internet in America.
Yeah. I looked into this, and they don't want a fake marriage, right? A marriage just for the green card. But then how do you judge the marriage, right? How do you know? Okay, so what? Do these people need to have a level of happiness, right? Do they have to have a level of attraction? Is there a minimum amount of sex they should be having with each other? When is it a real marriage, right? Compared to other marriages who, between two full citizens, natural citizens, who never fuck, never do anything, right? And are extremely unhappy, right? But they got together for all the quote-unquote right reasons. The idea is nonsense. It's simply the case that we have decided in this country that marriage will be the easiest entryway to citizenship, right? That's the path, right? So we force these people, give them another incentive to go into marriage, right? That shouldn't exist otherwise. But you're gonna like what I'm gonna say here, Scott. Because I was I had these thoughts in my head. The reason I started thinking about this is because I saw a video, right? Discussing these paper marriages in China. There's a term for them. I forgot what it was. But basically, it sounds like what it is. Two individuals, man and woman, definitely in China, man and woman. They get together and they marry. The reason why they're marrying is for social pressure, right? There's a lot. The social pressure to marry in China is a lot bigger than in America these days. And so like you're expected to do so. And there's so many reasons why it's just easier to be attached, and you're looked at worse, right? Like your status as an individual falls if you're like past 30 and not married, right? So they just they're literally finding people on the internet, right? They like put up like a posting on the internet, hey, I'm looking for one of these types of marriages, looking for someone who's cool, right? And we'll put together. Sometimes they don't actually even get married. Sometimes they just like do a ceremony like for the people, pretend they're married, right? So there's all kinds of ways to do that. And in Japan, apparently they have like friendship marriages where they're marrying like their best friends and they're just like cohabitating, but they're not like actually having sex with one another. Right?
Yeah, it's cheaper. It's a cheaper life.
So, yeah. So and it's cheaper. Okay. So, but don't. I don't. I got more. You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it, right?
You have more points.
I got more points. But you're gonna like all my notebook. You're gonna like all the points.
Government. Scam the government. I'm all about
it. You're gonna like these points, Scott, because what I was thinking, what this inspired, I was thinking about like what my friend Scott loves to talk about all the time, market distortions, right? So we have a dating market, right? The social interaction market, this intimate market that we have, and people are making decisions all the time. Right, in these markets. So, like, a part of it is, who to date to start with, how long I should stay with this person. Will they be a good long-term partner? Okay, so I've decided to marry them. Should I marry them? Am I going to keep this marriage up? All this exists within the distortion of the government, which like gives you a whole bunch of advantages, like Ali was talking about previously, right? A whole list of advantages to get married. Even though that may not be the best thing for you, right? For the individuals within that that marketplace, right? This individual, your partner, right? They might be good fun, but not good for marriage. However, that's where all the benefits are, right? I want to access the benefits. I got to get married, right? And there's just a whole list of reasons to do so. Without that, the distortion, people would make different decisions, right? Some people would just get married altogether. It wouldn't make much of a difference for them because they're not thinking of those things. But a lot of other people wouldn't, right? And a lot of other people might consider some alternative family structures. But those alternative family structures aren't recognized by the government. And so they aren't actually like seriously considered. So like that, that put me in this mindset to reevaluate the situation. I was thinking, maybe the government should get out of the marriage market altogether. And so we'd have an even playing field and we could see what people do with that and maybe what novel structures appear, right? Novel family structures appear that can't really exist now because the incentives are just way too high with the government there. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so I mostly agree with what you said. I'm not going to go line by line because that'd take forever, but I mostly agree with what you're saying. I think there is another element, though. So, I mean, basically what you said in a long term is just unintended consequences, right? Like, yeah, when you try and socially engineer your society, you're going to cause problems. And so the best way to fix the problems is to get rid of unnatural government-enforced incentive structures. This idea that, like, the government is good at, like, incentivizing families is just, it's insane. It's an insane fantasy that a lot of conservatives have, which is like, marriages are good for all these reasons, so we should incentivize marriages. The problem is that all of the things you said and much, much more about why that's not good and how it waters them down. But I think from zooming out a little bit, because we were talking about this a little bit when it comes to books earlier and things of that nature, right? Is that the state will make decisions, and the market does this as well, because we were talking about it from the market perspective, where there is a kind of like a cultural belief system or a culture or a set of traditions, and they don't really understand the value of them or where they come from. They just understand that they're here and that they're good. And so the idea is like, well, marriage is good for all of these reasons, and it's just a bunch of correlational data, right? It's like, oh, people are happier when they're married. They tend to stay together. The families, right? It's all these correlations, right? And it's like, so what we should do is we should pull the levers of people's behavior and try and socially engineer more of this. And the problem is twofold. Number one is that you change the thing itself by incentivizing it, by saying, like, by giving it a tax break, by doing all this, like, you change it, right? So now there are people that want to be involved in this cultural institution that would previously have not been involved in it. And so they cheapen and water down what it is. And then the second thing is that just because it's good right now doesn't necessarily mean it will be good 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the future when the cultural context of that institution changes. And so what do we have now is we have green card marriages, as you pointed out. You have contract marriages, as you pointed out. One of the biggest problems we have with divorce rates is serial monogamous, right? So you have people that grew up religious but aren't actually faithful in their religious beliefs. And so they get married and divorced and married and divorced and married and divorced. And it's actually more chaotic and problematic. Then you add like divorce laws to this situation. You get this even bigger, messier, muddier thing, and a lot of men are getting fucked over by that. And so because the state's involved, now you have a reverse incentive, which is a lot of men, because of the state's involvement, don't want to get married, because it's not you and your family and your church coming together to make a commitment. Now it is this thing that gives women legal power over your property and the ability to fuck you at any moment. It's like I'm ceding power to you because the government has decided that if you get one of your friends tells you that I'm not good enough, or society starts telling you that like you settled and that you're a 10 and like you know, et cetera, what all these different pressures that you're having, right? Or just if I'm an asshole, like whatever it may be, when a divorce occurs, now I'm financially fucked for life. Or at the very least, I lose half of my property that I work towards, and I might have to pay alimony, and I don't get to live in my house. I got to go pay rent in an apartment. I'm going to struggle to eat, and I'm making six figures, and I'm going to be financially poor and destitute. So there's all kinds of problems the moment the government gets involved in it, because it's no longer a natural thing.
Well, hold on, wait. You said all of that, and all I heard at the tail end of, like, the specific tail end of it was that men are now being more specific if they're going to get married, right? And like, maybe a lot of men are choosing not to get married, right? But they are being more choosy about who they get married to, lest they go through, like, they don't want to go through a divorce or a vicious divorce and lose all their money. So they're being more choosy about who their life partners are, which I think is actually a good thing in the long term. And so, like, yes, I agree with you that, like, we shouldn't have the government tied into, like, everything. The unfortunate part is we do right now. So if we just strip incentives from married people, right, that's all we're going to end up doing. Like, it's just incentives stripped, and no one's going to have, like, any beneficial gain, right? Like, if the equalizer is dropping down to, like, 0, then, like, no, I'm okay, right? I kind of prefer friendship marriages and contract marriages potentially to, like, love marriages sometimes, because, like, if you have two best friends who have been best friends forever and they're getting into the marriages because of, like, the benefits and because it's, like, economically just, like, feasible for them, I don't see an issue with that. Whether it be for, like, insurance that they have to pay, like, we have to live within a government structure, right? So, like, if we have to live within, then I think, like, take the loophole and use it to your advantage, right? If you're not, like, and then you don't have to necessarily look for a love marriage. Maybe we work on divorce laws.
You're comparing
I think that's something to look at.
And like, you're comparing two different things that aren't necessarily equal. You're comparing individual choice within the current system versus ought we be doing the system at a meta scale, right? Like, so I agree with you in the current context, right? It may behoove some people to get into a contract marriage for whatever their personal reasons are. It may be more beneficial to them. Why would you not do something that is potentially beneficial to you? That's different than ought the state be creating these incentives, and is it a good thing for society or a good thing for our culture to like push the levers away from what is a natural tendency of people and their beliefs?
But the answer to that is always going to be no, right? Like the answer to that is always going to be that we shouldn't let like a small group of people dictate what the larger group of people are doing. But that's like one of the the fate of humanity is just that we do it. That's the cycle that we live in, is we end up picking leaders and we think that, we hope that they have the best interest for it. They never do. Because the answer is always going to be no. Like government should obviously not be involved in like certain things. Maybe like in China, obviously they're going to have an incentive structure for people to get married. It's going to be heavily focused on that because they had that whole thing where they didn't, they weren't having kids, and now they need kids, right? So they're just trying to repopulate. Less they don't want to bring in like a bunch of immigrants, right? They want Chinese people to
that's the thing,
populate
right?
China.
So let's look at birth rates, right? So for example, people that are married have a more stable home, correlationally speaking, right? Than people that are non-married, especially when we talk about having children. And so the government looks at that and goes, oh, well, if we incentivize marriage, maybe we'll have like some fix on the birth rate problem, because we'll be getting people in these like things together. And the problem that I see is that I don't see any evidence that that's working, even in the short term, much less the long term. I'm not seeing any evidence to suggest that if you use the state to try and get people to get married, that the birth rates increase. So for example, in China is having a population problem. And one of the major reasons for China's population problem was that they had the, one child policy. Okay. And so they got rid of the one child policy like ages ago, right? It's been like, but the problem is that the cultural context that they created from the government incentives are still there, of like, it's morally wrong to have children, a woman that, has a bunch of kids is like a piece of shit. And like, they know that to feed, house, take care of their elderly population, that they need population growth, right? Despite how many people they have, they have an aging population, and it's not being replaced to the same degree. So it's going to get more and more expensive, in terms of GDP per capita, in order to house and take care of the elderly. And so there are these constant unintended consequences that occur from the government trying to incentivize what it believes to be good behavior, because I don't think it's actually incentivizing behavior. It's incentivizing a contract that they associate with that behavior. And I don't know that the evidence is that strong that just by incentivizing one, you actually incentivize the behavior. In many ways, it does the opposite.
So Japan's probably a little bit better of an example of like what I would like. So like in Japan, in China, the issue was that they propagandize their like citizens into thinking like, one, if you have more than one kid, and if it's a female, that shit's bad. Like just like all the shit that you were saying. So like you have the after effects of like generations, that shit being that mentality being passed down. So like obviously you're gonna have a different fight. Like you're not gonna trust the government as much when they're doing it. But like in Japan, for example, when their issue was that like the men are kind of like overworked, or they're just not interested in finding relationships, and you have all these cafes that are kind of catering to like date nights and so on and so forth. So people aren't getting into relationships. They're having their reproductive like issues there. It makes sense that the government thinks like, hey, please just get together in any way, shape, or form. And the best relationship like structure we know how to like promote is a marriage, right? Like what else would like Japan or even China do? Like what other relationship structure are they meant to like promote, to like at least think that would help to like get kids other than like marriage?
So
I have an answer. Nobody here is going to like it, but I have the right answer.
All right, so hold on to that, because I wanted to go to our friend Juby. I believe he's back. Sense his evil. So I wanted to bring you in because I know you have my friend Doobie is a very unique individual, very unique thoughts when it comes to the government incentivizing behavior. And I felt like maybe he's not quite the exact opposite of Scott, but he has he certainly has always seemed to be far more open to that idea. So yeah, we had been. I'm not sure how much you heard or didn't hear, but yeah, we've been talking about like the government maybe getting out of marriages because the government, has these, some would say positive effects, some would say deleterious effects, but in any case, effects on the marriage market that changes people's behavior one way or the other, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that it's worthwhile for the government to be involved in this? That it can have a mostly positive effect, or is it having a mostly positive effect? Or do you, or would you consider the government removing itself to the extent that it can, removing itself from this situation altogether and kind of letting things play out? Or what are your thoughts, Stevie?
I don't know. I honestly haven't been able to follow much of the conversation just because I'm having my house sanitized tomorrow because I've had COVID for the last week. So I don't want to bring my wife and son back without, making sure everything is cleaned up.
Right.
So I haven't followed. I was setting that up, so I just haven't listened to most of the conversation. So I'd like to hear more about it because I just don't know much about the specific situation you're talking about.
Well, okay. Well, let me try to paint it a bit more for you. Right. So what I was saying to our friend Scott is that I'll try to do this a lot quicker than before. Is that I had been watching a video, right? It was talking about like marriages in China. People are doing like paper marriages, contract marriages, where like they were just doing it for social pressure, right? Because their parents and the whatnot say like you got to get married, right? And they won't leave them alone. Maybe like they won't even give them property, right? They might not even give them an inheritance if they don't do that marriage, right? So they got to do the marriage, and so they go online, they literally make a post online, and they're like, hey, I want to get a marriage with someone. Not going to be intimate, not going to be anything like that, right? We may not even live in the same house. That's another thing, right? They can be completely separate.
Indians do this
I
a
wouldn't
lot.
get married, and sometimes they don't actually even literally get married. They just do like a ceremony to twist their parents, right? Let them think they were married, and then like go off and continue their life, right? That's the situation that they're doing. Anyway, it got me thinking about how the government and just social pressures in general like alter the marriage market. How they distorts things. I had always been against the idea of the government getting out of marriage because conservatives always presented as, hey, allow us to discriminate against the gays. And I'm never going to be for that. Scott is for that, of course, because he's for all kinds of awful things. But anyway,
freedom.
Beyond that, though.
I get it. You hate freedom.
I do.
Freedom of association.
I do, actually. But anyway, so... there was that, right? So I was rejected the idea of marriage being away from the government if it's just going to allow people to discriminate. But I do realize that the government puts its foot on the pedal, right? Where people within the marriage market are making decisions with the idea that marriage comes with a whole list of advantages, economic advantages, as well as social, right? And that directs them. Like, for instance, if you are a poor family, right, poor individuals, a poor collection of individuals, and you want access to certain government benefits to like for housing or whatnot, right? Like a lot of people realize I got to get married, right? That's where we say that you are now deserving of this thing. Now, are their partner the person they should be with? Is their partner the person who is going to take care of their children, be a good influence in the family as a whole? Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out, right? But they got to get the money. Because this is the avenue that we have picked to say that now you are deserving of all this. So if we remove the government from that entirely, right, then people are now not like guided by those incentives. And might make different choices and maybe make different alternative family structures that we don't actually really consider nowadays because the advantages of like man-woman marriage are just so great. So does that help you there? Get your juices thinking?
Yeah, but let me think about it for a bit.
Okay. All right.
I feel like I'm kind of torn at the moment.
So like, okay. Prime, is the alternative now that you don't think... Like, what's the alternative, right? Is it that like there should be no incentive for like marriage, or like what are you thinking?
Sorry. FK, I forgot to put you in the in the group DM. Let me add you there. So now that's the other thing I was going to say. I was going to say this for a little later, but since you asked me, is that like right now, I'm agreeing a lot with Scott, except for the fact that I also want these families to be helped.
Wait, why? What's the agreement? What's the issue with what's your issue?
Well, sure, yeah, my issue is that people are making choices not necessarily because they are right for their family in terms of like is this a good partner, right? Like the partnership that I'm going to enter, is this actually beneficial for me, intimately and like long term, or is this like a better economic deal, right? Because the government has made it so. Right?
Yeah, but that structure has existed like. I don't mean to cut you off, but that structure existed like specifically in like Asian, I guess, cultures, right? Asian and Middle Eastern cultures, like that like structure has been there forever. So it's like you're not gonna necessarily get rid of it. So like by choosing by de-incentivizing people from getting married, by stripping the incentives away from married people, all you're really doing is like to your point, fucking over these people that are getting together for their economic situation. So like Asian families like in America have done this forever. They're like, hey, we have like an inheritance, but like you get married, be a structured person. We're not just gonna give it to like a playboy single like bachelor. Right, we want you to be like married. We want you to like have like a family, and then you get this, and like there's an incentive for you to live a structured life.
Yeah. So I mean, I hear you. Yeah, these are incentives that they're creating. I'm not
even
sure
cultural, not even through government. Is what I'm saying. Like even just cultural incentives.
No, okay. Let's pull back. Right, what do I actually want? Right, I want people to get the help that they need. Right, regardless. I want people to get support, right? And this is where Scott and I are definitely going to differ, like heavily, right? But I want people to get support, if that's what they need. If there are single mothers, right, but they got kids, just because they're not attached to a man, shouldn't lock them out of like programs or like whatever, right?
So say something I disagree with.
But that's a family structure that's recognized, right? Like it's recognized that if you have a kid, you're like considered a family.
This is where Scott and I disagree. I believe in good things, unlike Scott. Like, fuck off.
But no, hold on.
I want single moms to not starve.
How are you going to fund your good things?
Yeah. But like I'm saying, it should be recognized that like a single mother and a child is a family, right? There is like a unit to be considered.
Yeah. So like again, so you agree? I know you don't disagree with that, right? But I'm saying that the preferred family unit by our government, right, is man woman, but these days at least, man woman.
Cisgendered straight couple, yes, that's the preferred.
Yeah, but that's it's the preferred. That's where you get the most amount of access to resources, both on the governmental level and on like charitable levels, right? Yeah. All of it relies on this, and that changes people's behaviors, and not always a good thing. Like it's simply like our friend Scott was saying, there's a correlation with happiness, right? But part of that happiness is like economic security and social status,
stability,
with all these things, right? Some of them, yes,
part of it is the institution
that's like a big part of most people's happiness, right?
By the government.
Why is it watered down? I don't get if you're living together and you are working as a unit and you're paying all your bills together, like you are married. You just like unless you're applying religion to it.
Right? Also, why is the government? Watering it down?
So like unless in your mind, because I don't believe it is for you that like marriage is a religious thing, is like a religious institution, right? I think at this point marriage is just like the civil union that we agreed upon. We just agreed upon that word at this point in time. So like I don't get how it's watered down.
Even if it's secular, right? If it is brought about, if it exists in one state, right? And there are people that would choose to be married, and then there are people that would choose not to be married. And then the government comes in and says, we will incentivize people who otherwise wouldn't have gotten married, wouldn't have made that commitment public to their family or their church or whatever, because there's now a financial institution, right? Then whatever that thing was before is invariably going to change by having people that would not have participated in before if not for the new government incentives. Now, you may say it's not that big a deal or it's not that watered down. We can argue about the levels of degrees to which it's watered down, but obviously the institution changes when you incentivize people to become a part of an institution that would otherwise not have done so.
I understand your awe. I'm just saying, like, I just prefer dealing in what is, right? So, like, now at this point in time,
I'm dealing with what it is. I'm literally, I just gave you a
no. You're saying it's changed,
argument.
but I'm agreeing to you that it has changed. I agree. Where we've gone from
Then
like
you
it
agree
being
that it's
a
watered
religious
down.
institution, watered down, but I don't know what watered down means anymore. Because like I think if you have a home unit and you are like you're paying all your bills together, you're living together, you are like I think this does constitute a marriage now. So like sure it's watered down, but like I don't see the issue with it being watered down. What's the negative on society with it being watered down? If there are like friendship marriages,
that's a different
or there are like
conversation.
lavender marriages or
I'm
contract
willing to-
marriages, what's
yeah,
the issue?
I'm willing to have that.
I know that's a different
I'm
conversation.
gonna
That's the conversation I'm trying to have. I'm trying to figure out what's the problem with it being watered down. That is the conversation I want to have. You're right.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just saying it is by definition, right, changed, and
sure.
and by and that's what I mean by watered down, right? Is whatever the core
Okay.
principles of the thing were before, they are.
Is it
now
bad that it's watered down?
larger and less, and it's now larger and more encompassing of principles and values that are previously were outside of it that are now.
Yeah, I think
inside.
more people can now take advantage of government benefits that we have to live within anyway. So I think it's a good thing that more people have found loopholes to take advantage of government benefits.
I mean, it's like, I don't know, like being a gamer, right? Like there's going to be a group of gamers who are like hardcore in it for literally the love of the game, right?
Yeah.
Then there are going to be people who are like just casually attached to it, but enjoy their time, right? But like, what if the government said like, well, like you get a whole list of like very important benefits, like housing benefits. You got to be gaming for like 10 hours. Like
I think that's
per
a
week,
weird.
right?
I think that's a weird incentive, but we do
no,
that
it is
socially,
weird, but I'm
right?
just saying, like it would bring in individuals who are like gaming because they want to. But
We do that right now, though.
Right?
We do that right now with streaming or like with gaming competitions or whatever it may be. If you put in the hours on Kick, you'll get paid. You'll get paid a fee. It's not through government, right? But socially, we socially do that.
Hold on, that's a totally different thing. Wait, that's totally different. Hold on.
Is it?
Yes, it is. It's totally different, right? To have it'd be different between that and what streaming is, and then guaranteed income or benefits, right? With a governmental promise saying that you're going to get these benefits. If you do these actions, right? Like you are then entitled to these benefits. Streaming entitles you to nothing, right? You can put in all the hours and still never get a fucking thing, right? So in any case, so you would get a whole bunch of people who are like gamers who don't actually give a fuck about gaming, right? Like, and I know it's a weird abstract example, but it's just like trying to help people like.
I would question what the problem is if they are gaming. Like, if the structure is like, hey, you have to game for 10, you have to be a hardcore gamer, and then you have a bunch of people who otherwise wouldn't be hardcore gamers being hardcore gamers to get like some benefits. I don't see what the issue would be necessarily.
No. It wouldn't affect. Yeah,
I don't think so. You're putting in the hours still, like, right? That is what gamers is.
Like, the idea of a gamer has changed. The idea of a gamer has changed.
No, I'm not being silly. I'm being honest.
Like, here's my issue. Wait. I actually agree with you, Ollie. But my issue is Prime. It sounds like what you're arguing for is just we get rid of the idea of marriage and you just have some standard of care you give people from like point A to point B of life, right? Like,
no, that's not what I'm arguing at all.
Wait, why wouldn't that be the case of what you want? Like, why do you need marriage to be an institution? Why not just have that level of care from like, if there's a kid that's born here, this is how we take care of them. If there's like a person at this age, this is how we take care of them.
Oh, no. Okay, all right. The part that I'm pushing back against is getting rid of marriage, right? Like I'm fine with institution. As
the incentives.
In fact, I want to expand the institution. I want to explore alternative ways to create family structures, right? I want to give people the space to do so. And not
you don't have to explore that. If you just get rid of the institution as a whole and you just let people, like, you just give people the aid and you allow them to explore however they want to, like, explore relationships.
Hold on.
You get what you want.
Hold on 1 second though. People like the idea of marriage. They like the security of like a partner making this promise to them and staying within this like societal structure, right? They like the trappings of it all. There's so many things they like.
Yeah, they
right?
like a contract,
and it gives them a psychic benefit as well. There's so many things, and I'm fine with all of that, right? And again, I'm looking for also alternative structures as well. Now, separately from that, then there's the benefits, right? And yes, now I would agree with you. Now I'm more willing to give people benefits, right? Depending on where they are in life, right? Like benefits that you're entitled to as a child, right? No child should ever go hungry in this country, ever. No child should ever go hungry. And then benefits into like adulthood, right? Like, and also they should also be schooled. They should have access to higher education, if that's what they want, or trade schools. Then we should make sure people are housed, because housing shouldn't be a commodity, right? That we deny some people. Like, there's so much I would give to people. And then of course some medical benefits, right? I would separate that entirely from their marriage status, from the marriage status of the parents, right? I would separate those things entirely, but I wouldn't necessarily get rid of marriage. It would just be decoupled.
I run into the issue of if because I wouldn't disagree with you if we could live in that world of just we provide all the needs and necessities to people that they need. That would be fine, right? I agree with all those ideas. No kid should be left hungry, so on and so forth. My issue runs into once you get to that world, I don't think you need to provide any incentive structures for marriage. I think the ideal world is a world where people are allowed to be given the amount of freedom they want to explore in a healthy manner and in a way that like leaves them some leeway that if they do fail in that exploration, they still have some bare minimum they can work out from. When it comes to marriage, my issue is I don't think we can really get rid of the institution, because I think that institution as a whole depends on this idea that like when we put into our government, we are paying these taxes. We like get these gains from our system as a whole, right? I get to buy everything I buy. I get to do everything I do in this country with the freedom I have. But we also have an understanding that like there's tiers to how we judge people in the system and what their cost is and what their gain is. And the ideal is that the reason we give these people a benefit, not just for marriage, but the idea is marriage with a hope that they're going to eventually have kids and they get more gains for having kids, right? Is because we have now this infinite potential to continually gain from them, but we need to put in some investment so that gain is like profitable in the end for us. I don't know how you're going to get rid of that institution other than having your like utopian system of you have all your needs met and then the institution doesn't need to exist because our needs are dealt with, and then it's just our wants.
I don't necessarily think that. And it's possible that I'm misunderstanding you, and that could be. If I am, then I do apologize. But yeah, I think if you decouple these things, and maybe we're saying the same thing, I'm not sure. But if we decouple these things, then yes, people will be free to make their choices, right? Like without any unwanted incentives, right? They will figure out mostly. They'll have a better chance of figuring out what's best for themselves. People make foolish decisions about their intimate lives all the time, right? So that doesn't change. But like that won't be compounded with the thought that like literally for my survival, I need to attach myself to this other person. That like if I get pregnant, right, within a relationship, that child is still going to be taken care of, right? So I don't necessarily have to worry about like being attached to this man. And I can wait for the exact
you're
right.
Still attached
man.
to him. You just
like,
only financially attached to the force of a gun.
Not financially. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, right? I'm going to be honest. I think in some cases the government should force people to be attached to each other. They don't have to be married to each other. But if it is the case that there's like a co-parenting situation where both parents are toxic to each other supremely, there should be a looming threat of you're going to lose your kids.
Man, what? What? So
I think stay together and abuse your children, or else we'll put them in CPS to be abused.
Not just abuse your
win-win.
Win-win.
What do you mean,
Either
like-
way, the child
That's
gets
like
abused.
literally the worst
Run for
option you
president.
just gave us.
I am
FK.
pro child abuse. One way or the other. These
That's
kids are
the
getting
worst
fucked.
of all options. FK, please explain yourself. I want you to give you space to explain.
I mean,
yourself.
I understand,
get what he's
I
saying.
understand that
I don't.
our child foster
Wait,
system is
can-
very
can I try to
poor,
steal
and I
on you real
understand that
quick?
It needs a lot of work. But aside from the foster system as a whole as it is, I'm talking about that argument in its own, where it's like there should be some threat or incentive
Incentivize
there
people to work on their
who are
shit.
parenting. Yeah, exactly. You can't just
Incentivize
hate each
people.
other and have.
That's
a kid
the
with each
argument
other.
he's making. He's not saying it should be implemented tomorrow. He's saying in his ideal world, that would be the implementation, right? The implementation would be like, hey, you guys got together, you had a kid. It's the best structure would be for you guys to live together, work on your shit, right? Otherwise, you're going to be split. You're going to be paying separate rent, separate mortgages, separate whatever, all this bullshit. Now
You
your
can be
kid's
split
now
if
your
you
kid is
wanna
now
be
your
split,
kid
but
is
you can't be
suffering.
toxic and split.
I've seen these marriages. I've seen marriages where they get
This
divorced
is-
and the husband and wife.
no.
It's kind of it's pretty common in like
Dude,
Middle
this
Eastern.
is awful. So
Why
like,
is it awful?
hold on. In the separate video, right? Not the video I was referring to previously, right? It was talking about China, right? And it was talking about specifically the problem of getting a divorce. Now, I haven't like deeply researched this, so if I do say anything wrong, I do apologize. Right? I'm not trying to give misinformation, but this is my understanding based on that video. My understanding is that the government disincentivizes getting divorced, specifically so that like, hey, you both individuals have to agree, right? So like one can't just simply initiate the divorce, right? I get both to agree.
Divorce.
Yeah.
And specifically, right? Like they give you a 6-month cooling off period, right?
Yes.
And then with it after that 6 months, then you can apply for the divorce, unless one of these individuals says, "I'm not so sure" at that point. And then,
brother,
and then,
as the only divorced man here, that's the law in the U.S. too.
Yeah, and as a product of divorce,
like you can't
that's a good
file
law.
for divorce immediately. Like you have to literally
Yeah, as a product
wait
of divorce,
6
that's a
months
good
to a
law.
year before you can file for divorce.
Okay, well then that's awful.
You can
right?
file
Because
for like legal separation, but then you can't actually file the divorce.
Why-
for, like,
why is it
Because
awful?
To clarify to you, I don't.
That's
my
more
issue
an
is I don't disagree with the idea of like one party divorce. I think that's fine. I think there are situations where you need to do that. But I think in the everyday average situation of two partners become like resentful of each other or very much dislike each other and they want to separate, in those situations, we probably should have some incentives there of like, hey,
Therapy.
the state might pay for you to go to counseling and we'll see if we can work it out with each other. Hey, maybe you do need some time apart, so we'll give you some time apart. And in that time apart, you guys are going to have to figure out how to deal with your kid. And if that works in a healthy manner, then maybe we can actually like have you do co-parenting separate from each other.
What would
and deal
time
with your
apart
kid
look
that way.
like from
What
the
happens-
government's
okay, hold on.
perspective?
I know this is such
Hold
a
on,
meme,
But hold
but,
on,
like,
before you do it, before you do it, Scott, I know Scott, I know you have a lot to say, and I do apologize. But FK, could you Aiko, you want to jump in sometime too? All right, so
it would probably be some.
And Corey, okay. So we'll
In
go.
case-
We'll go to it will be FK, Scott, Aiko, Corey. But hold on, FK, help me out here. This separation. What is this separation from the government's perspective? Will the government
it would be
pay
it would the
for you
ideal
to have
would-
separate
would be
apartments?
after- the ideal would be it would be after attempting to work out the relationship through counseling or through some other means, right?
Okay.
If that doesn't work, and it does seem like the marriage is going to be a separated marriage, then the next step would probably be the government being like, hey, you guys have to have an agreed upon amount of time that you're going to spend separate from each other, and you're going to have some agreed upon system of how you're going to manage dealing with your kid with each other. If this can be like dealt with in an amenable manner, that's nice.
What if
not,
you can't? What if you can't? What if you're
be
too
really hardcore about like
have
this is
time
exactly
with-
how it's going to go? And
What
if
does
it
that
looks
look
like both parties like both don't want to work with each other at all. Now, I'm not talking about in a situation where one wants to work and one doesn't care. If the one that doesn't care, they lose their fucking kid because you didn't care enough to fight for your kid.
So a government
There's
bureaucrat has to decide, hey, like whether you've put enough work into your marriage before you deserve a divorce.
I mean, you guys talked
Well, I
about it
mean,
with
if
citizens
you
earlier,
put
and
yourself in a
actually,
position
yeah,
where you have to
kinda
prove
do.
your marriage, you're the one who put yourself in, like if you're a couple who has a kid, if you're
Oh
a
my
couple who
God.
has a kid and you got married, right? And then you guys are having spats and arguments, you're going to have to get divorced legally one way or another, right? And so the government is trying to like, disincentivize divorce because divorce is not a good thing. Just if like to
So-
FK's point, you are just having basic disagreement.
unless it is to
It's not just profit. It's not a
doesn't
good
have
thing for the kid in the long run. It is not a
It
good thing to have a
isn't.
kid in a split family.
No, hold on, wait a minute. Oh my god. But no, it is infinitely better to have a kid in a split marriage rather than an acrimonious marriage. And I'm not talking about abuse. We're gonna leave like domestic abuse. We're gonna leave sexual abuse. We're gonna leave that all out of it.
Counseling
like,
and
it
so on
is
and so forth.
infinitely better to have a child, right, in a split family, right, rather than an acrimonious family when the parents fucking hate each other, right? But a government bureaucrat is telling them, "Sorry, you don't deserve to leave each other," and so you will say
that isn't what he was saying.
The government decides.
That isn't what he was saying.
Crazy.
You went on a
That
whole
isn't what
rant
he was
earlier
saying.
about no kids should go hungry, no kids should go homeless, but kids should go familyless. If we have all these barriers of like what we do to try to make kids' life as good
they're
as
not
possible,
familyless. Hold on.
one of those barriers, like it or not, is making
not
sure that we can
familyless.
do everything we can to try to make a family healthy. And if it can't be healthy,
You
then we
snuck
need
in
to
some
be healthy
bullshit there.
separated.
You snuck in some bullshit. Oh, the familyness. What familyness, right? No, they have a family, right? The father or the mother, one of them, is simply away from
He said
them, right?
that. He said
They'll have
they
to
can
go
do
visit them.
co-parenting. He said
I
that,
said they
though.
can
Right?
co-parent.
That's not
They have
no
to have an
family.
amenable
You snuck that
co-parenting
in.
situation.
You snuck
No,
that-
he didn't.
It's
No,
not
he didn't.
fun. You snuck that shit in, saying, "Oh, there's no family." Like another option. Now you're saying, "Well, kids should have no family." Yeah, that's bullshit. No, kids have families. I'm saying it's a much better situation. Rather than
He didn't sneak it in. He didn't sneak it in. When you asked
I
him
said
to
if we're
clarify,
not going to give up on kids going hungry, we're not going to give up on kids going homeless. Why are we giving up on kids' families? We should at least
We're
put
not
as
giving
much
up on
effort
your
as we can.
families.
No,
We're not giving up
because
on your
you're disagreeing with my argument, which is not to give up, which is we put in as much effort as we can to make the relationship together amenable.
You're missing.
Also,
You guys are missing each
No,
other.
I know. At least stop telling me I'm missing something. I'm not fucking missing. I'm not fucking missing anything. No, like what I'm saying is that like I'm not giving up on the family. I'm giving up on an arrangement, right? If this arrangement is not harmonious or whatever, or one person just wants to fucking leave, whatever the case may be, if that arrangement is not harmonious, then we should abandon that arrangement. But I'm not talking about abandoning the family. The family is still in place. The father is still the father, right? No matter where he is on the planet, right? The mother is still the mother in that same way, right? They still are a family unit, simply with a different configuration, right? So no, we're not giving up on the family. And in any case, right, in terms of support for that family, in terms of my solution, other people disagree with me on this one, I would still give them the same level of support regardless of that marital status. So no, I'm not giving up on any family at all. The arrangement, and it's certainly not, I wouldn't stuff people in an arrangement in which they fucking hate each other, they can't stand each other, and that shit leaks to the children. They have to deal with the mom and daddy.
They hate each other and they can't find a way to be amenable with each other. It leaks to them.
Sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear that last part.
Oh, if they hate each other already and they literally can't find a way to deal with each other, it's gonna leak to the children. So at that point, fuck you. You don't care enough about your kid to deal with your shit.
Yeah, let them leave and they'll be happy, and then they can raise their kids without hating, being next to the person they hate. It's toxic situation. It's awful.
No, you're not just allowed to leave with your kid. If we our goal as a system should be provide the background of
that isn't what he said.
Provide the background. The foster care issue is the issue I feel like you're having here.
No, I didn't mention foster at all.
What I'm talking about is our goal in a system should be one where, let's say we could get to that ideal and we have a great ideal foster care system. If you as a parent can't deal with your shit between you and the person you decided to fuck and have a kid with, and now that's going to leak to them, and your goal is like, oh, I could just leave and now my kid doesn't have to deal with the leaking because I just got rid of one of their parents. Fuck you. No, you don't get to keep your kid and run.
That's what you're saying.
It's not your product
the government
anymore.
steals their kid, right? Instead, even a better situation is that we separate them. Now you abandon them, the family. You separate them entirely from either parent, right? As a punishment because the government thinks that, hey, you haven't done enough for the government. The relationship counselor, right, decides you haven't done enough work, right, which also means you don't deserve your children. This is a fucking awful idea.
And if the psychologist decides you're not sane enough, you go into the fucking mental house. Like, what do you mean? It does.
That's the same. You might not be sane. Hey, Corey, because you don't want to stick around with your girlfriend, you must not be sane, right? And so the prescriptions there are the same. Yes, we'll take you away from your children,
Corey,
right?
If you don't love your kid enough
rather than
to be able to like make shit work with your girlfriend, you're not sane.
This is the craziest thing.
All right,
Scott, I feel the libertarian seeping into my fucking mind right now. But please go ahead.
You know how many kids get used in like divorce?
We'll go to Scott. We'll go to Ike. We'll go to Corey.
Yeah, so it's
Ollie, the issue is they're all tokens,
So,
but people just like it when they're a token for them. I'm talking about kids.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, what I'm hearing mostly, and obviously it's from a libertarian perspective, is government caused a bunch of problems in relationships and marriage, and so what we'll do is we'll involve the government who already
because
fucked up
humans don't have
relationships.
fucking drama.
Hey,
Retards were
FK,
killing each other with
FK,
rocks
FK,
before the government
FK,
came in to sign a
FK.
contract.
AFK. You done? Would you like to present an argument when I'm
Are you
done?
gonna say the
or-
government made everything happen, and it's not just people at its core being idiots? Like we're fucking apes.
Well, no, I'm just wondering if, like, I know, like, you got high on the retard juice in this last conversation. I'm just wondering if you'll let me make my argument before you straw man it. And then
You should make better arguments, but continue.
They make it in juice form now.
well, I mean, I could just yell random words and make better arguments than your retarded fascism. Like, so anyway.
Very funny.
It's not a joke. I mean it literally. Like, it's just fascism is all you're preaching. Is the government being involved deeply into interpersonal relationships to try and maintain
People should be allowed to breed their kids on
the
farms.
family structure. Yeah. So the government has created a lot of marital issues, and obviously it's not all at the feet of the government, but Social Security, welfare, no fault divorce laws, in a marriage system where we have, economic, equitable distribution of property, et cetera. So we already have a ton of incentives towards women to separate in marriages, right? The government, you have politicians saying that there's something morally evil about young men not making enough money or utilizing government resources because those government resources need to be given to single mothers, right? The government is in the business of taking wealth from young men, making it difficult for them to start businesses or, set up an empire or buy homes, etc., making it difficult for them to be a provider so that that money can be funneled to women, and using children as a tool in that regard. And so the idea that you are then going to add another layer of government problems, which is, I know Prime Guys doesn't want to bring it up, but like the whole reason feminists fought for no fault divorce was because of abusive marriages, right? And the idea that you were going to have the government try and force you through counseling when someone is afraid to speak and
It
afraid
doesn't have to be for an abusive marriage.
No,
if you're like obviously being beaten, that was a caveat. I'm pretty sure I put.
We were obviously being abused.
Yeah, so now you're gonna have a government. Now you're gonna make them go through this difficult process, but this difficult process can be streamlined if they accuse their husband of abuse. Yeah, that can have unintended consequences. That'll never be a fucking problem.
They'd have to go through the legal system to justify they were being abused. I feel like in most situations, if a woman just goes, "I'm being beat," and then wants to take her kids, the government would be like, "Wait, can we prove you're being beat?" If the dad goes, "I'm not beating you,"
oh, okay.
I don't think the government just goes.
So now women,
actually, you know what?
Women that accuse their husband of being beat, if they can't
so
prove
can
it sufficiently to the government, then they get in some level of trouble. Like you're just adding.
For a libertarian, do you not understand how
bullshit.
contracts work? Yes, you have to prove something.
That's not at all. Like you just threw in a random word to
The
your retarded
contract is
fascism.
broken. Do you just say it's broken and then it's broken? That's it. That's how it works. Or do you have to prove that the contract was broken in some way?
That there's not enough context to know specifically what type of contract or what you mean by that. Right? Like if a contract is broken by what measure? What is in the contract? Like, that's silly. No, like the appropriate response, the appropriate way to incentivize healthy relationships and incentivize marriage is not to have the government further involved. It's not to have the government give privileges to married people, which waters down what marriage is. The appropriate answer is to remove the incentives that make it easier for people to get out of marriages, because we're funneling money, especially from young men, deeply. I mean, 74% of our entire budget is welfare plus the national debt. I mean, like we have an insane amount of taxation that is targeted towards people. No, his point is to add
his
another
point
layer
was to
of government
de-incentivize
bureaucracy.
divorce.
No,
like
his
obviously,
point is
it got to it.
It's an entirely different.
No,
it's
you
the
forgot,
exact
Ollie.
opposite.
The issue is I heard the conversation too. He's just gonna magically make it happen. He's gonna get a militia of like 13 good men to come together and fix it.
What the fuck are you talking about? Nobody, like, I could say the exact same thing.
How are you going to do this without the government? Wait, so like to FK, so like from what I heard from
is
his
to
argument,
have the
originally,
government come in and force people into counseling.
No,
and
he's
to get rid of no-fault divorce.
Okay, so he was from what I heard was, in order to de-incentivize divorce, right? You make the claim that hey, if you and your partner cannot come to like or any form of agreement, if you guys are so selfish that your arguments are going to affect the child, then you lose your child, right? The less you work on your relationship, whatever it may be, right? You do a separation period, you go through some counseling, you come to an agreement, maybe it's co-parenting, whatever it may be. But like, yes, like who else would determine it, right? I know that you don't want the government to do it, but like we are getting legally married, right? We are getting married under the law. So like who else is going to determine it, right? Like I just don't know what.
You're advocating for adding additional entries, barriers to separating, right? And that in and of itself isn't necessarily bad, right? The problem is that when the state takes away your right to divorce, there is a whole host of unintended consequences. Yes, they are. They're putting up barriers that make it more difficult to do that. This is deeply going to affect.
That's not taking away your rights, making it harder.
This is deeply going to affect abused men, though the category is.
You don't have a right to marry. You have a right to be
children.
partners with someone.
Do you have a right to divorce?
No, you don't have a right to marry or divorce, really. You have a right to maybe meet somebody, and if you want to live in the woods together and fuck, and then maybe have kids, you can do that. But that's not a legal marriage. You're not signing anything for that. You're not making anything for that.
This is a complete aside from your own argument. This is bullshit. You're advocating for the state, saying that you are not allowed to get divorced unless you follow this specific procedure and go through this whatever level of bureaucracy this is.
Because I believe in the United States of America as an institution. I believe the United States of America should probably try to disincentivize divorce, and not just disincentivize divorce. We can accept
beef
it.
Tastes
but
good.
We should try to resolve issues as much as possible. What we're talking about is people divorcing. That's not a fucking
argument.
And then like, what? I started this topic. What do you mean?
You didn't. What do you mean?
What are we talking about? What do you think we're talking about?
You came in halfway through this topic. You're talking about you started in chat?
Are you fucking an idiot? I was the one who brought up people divorcing and then their kids getting taken away.
Yeah, we were talking about marriage and the institutions of marriage, and we were talking about all like this general topic before. Yes, you brought up your retarded fascist policy, and I'm making fun of
the state be allowed. If your argument is just there should be no state, that's a fun argument for you, but we have a state.
That's not my fucking argument that I'm giving.
I believe in.
I gave you a policy prescription. I gave you the incentive and the sociological position that I'm giving. You're attempting to take what you know is a radical position and marry it to my entire argument because you're too much of a fucking pussy to actually deal with my argument.
Repeat your argument, please.
My argument is this: is that the government incentivizes the divorces that occur, and that getting the government involved in trying to incentivize marriage while simultaneously incentivizing divorce, and then with your policy, another layer of the government getting involved in the divorce process is layers of unintended consequences that have been damaging to the family unit and to our culture. And that the best way to get rid of these is to give people the freedom to choose what they do in their life and give them the freedom to be able to make the decisions that best affect their family, as opposed to government bureaucracy and incentive structures that are watering down these institutions and making our culture suffer from anomie and normlessness.
Which just goes back to, you want a state with no government. You could have your same situation in Prime's ideal world. Which goes back to you can have your same situation in Prime's ideal world.
I'm done engaging.
That's the world where you provide people all their necessities. And guess what? You just allow people to move freely, right? Because now they have a barrier that protects them from failing. And then maybe they find love in their fucking LGBTW plus polycule and they move on with life. Or you can have a world that we live in.
You're not engaged in the argument in any way, shape, or form.
So it's Scott did not talk about getting rid of the government
multiple times.
That's not what he was saying. It's not what he was saying, right? That's his ultimate goal, ultimate political goal, but that's not the prescription he presented.
So what do you think his world leads? The argument he's making, what does it lead to? Because it doesn't work without getting rid of the government and not just allowing people to behave as they do.
No, of course it does. Of course it does. You can still have.
Is Scott going to argue we should tax people like you do?
I'm like, no, hold on, God, hold on. He's saying get rid of the welfare state. Hold on. He's saying get rid of the welfare state, right? Because that's a drain on men's ability to make an income, right? Right? Yeah, capital accumulation. Yes, to accumulate capital and do what they want with that, right? And instead, and also get rid of the government's involvement in marriage, because that gives other people an avenue to make claims on that accumulation, right? So if you get into a marriage and then you guys divorce, now that person has the ability
Who
to
decides
claim
how the marriage works if you
that.
get rid of their
That's what he was
involvement?
talking about. He was saying get rid of these structures, right, and just let things play out. That's what he said. Not to dismantle the United States government, right? That comes later for him, but not now.
Prime. My issue is for any of that to work, we get rid of the ideal institution of marriage, right? Or this not ideal, but the system institution of marriage. What's the point of even saying that in this argument? Because we're talking about a situation where that institution exists. How do we deal with the kids in this institution? Do we just get rid of it and then we hope that maybe the kids are going to have better outcomes? Who decides it then? Is it going to be like some private law firms that we put together and they just decide like...
Sorry, I don't know why you like your thing against like quote unquote, because I hate even this term, but like I'll still use it because people know what I'm talking about. Broken families. Broken families are still families. Right? They're just families with a slightly different arrangement, right? Whether the father's taking care of the kids as a primary caregiver, or the mother
is a minority of the time. Most of the time, it's a broken family because
there's still people.
Wait,
but they have like different forms of autism, and some of them are like the worst form, and some of them are forms that they can kind of deal with.
Yeah, most of the time, when people are saying like broken families, it's like a kid grows up in a structure where the mom and dad don't get along, whether they're divorced, separated, or however it may be, and there is no co-parenting structure. It's just that, like, I have a mom, I have a dad.
We can't force people into co-parenting. We can't force people into co-parenting. We can't do that.
I understand,
right?
but you're saying you hate the term broken family.
Choices.
That's not what I'm arguing against. But you saying that you hate the term broken family because it's not a broken family, it's just a structure. The reason that structure exists, most of the time, people are getting divorced or they're separating, not because like, oh, they both came to some agreement. They're like, I don't want to be in a relationship anymore. It's usually some fucking toxic bullshit that leads them to something as big as a divorce, and the family doesn't operate in a family structure anymore. There is no co-parenting. There is no communication. All you have
a buildup of issues, but they just don't know how to deal with them.
All you have is you have a parent that you live with most of the time. Now, I'm not saying there aren't amicable divorces or there aren't co-parenting situations, but most of the time, you have a parent that you live with that kind of gets and that's demonizing the other parent that you don't live with, or sometimes you don't even see the other parent. So it's like, I don't know if that's still like a family.
But the option that we're being presented, I'm sorry, I go quite a while, so I need to move on to him. So the option being presented to me. Being presented to me is that instead, right, of that unfortunate situation, you're correct in terms of like, there's unfortunate situations where, like these people hate each other and they don't stop necessarily hating each other after they break up, right?
Yeah.
And the one parent, maybe like for instance, the dad leaves and the dad still wants to be involved, but the mother specifically keeps him out of it, right? Because she just hates him, not because he's a bad person, like, or a bad father, but just because she hates that individual. Those things happen, right? My prescription does nothing for that, right?
Yeah.
But on the other end, saying that, if this sort of situation arises, well, the government will decide is that we will first disallow you to get married in the first place, right? So these two people who desperately hate each other have to stick together, right? Are within a legally binding contract they do not want to be. Keep them there. And if not, like, also the other option is that we take those children away, right? And also, because we're all in favor of good things and not bad things, we also have a perfect foster care system. So don't worry about that part too. That'll work itself out, right? It's disastrous. But hold on.
Get to Corey and Aikau. Move on to Corey, but I want to get to that later because I think you completely misheard what he was saying, and I want to see if we can work it out. I want to see if we can reach it out. But I'll get to them first.
Okay. Aikau, Corey, Ali, and I do want to hear from you two. But hopefully you've heard enough by now. But Aikau.
Yeah, this is where. Well, this is what I was originally. I will say what I was originally going to say in just a second, but this is where I usually bring in like what we consider traditional families today, like the nuclear family with everything intact or whatever, I'm not sure that that's really ever been like a realistic thing, like historically. Like if you look at Rome, like families, you know, like you'd pass on everything. Yeah, you would adopt somebody, you know, whatever. He goes, but I think that we have institutions already that can handle a lot of this stuff, and we insert government sometimes in ways that sort of gnaw away at that like sort of traditional freedom of association that we'd normally think about. And the first example I have of that is anti-Sharia laws, which by the way are also anti-Catholic canon court laws, because the way they're written, they don't actually target Islam, because that would be unconstitutional. So they just have to say things like foreign laws don't apply in America or something like that. So now, if you're going to go to a Catholic canon court, those kind of laws get in the way of being able to do private mediation that doesn't have to involve the government, doesn't have to get a judge involved, doesn't have to get the system involved. And so little things like that sort of pile up over time. And I think the institution that can handle marriage, it doesn't have to be any particular church, but these faith traditions have been dealing with marriage for centuries, millennia. Like, we're duplicating their effort at the federal level, I think. And I think we could give all of the benefits associated with marriage and just call it a civil union and attach it to the back of a marriage. And if you want to call it a marriage, you can go to your Sharia court for that, or you can go to your Catholic canon law, or you can go to your Protestant church or whatever, and they'll give you your marriage. But your rights are not dependent on the word marriage. You'll get those civil union rights regardless. And so I don't know. I just think get the government out of the marriage business.
Well, thank you for that, Aiko. And let's go to our friend Corey. Oh, did you get everything out, Aiko? To make sure you got everything out.
No, that's what I got so far.
Corey.
So just want to clarify something before I try to make my point. So, FK, in your world of let's say court mandated therapy or counseling, marriage counseling, is that paid for by the couple or the state?
No, that would be paid for by the state. This is a world where like the state is ideally trying to like deal with these issues for people.
Honey, we need marriage counseling. Let's threaten divorce.
So,
sure.
I knew
we should pay for it. You don't need the divorce. We should just pay for marriage counseling.
I'm pro loophole.
Let me make my point. So
I am
Scott
too. It's funny.
Scott can probably maybe speak to this better than I can, but I would encourage you to, let's say, look into the effectiveness of, let's say, court mandated, let's say rehab or counseling or just like psychological therapy. I would say the evidence is mixed at best in terms of not so great. And I don't know for sure, but I foresee pretty much forced counseling of couples is pretty much all, at the very least, is going to have mixed success. They're pretty much going to turn out to be not all that effective. And so with that in mind, and if you're gonna have the state pay for it, I would say you're just gonna be wasting state money and time and just.
Wait, that's not fair.
No, let him finish.
I think that was his point.
Are you done, Corey?
Yes.
Yeah, you could say we're wasting time and money, but then if these people have that bad of a relationship where we are just wasting our time and money with them, why are we trusting them to deal with a kid with one another? If they genuinely can't find, look, the ideal isn't that they stay together as a marriage. The ideal is that they're able to find some amenable manner to take care of their kid, because I don't give a shit about them. I care about how this kid comes out in the long run.
But you can take care of the kid without forcing people to stay together, though.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Wait, that's what he's saying.
They have to be able to work with each other.
Okay,
the goal of the therapy, the goal of the counseling isn't for them to like stay in a marriage per se, right?
No, the ideal, Ollie, is that they could, but if they can't, there's steps past that.
So like the goal is, if you have like for let's just say a toxic relationship, non-abusive, right? It's just not amicable. They don't get along, right? The goal is that you go to this counseling, and if the agreement that you come to is like, hey, we're gonna get divorced, at least the counseling is there to help facilitate like a normalized relationship between you and the person. And if you and the partner cannot come to like a normalized relationship, right, where it's going to remain toxic, it's going to remain like whatever it may be, and if that's going to affect the kid, he's saying at that point in time, you clearly don't care about your kid enough to like put your differences aside to even work with. I mean, like, yes, or is that incorrect?
No. If anything, you could potentially make the argument of like getting divorced is like beneficial for the kid, depending on the relationship. Like,
yeah, you can. It could be. He's not disincentive. He's saying we want to disincentivize divorce, but if you have to get divorced, he's not saying you just lose your kids if you get divorced. That's not the argument. The argument is if you have to get divorced and you guys can't be like amicable or normalized together, you can't have a civil relationship. Then yeah, how would you trust them to like?
The government bureaucrat says you're not
well, it's not the government bureaucrat, it's the therapist, it's the counselor, it's like I mean that's
the government bureaucrat.
That's what happens right now. If I go to court to get divorce, are we not?
You can like it or not, but if CPS shows up to a house,
what do you mean? No, I have to get a wait. If we're legally married, and then my wife wants to get a divorce from me, she's gonna lawyer up. I'm gonna have to lawyer up. We're gonna have to deal with like the bureaucracy or whatever. Like that's how the majority of divorces are dealt with.
The entire argument making is to get government out of the marriage process completely, right? Yes, as it stands,
then
you're
who
gonna have
decide?
That you're not going to. So like, sure, we can try to live in a world where like we get the government out of like.
Even if we do, who decides these situations? What do you think the ideal is? Letting the church decide that actually you can't get divorced because we decided that God said
if you want the church and the mosque
ideal
to decide
situation,
divorce.
you can get divorced for like a weekend and fuck and then get remarried. Like, is it ICAO's ideal? Is it the ideal of no government at all? Is it the ideal?
That's why I asked you, like,
we need and no
that's
marriage
why I asked in the beginning, like, what it is. Like, either we get rid of what marriage is, or like we have to accept that, like, we live within this government structure. Yes, some people are gonna water down what marriage is and find loopholes and have like government and card marriages, and then other people but we're gonna have to figure. At the end of the day, if you're going to get divorced and you have kids, you're gonna have to go to some type of like court or town square to have a decision made, right? We can't just allow.
Why would we? Why?
Because people are abusive. Why would you say you're abusive? Okay, now let's bring in abuse. If you're in an abusive relationship, right, and you don't have a government or a court structure to go to, how do you get out of that abusive relationship? Let's bring in abusive relationship.
I'm done with this.
What if we go with ICAO's idea and they have two different religions, and one decided I got married under the Catholic state, and one was like, actually, I have under Sharia law. So which rules do we go by there?
I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about Catholic law. I don't give a fuck about Sharia.
No,
law.
how do we work on marriage?
Hold on. You're asking the questions. Let me answer the question.
Hold on. Okay, all I suggested is, I know I framed it in a religious context because I was trying to be relevant to something. But the fact is, it's just about free association. If you associate as a Catholic and you want to like have those rules, you can. But any other associations that you can have, so long as they're not abusive, are fair game. And I feel like the government in many cases isn't necessary, especially when it comes to things like the Sharia law.
Yes.
Right?
Then ICAO. In the issue we're running into now, it's a situation where you have two partners that want a divorce. They're not amenable with each other. They don't want to work with each other. What is the best outcome for the kid there? Is it that we just let these two people completely like separate without trying to resolve their issues and have this toxic relationship? Or is it that we try to deal with that toxic relationship every step of the way, not to keep them together, but to at least find a way to like benefit this kid in the long run? Because
what I'm saying is there's a cultural context that's different for each family, right? So there are people like that. Like if you try to get married, like in my parish, Catholic Church, you'll have to go through marriage counseling. It'll be 6 months before, like, they have to agree to marry you. There's a lot of rules.
Yeah.
And also, if you're going to qualify for the Pauline exception for divorce, or if you want to get an annulment or something like that, there's a process for that too. Nobody's forced into it, right? Like if you don't want to do that, then you can have the government settle your dispute. I'm just saying there are many off ramps where you can sort of like settle things outside of that, and it helps with court clog issues and lots of other issues outside of
I don't
too.
disagree with you, but I think the issue is to get to that off ramp, you have to have two people that are willing to work with each other.
Prime
This
answer
isn't
the
issue.
question. The original question, real quick, is who's gonna be handling like marriages?
You don't need
or
anyone
divorce?
to handle. You don't need anyone to handle anything. You can say, "Hey, we've entered in."
Who do you say it to?
To no one. You don't have to,
so you don't have to say anything.
anyone.
So there's no
You don't have to
institution of
say
marriage.
anything.
When you have a kid, the kid doesn't matter. If the kid, like,
I divorced
So there's no
I
institution of
divorced me.
marriage.
I'm dissolving this relationship. We're done with this relationship. If there is a,
but I want to move and take the kid.
right?
But I want to move
There's
and take the kid
paperwork-
to Chicago, and she lives in.
If there's 1 second, hold on.
You just brought up something.
Hold on. You're giving me like a bunch of things, right? So one thing at a time, right? Divorcing. Hey, I dissolve this relationship, right?
Who do you say
now,
that to?
Parental rights are different, right? Parental rights are different necessarily from marriage rights, right? So we can talk about like how protections for children. Sure, go ahead, right? And like the idea of like parental kidnapping. That's the thing that does happen, right? We know that's the thing that happens. But that is a separate conversation from like strictly the conversation of, hey, I'm done with this relationship. I don't want to be with this other person anymore, right?
It isn't
one
though.
person doesn't want to be in there, so they leave. Okay. You guys are focused. Sorry, go ahead.
For dual income, two people with no kids, I think divorce is relatively simple, right? I don't know. Maybe I've never been divorced with no kids, but I feel like with no kids, divorce is relatively simple.
It can either be 50-50 or nothing, and you move on with your life.
Yeah, most of what we're talking about specifically here, I think, is like a family structure, which is like with kids. So like, I'm not concerned with anything that doesn't involve like children in the conversation.
And that's my
like,
issue, Prime. I think it's hard to deal.
So,
Prime. I think it's hard to deal with a family structure when it comes to marriage versus like just. Because I think it's easy to be like marriage can just be you stick
there's no
together.
institution of marriage. We can sit here and accept that there's no institution of marriage. But like once again, if there is a family structure, no government recognized. There isn't a government like there isn't a government in
there. I said specifically, yes, people can have the marriage if that's people want.
But without the government, without the government or a contract, without the government or a contract of people observing it, it's not a marriage.
Ollie, 1 second. I agree with you.
You can have a third party observer. I'm saying, hold on, 1 second. Hold on, no, stop it. Okay, hold on. We can have a third party observer, right? Stop. I said that.
That doesn't mean
already
anything.
before. I said it multiple. Hold on,
anything.
FK. We're gonna deal with you, FK. Don't worry. We're gonna come back to your nonsense.
Observer doesn't mean anything.
It's a lot of stupid shit. Don't worry. We will not forget your stupid shit. We're gonna deal with it. Guaranteed. So back to Ali, right? Just dealing with that. I'm not saying you can have a third party that has the paperwork, right? A registrar, right? That says, hey, these people are married, right? Or officially have a marriage. Whatever. We can decide exactly how much of involvement any institution is with this, right? Whether it be a third party or just like reducing the government's involvement in this. We can decide on that, right? So I'm reducing that. But specifically the thing I was you asked me about was divorce, how you dissolve this, right? And it dissolved by one person saying, hey, I'm done with it. Right,
that's fine.
Even if you go to a judge, right, and you say, okay, well, you need someone to be involved. If there's a third party involved, they need to acknowledge the end of the contract. Okay, right.
That
well,
third party,
they go to that third party, whichever we decide what that is, right? Whether it be a secular thing, right? Organization.
Can you decide what it is right now?
Organization or whatever. Sorry,
we need an agreed
upon.
Can you decide what it is?
Because we
I'll do it right now. Secular. Because I don't give a fuck about the
secular. As in everyone goes to the same third party registrar to handle marriage. It's
almost like you recreated the government, like every NCAP does.
You would have to. Because we can't have multiple different third parties who have different interpretations of what marriage, divorce, and their interpretations of laws. Because when you have kids, right, we do have to have some. Because once again, we're going to bring up my point. I have a kid. We're divorced. I want to move to Chicago. She wants to stay in California. I go to my chosen third party registrar. They're perfectly okay with me taking the kid. But like that, like
we have,
you know what I mean? We have to have some type of agreed upon law for these types of things.
We have 50 different organizations that handle that now, right? The state marriage is up to the states, the state institution, rather than a federal institution.
And you go to court.
If my understanding is correct.
You deal with these things. You don't go to a
actually, to be honest with you, I disagree with that. It should be some federally agreed upon system where we have these 50 states come to an agreement of like, listen, at the end of the day, our goal isn't for how these people deal with each other. For the dealing with each other thing, I think all it comes down to is if you can prove that you had to like give up a certain portion of your life, 50-50. If you can, otherwise, if you were working and they were working, when you separate, if you don't have kids, you can go your separate ways and move on with your day like nothing happened. But when it comes to kids, our goal every time should be, what is the effect on these kids? How do we try to make this effect as good as possible, right? Ollie, earlier you said something and I was almost going to go harsh on you because there's a part of me, like deep inside, I don't know if you can really regulate this though through law. I think if you marry someone and you separate, part of me thinks you should be forced to stay in the same area unless you can prove you have the ability to like go back and forth like very easily.
Yeah, by gunpoint. Sure, why not? Let's.
Don't have a kid. You're not having a. Did you fuck by gunpoint?
Yeah, by gunpoint. The government should not. Why don't we put ankle trackers on them, right? Because what if they try to make a runner for it, right?
Do you hold any moral? Do you hold any
And
accountability?
what if they actually? Hey, should we send bounty hunters? Should we say state troopers to arrest them? Right? This husband has left. Right? Should we send state troopers from Maryland to Florida to go pick him up and drag him back to?
Well, can you provide a different solution, Prime?
If you made an agreement,
not that.
I do want to provide anything. Can you provide anything other than the government has no say and people just do whatever they want and we hope it works for the best? Can you provide anything?
No. Sorry, hold on.
Hey, Prime. This is I mostly tuned out because it's just retarded, but like there's just going to be one.
I'm sorry.
To this, which is
I'm sorry we aren't smart enough for you, Fabian. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry that this is such a boring conversation for you. I apologize.
Don't make babies.
Well, no, it's just beating a dead horse.
Going back to
I'm sorry for beating a dead horse, man. I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
Buy a house. What's the
ruined your night?
I'm sorry that I acted like you.
Prime, what's the fair market value on a blowjob in the ANCAP market?
You slow.
I don't get the whole stream. If there's a conversation that I feel like I have input on, and I'm not just going to talk for the sake of talking, I don't go in and join. And by the way, when I'm not talking, I don't go on and go, this was retarded, right? I'm so much smarter and intellectual than everyone. I don't do that, right? I join in and I have some input. But you want to come in and call it retarded, so have fun. I'm going to be an asshole when you call it retarded.
But he's a right-winger in his cabin, stripping his own asshole.
Okay, so this is literally just going to have one consequence if it comes to fruition, which is just every one of these policies is just going to disincentivize marriage. Like every time you try and disincentivize divorce, you're just going to increase the barriers to marriage itself. This is what I'm talking about with unintentional. Like the more that's there is already a large group of men.
Should we have an incentivized barrier to CP? Do you think like ANCAP society allows for that, or do you think that's acceptable?
What?
This has nothing to do with the conversation, but child porn is in.
I mean, just what's the barrier you want the government to put up, and what's not? Where do the rules start and stop for you?
Okay, sorry.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what you invited onto your panel. Like it's not worth anything really.
Let's go to our friend Doobie.
Sure.
Doobie, hopefully you've been listening.
I'm so kind of torn. So I think there are good arguments for the government disincentivizing divorce, right? I don't know if I'd go as far as FK, but I think I would be okay with some kind of like barrier. Right, I don't know really what the barrier would be, even if it's like some kind of like a required waiting period. Right, you make an intention to get divorced known to the government, and then they require a specific like waiting period. And in that time, they encourage you to get counseling or whatever the fuck. And then at the end of that waiting period, if you still want to get divorced, you can get divorced. Right, maybe something as simple as that. Right, and I'm not talking about like a year-long waiting period, like maybe just like a month or a couple months or something. Right. That might be okay, I think, because I think that would like and I'd be okay with the government funding the counseling, right? And paying for people to go to marriage counseling to see if there's some way to work it out, especially if there are children involved. So I think that might make sense. But yeah, obviously I can understand the counterpoint, which people should be able to get in and out of relationships as much as they fucking want, right? Like, why should the government be able to put up barriers around you?
We have those. It's called boyfriends. It's called relationships. A marriage is a specific agreement. It's a contractual agreement that you're getting into. Like, it is a specific choice.
Yeah.
I think you shouldn't get married unless you have a kid.
I'm torn, but I'm leaning toward the government should probably disincentivize divorce in some way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let me
like, Prime, do you think a marriage is like any different than just a regular relationship where you just break up and walk out from? Like, is there a difference or no?
No, you can within a marriage. So like thinking of our friend Our dearly departed friend Lactoid. He's just not here today. But if you're not,
Parted friend,
if you're not on the panel, you're dead to me.
We departed, yeah.
No.
He'll be alive next week.
Yeah. He'll be alive next week. He'll resuscitate.
Saying, why reinvent the wheel when we have all these off ramps, or we had? Well, I guess we still have to some degree, but they keep getting weakened. We have all these ways of like being able to settle these things outside of an engagement with the government. But I guess at the end of the line, if you've exhausted all of those, then you can use the government. But why don't we make that the solution of last resort instead of the first one? Why can't we allow these things to be settled, like, within whatever community that they arose from, right? Which
you can. I don't disagree.
Can you let Prime answer my question real quick? Because I just want to know what he thinks the difference between a marriage and just like a relationship is.
Sure.
Before we do that, can I just tell Icro from the base point? You can make that argument. I'm fine. Wait, I'm sorry, because Ali, he just asked the question and I want to like level it out. You can do that. If you want to separate on your own and deal with that your own way, you can do that. I just think if it's not amenable, then you run into that issue. But Prime, go. Why?
Yeah, what's the difference? Like, is there any difference really? Like,
so yeah, okay. Well, for like the fourth time. So I think there is a difference. I think, and the reason I brought up my friend Lactoid, is the way he has like framed marriage. We've had similar conversations in the past, well, and around the same era anyway. He's talked about how like a marriage. Like the marriage contract should actually be specific as possible. He's on the more extreme end of this, right? But like I think his point makes sense. Is that like you should actually lay out all the responsibilities and expectations within this marriage. Right? Like, here's what I expect of you, right? This is what you will be delivering. If you don't deliver these things, or if I don't deliver these things, right, then we have broken the marriage contract. Maybe we can have some. Maybe we can even decide within that contract whether there's like some sort of remediation process there, right? We can decide that in and of itself, right? Like individually, you could do that, right? Like how you buy products and like you're like, if there's a dispute, we have to go into arbitration or some shit like that, right? You could have that clause within your marriage contract, but you two can figure out whatever that is. So in any case, right? Within that the context of a marriage, you can have this very specific contract where you have expectations that simply don't exist in a boyfriend-girlfriend situation, right? And there could be consequences. You could even say that, hey, if you don't do this, right, if you're in violation of the contract, this might be like the results, right?
There's
like
a consequence.
It might be a penalty or whatever, right? You could do all of that. Right, but that contract could be between those two people and maybe like whatever registrar they're using to officiate that, right?
But doesn't the registrar have to be unless the government is behind it, what's the weight of the registrar? Like, what difference does it make? Like, if there's no consequence to it, right? If you can just go to this registrar and go, hey, so I know we had this like a lengthy contract of like this, but actually I just don't feel like being in this marriage anymore, and then it just gets dissolved. What separates that from just a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
I'm sorry, Prime. I love you. I love you.
Oh my God,
no, that's what I'm saying.
If you love me, then let me talk. Then let me finish my thought here. Right?
Who's the government bureaucrat who decides this, Prime?
Oh my God, I didn't even hear what you said, and I'm not going to deal with it until after I deal with what Ali asked me. So Ali, right? People enter into contracts already. Like Scott and I could enter into a business contract, right? It's between Scott and I. We wrote down the contract, and then if we need to enforce that contract later on, right? Like enforce the consequences of that contract, then we could go to the government because one person
state, right?
to do that, right? But that's different from necessarily saying the government has will automatically impose consequences, right? Because it has decided that you haven't reached a certain level of happiness or domesticity, harmoniousness, right? Like that's different. Did I decide on that? Was that within my marriage contract, or is that a separate law, right? That's now putting pressure on this marriage contract and saying that, like, to dissolve it.
Isn't the savior to that a prenup? Wait. Isn't the savior to that a prenup?
Slight difference here.
Like you can do that.
The principal issue here is that you and I haven't actually written a contract freely. What has occurred is that the state has stepped out of the domain of being the enforcer of a contract and instead has been the drafter of the contract. They have changed what the contract is that you and I are allowed to have, right? So it's what people are advocating for when they say this is how you must separate this contract or this is what the contract entails, is that they're arguing that you and I would like to freely engage in a contract, my services for your labor or vice versa, or trade for something, right? And then the state comes in and says that contract is illegal. Actually, we have decided what your contract
that's
you're allowed
not
to have.
that's not true.
There's a lot of cases. There's a lot of cases where the state has done that. You know what those cases are? When a woman has kids with a man and the man is abusive and she goes, I'm still going to let the kids hang out with him because I love him that much. And the man fucking rapes the kids or beats the shit out of them, right? Those are issues where you could be like, actually, I think we should just allow the people to decide their own contracts. But sometimes in reality, the state has to step in. So the issue for you, Prime, is when you're saying like, go to that civil court, at the end of the day, you're running into that same issue you have. At the end,
can you name a single person advocating for that, for that not to
I'm
be
not
the
saying
case?
you're advocating for it, but in this ideal where it's like, oh, just let people make their own contracts and they decide what's right and what's wrong, the state is eventually going to have to step in to be like, what is the best situation for this kid? You can't just let parents decide that fully on their own. You can let them at the start. If it is the case, kind of like iCal pointed out, where you have two people who decided to enter this government or this religious marriage or whatever type of marriage they want, just a civil union, right? And they made these agreements beforehand. That's the ideal situation that me and Ollie were talking about, where people can be amenable and deal with the situation because they've already dealt with that situation, right? They've answered their question of how do I deal with the separation? The question for you, Prime, and the issue is when you have a separation that both parties can't agree upon, who gets involved? How do you deal with it? And who is the person you're trying to benefit at the end of that?
Wait, so I want to respond to Scott real quick as well, because so like I don't see it that way because you can get prenups. I don't know if there's any state where like prenups aren't like allowed, so you can actually like construct your own contract personally and just have that be accepted by the state. And then
a lot of states reject. Like there's a whole bunch of
I don't know, to be fair. I
right,
just
so
understand
like you
that
can write a
exist,
prenup,
yeah.
for example, right, and then like so you'll notice. Oh God, I can't remember what state it is, but there's like one state that like a lot of athletes
Doesn't matter,
get
yeah.
married in, because it's like the only state that like will actually protect them, because prenups get thrown out all the time. Like
okay.
I mean,
Then
like
that's fair.
there's prenups for like how long they are. So in some states, like
Mhm.
after 5 years or 10 years, a prenup's not valid. There are like a bunch of exceptions and regulations of what you can and can't do in a prenup. And then there are states where like you are correct, right? Where a prenup can kind of anything goes. Like I think John Cena had like a famous prenup because like he had like what his wife was allowed to do in each room, like as part of his it was
So
like
then,
an
so then I would say,
contract,
then I would
right?
agree. Then I would probably agree with FK that like marriage, if we're gonna have like an institution of marriage, there should be probably federal, like one law across the states for it, and that's something like a prenup like should apply to all, right? It shouldn't be like a wavering thing because to your point, Fabian, you're right. There are two people who want to have a contract, right? They built the contract, and the state should not interfere on their individual contract. But the difference is when you're getting into a marriage. Yeah. When you're getting into a marriage, I think the difference is you're like essentially you are joining a club, and there's a specific term of like members we call the married, right? This is the marriage club, and you're joining this club. This club has these rules, right? And to receive all these benefits, you have to play by these rules, and that's kind of what it is.
And the more the more rules on the club, the less people.
The less
join
people,
the club.
the less people will get married, which means the less people will get divorced, right? You have to think. You should think long and hard about who you're going to marry and if you're going to get married.
We want people getting married that shouldn't be getting married.
Hold on.
Divorce rates are a problem in this country. I know. We'll just stop the marriages. That'll.
I mean, should we
fix
just
the
have
family
people get
issues.
married willy nilly and have divorces
it's
skyrocket?
crazy.
What's that's not good either.
Because
marriage doesn't mean anything if you're just
I
gonna
think,
get divorced.
Hold on. I think so Scott and I we're going to have different opinion here. I think that there should be like terms of a contract that are illegal. That like I mean, he's going to agree with this one example because of the non-aggression principle. But like, let's say like within our terms of our contract, we say like, oh, our children are officially our slaves, right? The children we produce are our slaves. Now, Scott wouldn't agree to that, of course, obviously, right? But I'm saying that there could be other terms that people might put in that might be like unfair or something, right? I think that could be the case. Or you know, like you can't enter into a contract that you aren't like fully cognizant of. Right, like if like one person like puts like you know a clause in the contract, the other person
English common law usually has a couple of exceptions. So so one is illegality, one is duress, and then the one that you're talking about like that's just unfair is known as unconscionability, right? So like unconscionability started from like a Supreme Court case on like I think it was like a Latina immigrant. I could be wrong, where she did like a payday loan, and basically you had to be a contract lawyer to actually understand the stipulations of the loan, and they made it seem like the interest rate on the loan was one way, but it was like they buried deep that it was daily interest as opposed to like monthly interest, and they sold it one way. So like there are reasons in which fraud or you know undue influence or pressure are put into contracts that we kind of all agree to in English common law, even if they're not per se banned by libertarianism. But like that's kind of not what we're talking about when we're talking about marriage licenses and shit.
So to be clear, and I have 2 super chats from PDX. These were a little while ago. I'm sorry, PDX. I hope you're still here. I'm going to read them in a second. Just one moment, please. I was checking it before. Whatever, it's fine. But 1 second, PDX. So anyway, So okay, so we have agreements on unconscionability. So that part is fine. What I'm advocating for is distinctly different, and then saying that the government can decide on extra terms of the contract. And say that if we feel that if your relationship at the time of divorce, right, or applying for divorce in which way, at the time for applying to divorce, if we think that's too acrimonious, right, between these two people, we will assume that this is a bad situation for children, right? And then the threat is there that we might remove that children without the direct evidence of like clear abuse to those kids, right? It's crazy to say that. Well, like you guys haven't gotten along, right? Like the government hired counselor says you guys aren't getting along in this stressful moment of dissolving your marriage, and so because of that, we might take away your children. That's fucking insane. What that will lead to is individuals in horrible marriages and actual abusive relationships not even bothering, because then they can use that as a friend. All the husband has to do is continue to be an asshole to her in public, right? And maybe like in front of the government counselor, and then he can use it as a threat to get those kids taken away, right? Like if you try to solve this marriage, I'm going to be an asshole in front of the counselor, and then they're going to take away your kids. Like abusive partners use children as like a weapon, right? Like as a threat all the goddamn time.
Every year, my mother and I go out. Like every year, my mother and I go out, like around Christmas time to try and give like socks to the homeless. And it's always funny every year because no matter how many times I try and tell my mother, she still buys 50% like socks for like men sizes and like 50% for women. And then she's like, I can't find all the homeless women. And it's like, because they're overwhelmingly men, Mom. Like, and the women are in shelters and stuff, right? And so what ends up happening is we give out all these socks, and then we end up having to, like we have this like surplus of like socks in women's sizes. And every year we have to like look up services for like abused women in shelters, and then we go, and then we have to find like a secret fucking entrance, right? Because like it's not like visible from the street, and then I have to stay in the car because all men are banned on the premises because because all of these women have been in abusive relationships, and the first thing they do is get a go bag, get them the ability to escape, get them somewhere where the husband has no idea where they are, and put them in a place where they're protected, where no men are, so that like they don't crash the fuck out, have all of these problems, etc. And like the idea that you're going to add additional layers for the state that demands that, like, if you want to keep your kids, or if you want to maintain whatever legal status, or like whatever these punishments will or won't be for not going through this process, is it's insane, because so many of these women, it's so difficult, and it requires a lot of people to try and convince these women to run away, to convince these women to separate, because they're so isolated, because that's what abusers do. They isolate them. They keep them from having their friends and family, etc. And I don't understand why, of all the possible solutions, we're still talking about involving the state to make that process more difficult. It's just like the unintended consequences are going to be many, but one of them is going to be dead women. Like, it just is.
All right, so I'm gonna go to Doobie, because hold on a second. I'm gonna give Doobie a spot, but I just got to read these super chats. And they're to Scott, but then we're gonna go to Doobie. Then we can go to raise your hand if you want to go after Doobie. Wants to go? No one? Okay. All right. So we'll go to Doobie after we get these super chats out of the way. $5 super chat from PDX Pleb says, Scott, do companies provide that better medium for relationships, in your opinion, versus the state? I have a bridge to sell you. Both are problematic. And then a second,
I've never advocated for companies to handle marriage. I mean, like, if you're talking about if you're talking about like prenuptial agreements,
if you work for Exxon, you and your wife get married
then,
to Exxon.
Yeah, no, like, I think if a woman wants to ensure, usually a woman, though obviously it could be the other way around, but if a spouse or a potential spouse wants to ensure that they're protected, right? Like, because maybe they're going to be a stay-at-home parent or something like that, and they want some financial security, I think that's another reason for a prenup. And yeah, I think insurance companies and arbitration would obviously handle that better than the state. Because you'd have more freedom to detail what it is that you want in those situations, and your rights would be better protected. So yes, and if you have a bridge to nowhere to sell me, I hope nowhere is a wonderful utopian town.
Okay. Still having trouble with my stream. PDX Pleb also said, and I did ask because we are bordering the topic of parental rights and your rights. Thank you, Prime, for bringing up the legal kidnapping of kids. $5 from that. Sorry. I hope, guys, if you're on YouTube, let me know, or in Twitch, let me know if we're back. So YouTube, put in the chat to make sure we're back, because holy shit, God, not having a good time. Anyway,
yeah, there's a paper by Ian Hersman on the a rational theory on the rights of children that I think is a great read for anybody if they actually want to understand like a philosophically grounded position on like what rights children ought or do have, as opposed to just kind of vibing it out. Yeah, I mean, we are close to that territory, and I think it's an important conversation to discuss guardianship and things like that. I think the state's use of child protective services and the state's confusion on what parental rights do and don't exist has led to a lot of abuse and a lot of harm on children. And if we had a rational theory, we would see a lot less of that.
Hey guys, in YouTube land, type in chat because it won't. I'm having so much trouble. Won't let me type in my own YouTube chat. Let me know if you can see the stream. Or yeah, it literally won't send the message, so that's
Seems
fine.
fine on my end. I checked it, but
okay, thank you. I do appreciate you. All right, so we're gonna go to Duba. He wanted to.
Yeah, so I was going to say that isn't it true that the government already takes children out of households if they determine that the parents aren't getting along well enough? So I'm not talking about like abuse of the children. I'm talking like that there's like intense, frequent fights between the parents, like arguments, right? Not physical fights, but arguments between the parents. The government might household.
We lost you for a second.
Oh,
yeah, we lost you for a second. You said the government might.
Yeah, it's not a stable household.
It's like a unstable, mentally unsafe, psychologically damaging household to be in. So they might take the kids out, I think that already happens, and I think that's reasonable, right? Like, so why would it be any different if they're getting divorced at the time?
I don't know if I want that to happen.
But
that. Sorry.
What's your alternative though? Like, it's like the alternative is we don't have the government step in, but we need someone to handle these things because there is abuse that's happening in the home. There is neglect. There are these situations. Like, you are in this like contract. So like, is the alternative to just not have we can't have the government involved at all? Like, we have to have some government involvement because we've already included them. We're not going to go to a place where we're not going to have them included. We're not going to come up with a random third party. That's like the issue, right? Is that like, you may not like it, but like, who else is going to handle
The more
that?
I think about this, the more I don't like it, right? I don't.
Yeah, but who else is going to handle it?
I'm not putting forth. Listen, I haven't put a forward. People keep like going to like this end cap position, like, and I'm happy to argue that, but I know that's not what this panel is about, right? I'm simply arguing that we have a more rational perspective on where rights come from and how rights are housed in terms of children.
So hold on, I like you, Doobie. I believe you're correct that CPS can do that, right? And for a moment there, I'm like, oh yeah, maybe that might be a point. We do allow for that, but that's a bad idea. That's a bad idea, and why? Because of I know because of how it's actually applied, right? The people more likely to be taken, the kids more likely to be taken out of their homes are Black kids. Black kids are far more likely to be taken out of their home than people of other races. Is it that Black parents are worse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
is
is
it that
just
Black
abuse
parents
rates
are
higher? I mean, is it are there any studies that have controlled for abuse rates? Because black children are abused more often than other races.
What do you count as abuse?
Prime, it could be like I think most fights. My understanding is that most like fights between partners are the result of like financial issues, right? And if you're dealing with like poor neighborhoods, poor households, and Black people are more likely to be poor.
And then instead of that, like hey, let's help resolve those financial issues, right? Like, hey, let's invest in these neighborhoods.
I agree with you. That's why I said early on into this discussion, we're working on your world where it's like we've dealt with the financial. Like, even if you break up, you're gonna have like this barrier of like, if you're a kid, you're not gonna go hungry, you're not gonna go home, you're gonna have some needs met. It's why we're also not acknowledging like the childcare system in the United States is very poor, because this is working under a world of like, we want to deal with these systems. It's not like we're saying we don't want to, but when we're working on the argument of like divorce when it comes to like children in a household, if we deal with these systems, how do we acknowledge that? Like, how do we deal with that without having some barriers there where it's like, listen, your needs are met, but you still have to focus on this kid at the maximum?
No, sorry. I'm not trying to take this from my utopian world. I'm specifically going at this from, hey, I want to like get rid of these distortions in this marketplace. It's not so. It would be better as well if I could like take care of all the material needs of everyone around them, right? But I'm saying, I'm decoupling these things any which way. I'm decoupling them, yeah. So I'll leave that there. So separately, like talking about the welfare of children, right? How it actually works is that Black kids are disproportionately said to be abused, right? That these government work can come in and say like, this is some sort of level of abuse that like is unreconcilable in any other way by taking the child out. What they could provide counseling, they could do all these other things. There's other sorts of remediations, but they'll say they're more likely to say that looking into the situation, a Black kid has to go. And we've had someone, right? Now it's not exclusively this happens to Black people, but it disproportionately happens to them. But we had someone on this panel who talked about how her kids were taken away. She was white in that situation. She was white, and she happened to be a bit more resourced, and so she fought to get her kids back in a way that most parents in those situations can't. They have to give up on their kids because they're taken away, right? It was on bullshit. Literally, a situation. There was a situation where a one parent had already been removed from the household, like the mother was providing a stable home, but the state decided that it wasn't stable, right? They're a government worker who didn't file the proper paperwork because they literally never even took notes, right? They just said, hey, this individual is abusive. And then a judge who has a history of abusing power, it's like it was a little bit a nightmare for all the things conservatives say that governments do, right? A judge with a known history of abusing her power on the bench, right? The reason my friend got her kids back is that she was so detailed in her documentation of the process she went through. Binders and binders and binders of documentation that she had and collated and was presenting them to like other legal experts, other judges, and they're like, oh my God, I've never seen like abuse of power this bad. And somehow she clawed her children back, right? Most parents can't do that. Most parents can't do that. Yes, there are some kids who rightly need to be removed from these situations, right? But there are plenty of kids who aren't, right? And so instead of like being having this easy tool of removing children from the home, which has massive deleterious effects that we haven't even talked about here yet, right? Separate from abuse that may happen within the foster children, simply the trauma of being removed from your family can have massive deleterious effects on its own. So rather than doing that, like let's do a whole list of it. No, you do.
No,
Stop trying to move
when it comes to that, I don't. If we want to have third-party organizations that judge judges and that look into their cases and look into how they've ruled, I'm fine with that.
Right, FK, we had just said through like a fucking hour of yelling at you about this, right? You're talking about, hey, in a divorce,
you on the solution as like
you didn't even bring up abuse. Hold on,
the solutions we have to put in place
stop
beforehand.
it. No, you do. You disagree. Stop moving your fucking goalposts here. Stop moving the goalposts. So you before you talked about, hey, within the context of a divorce, right? When the situation has been laid out, is the acrimony is between the parents, right? You assumed, right, that just the acrimony of itself is enough of a toxic situation that the kids should be removed. Hey, if you can't get your shit together, you said, then we're going to remove the kids, right? Stop talking about like you agree with me. You don't agree with me. I'm saying the exact opposite of what you're saying.
There's this concept that I learned a long time ago from a friend of a friend called the principle of charity. When I'm talking about this situation, I'm talking about it from the perspective of we deal with those issues. If we want to talk about those issues, we can move to a whole separate discussion. And like I said, when it comes to judges, wait. When it comes to judges, I don't disagree with you. Maybe we can make our court system better by having third-party moderators that look into judges, look into what their rulings are, and create a statistic-based judgment on, listen, these judges seem to be very biased for XYZ. How do we deal with that bias in some way, right? Maybe they have to interview the judges. Maybe they have to do more steps in that process. But that process is like where do you want to break it down? This is like when you argue with conservatives about like, what are you going to do about this situation that's like hurting families? We can talk all day in this conversation about like, yeah, we should provide solutions to all of these issues. But I'm saying when it comes to like this situation on we are dealing with marriage as an institution. How do we deal with marriage as an institution that benefits, hopefully, in the situation of kids, the kids the most? In the situation of two people, me and Ollie both agreed, just let them separate. If they want to separate and they want to go 50-50, and if they want to argue that 50-50, that's on them. But when you have a kid, you're dealing with a bigger issue of like, what is the best situation for this kid? And I'm not saying keep them together while they're fighting. I'm not saying like, don't let them work it out. If they can work it out reasonably between each other, that's fine. But me and Ollie are saying there might have to be a threat there if they are not able to work it out in any way possible. And that threat can come in a multitude of ways. To be clear, the most extreme is taking away their kids and taking care of them, ideally in a different situation. The other version is what we already do, which is we force you into, hey, this is how you're splitting up your kids. This is who's seeing who on what day. This is who's seeing who on another day. And that's it. You don't get a real say in that unless you can like provide more later on. So we already do the force. But now my question is, when you have a situation where they're actively like, which Ollie brought up, when you have two spouses that hate each other and they're insulting each other to the kid and it's creating a negative situation, do we only care about like if one person is on drugs and then we're like, maybe we have to take away the kid from that person? Or do we care about like, these people are actively like influencing their kids in a way that's like looking at relationships as this extremely toxic battleground between them?
Sure. You know something else I consider toxic, right? I consider being part of the Second Amendment death cult toxic. I consider putting a gun in your child's hands and saying, right, like,
Really? And
hey,
then you go to court.
I'm saying that putting a gun in your child's hands and teaching them how to shoot, yeah, that's abusive. That's abusive, right? I think that's another thing that is abusive, and so I think maybe we should also consider taking that away, right?
Fine.
If you're the type of parent, if I determine that you're the type of parent that's part of the Second Amendment death cult, right? I'm not. Why am I memeing, right? I talk about the Second Amendment death cult all the time.
I genuinely wonder this. Do you mean just like they have a gun at
No.
all, or do you mean like they're allowing their kids to carry a gun unsupervised, just being dumb with it?
Well, no. What? It doesn't matter if
I
it's
not even get where this is going. Jesus
like. I'm saying that the government, right, can decide all kinds of things that are deleterious to children, right? The more power we give them to do that, the more chances that individuals who you and I could agree are actually probably good parents are going to lose their child. So, like, in a good example here is to say that a government bureaucrat has decided this isn't a harmonious breakup. Remember, a divorce is a breakup. A breakup will inherently have like high emotions, right? You're going to be presenting high emotions because this marriage that you thought was going to be forever with the person you loved, right, is breaking up. And in that situation, if you do not present the requisite level of happiness to the government bureaucrat,
you don't have to present happiness. That's the wrong part. You don't have to present happiness. You have to present, and this is how we do it now, to be fair. You have to present that your intentions are for the best outcome of this child. You don't have to be happy with your child.
It doesn't have to be. No, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't.
If my spouse wants to spend time with my child,
it doesn't have to be the best outcome for the child. That's crazy. Hold on. The best outcome for the child would be if the government put $1 billion within a bank account for them, right? That'd be the best outcome.
Let's put $1 billion in and we take them away. Right? Is that better? Is that better now because we gave them the money and took them away?
Yeah, whatever. So that's nonsense. We're not looking for the best outcome for the child. We are looking at dissolving this particular marriage. Now, what happens afterwards, right? In terms of like
the child is a part of that marriage. They're not married, but they're a part of that marriage. Once there's a kid involved, it's why we gave up earlier with Ollie. When it's two people individually, you can do whatever.
I don't stop bringing that up. I get that. Hold on, stop repeating yourself. That nonsense. We already understand that. We're moving on, right? We're talking about just right now. What happens with a child involved? I'm saying with a child involved. No, it doesn't have to be like because the judge decide. Oh, I think it'd be better for the child that you two individuals who hate each other, you two stuck together. I refuse the marriage. No, fuck that. No one should be able to decide that you have to stick together. No one should be able to decide. No one should have the power to say this marriage has to stay in place. That's crazy.
The government doesn't need to force it to stick together. They need to be there at every step of the way.
They're not gonna force them to stick together. No, you're correct, right? No, sorry. Let me restate that. They're not going to force them to stick together. They're going to say that if you don't stick together and without the required amount of harmoniousness, right? Then we'll take away your kids. They're not going to force them to stay together. They're just going to say, hey, if you're not nice enough in front of me, we're going to take away your kids. But yes, sure. Those are two separate things. I'm sorry.
If they're not nice.
That's so
you have to take them away if they can't make any agreements into the best outcome for this kid's.
We're going to have to move on from this subject. I'm sorry. Like we're not making any progress. This is the stupidest fucking. Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay. I got another $2 super chat. Message me that paper over Discord, Scott, to Void. I believe their name is Void.
Let me look
Scott.
it up.
Okay. That wasn't my Discord pinging. Someone asked if it was my Discord pinging. That wasn't me. Someone else here has a.
Me, I don't get messages.
Yes, same here. I don't get messages either. Okay, someone with an active social life. All right, so.
Not me.
I turned that shit off a long time ago. I have like fucking
I got something crazy.
20,000
from a discussion we had like months back.
Go ahead.
ICAO. There was a discussion we had. I can't remember if it was here or if it was on a different panel. But it was about Russia banning it was about Ukraine banning the Russian language in Ukraine. That wasn't that was genuinely a slip up. I'm not trying to say Russia should be Ukraine. But on that discussion, I forgot if we discussed it back then. Do you think it would be acceptable if America really felt like Mexico was having undue influence on America to ban the Mexican language or the Spanish language in America?
Okay, so that is a hypothetical. I'm glad you posed it as a hypothetical because I don't think that that's a danger in this country.
I don't think it's the thing now, but I think if it was felt like, oh, actually Mexico is like really seeming to be like power hungry in South America, and now there's a lot of people speaking Spanish in like North America. How do we do this?
I live in Texas, like Spanish is everywhere. There's just no way to ban it. And also it's the number one most popular foreign language that's taught in the schools. Like it'd make no sense to ban it. However, I'm not necessarily opposed to like the best system I've seen. I was at a school one time where they did this interesting approach to dual language education. One day they taught everything in English, and the next day they taught exactly everything the same in Spanish. And it was literally half Anglo kids and half Hispanic kids who were basically would buddy up with each other, right? So the Spanish speakers would help the English kids on Spanish Day and vice versa. It was, test scores went way up. Integration went way up. The number of people who couldn't speak English and had those problems by the time they entered middle school went way down. Incredibly successful program. You don't need to ban stuff to be able to encourage language acquisition.
Tell that to Quebec.
Do you think it would?
Quebec
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Corey.
I was going to say.
Well, Corey, that's probably a better example. Yeah, tell me about Quebec.
Well, we're not. So Quebec is not banning English, but they are taking steps to pretty much. Your life is made more difficult if you don't speak French.
You're exiled if you speak English.
We have a language police. We spend money on a language police, as in they go and check the signs of if the law is, let's say at a restaurant as an example, if you have a menu, okay, and you have an English and French menu. The French text has to be significantly bigger and more prominent than the English text. If it's not, you get fined.
That's interesting because when I walked the Camino de Santiago, it was a 500-mile walk through France and Spain, and when I walked through Basque country, I got sick for about 3 days. So I had to hole up in a I drank from a bad gourd or something. And anyway, I was holed up in a hotel. So I was just watching game shows and soap operas and shit like that were mostly in Spanish, which I could kind of understand. But every once in a while, somebody in each of those shows, I'm talking about game shows, it was hosts, all of the soap operas and stuff like that. One of the characters would stop and say something in Basque instead of Spanish, because that's the Basque way to say that word, and then would turn to the camera and explain it, and then would go back into being their character again. And this was in every show. It was in news programs. It was in game shows. It was in everything, even their primetime dramas and stuff. They were that interested in getting people who lived there to speak Basque and not Spanish, not Castellano.
That seems like in my mind, a more intelligent and way to go about things, and more more carrot rather than.
They have a very long-term plan for independence. Very long.
Well, yeah. Also, as an example, what Quebec is doing is Quebec essentially it has, I think, at least 3, maybe 4 English universities, and the vast majority are French. But Quebec gets a lot of out-of-province students, since Quebec has essentially the cheapest tuition, or one of the cheapest tuitions of all of Canada, and we have McGill. But what Quebec has done is, if you are an out-of-province student and you're going to an English university, your tuition is basically twice as much, or pretty much significantly higher, as opposed to going to a French one. As in, I think you have to pay a $7,500 premium to go to an English university in Quebec, as opposed to a French one.
I think it's kind of based that in certain places in Japan, like in Kyoto, I always thought this was just hilarious, is they have these signs over restaurants in certain places, and in big letters in English it says no vacancy, and in Mandarin in big letters it'll say no vacancy, and then in small print in like one of the different ways of writing Japanese, it'll be like, if you can read this, then you can come here.
I think that just proves we didn't do enough work after World War II.
If only we had dropped more bombs or something. I don't know.
No, we should have dropped those 2 bombs and then sent in 1 million Americans to just inhabit Japan.
Hey guys, if you've been enjoying this very tumultuous stream, Scott advertised it as a chill stream on Primes. That was his
well, you didn't invite FK at that point. You know what I mean? Like when I made it, it was gonna be a chill. It was chill.
Prime, you know I'm a tumultuous person.
If you have been enjoying this, you can too. We haven't gotten much support today.
I've been
guys,
chill.
If you're out, you have been chill.
I've been 50-50.
And it's fine if things aren't chill, right? Exciting. But guys, if you've been enjoying this content, please consider supporting the content. We haven't gotten much support today. Thank you for the few super chats that we did get. But consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you're out there resubbing, we don't have that many of you out there who are supporting. So I do consider doing that. We do need your help. So support the channel. If you like all this and you want to keep this community around, do support. We don't do as much streams as we used to, but that's because we don't really get all that much support. So consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, and keep or super chats. We've been reading super chats. So if you want us to respond to something there, our friends in YouTube land, consider using a super chat, helping out the channel to keep us up and running. But we do need your help, guys. Need your support. So help out the channel if you could. Corey Campbell, thank you for resubbing with your Prime Gaming. That's awfully kind of you. Yes, if we could get more support, we would be much appreciated. Consider supporting the channel. I haven't done so yet. Okay. So we're moving away from the one thing. All right.
The thing you guys were wrong about and I was right about.
What it sounded like from the Chillstream.
I agree with that.
Sorry, what?
I've never watched them.
But I agree with that analysis.
The Chillstream? Sorry, what'd you say?
No, that you were wrong and we were right.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Ali, my Muslim king.
Okay. Things to talk about. Doobie, first of all, before we move away completely, I do want to hear Doobie's thoughts on any of this because we didn't get much out of you. So just your general thoughts, and then we'll decide what to do from there.
Yeah, so I'm still recovering from COVID, so my brain's a little bit loopy.
Pussy.
But,
that's not real.
Okay. But yeah, I think Prime. I think obviously I wouldn't go as far as FK, but I don't agree with this idea that it's unacceptable for the government to say that a household is unhealthy for children, even if there's like no direct abuse, right? So that example you gave where you said that well, it's more likely to happen. It's more likely that Black families will have their children taken away for that reason. I think it's kind of irrelevant, right? So if there's an issue, if there's an underlying issue, right, with like racism or something within the system, that should be addressed. But I think that the principle is fine, and I think it's totally reasonable for the government for some social worker to say, hey, this environment is very unhealthy for the children, so they need to get out of here, even if the children are being molested or punched or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. So if there is so you're saying two things. One, if we could solve racism, then we should get rid of that, right? Okay. We'll get on that. We'll get the racism out.
I mean, if you adjust for the racism, is that an okay principle?
No,
if you
it's
adjust for it, if
not.
the system,
no,
if the
because
system,
I gave you an example where it wasn't racist as far as I know.
quotas.
I don't.
Oh
Yeah.
God, that'll be successful. Oh shit.
I gave you a situation in which I actually, to be fair, I don't know the race of the CPS.
Yeah, I mean, shit's gonna
worker
happen.
in that situation, but like, let's assume they were white. I, as far as I know, because I'd heard this told many times before, that there wasn't necessarily any reason to think it was racial animus happening there, right? There was just a CPS worker who decided they didn't like this individual, this parent. They didn't like him.
An abuse of power.
And then, yeah, abuse of power. That's the whole thing. Abuse of power.
I mean,
to give.
we agree with you. Let's get rid of it.
No, you don't agree with me. Stop
Wait,
saying.
wait.
Sorry. Hold on. FK, I'm not doing that
talking,
thing with you
yeah.
anymore. Okay, so I'm done with that. So let's move past that. You don't agree with me. Don't say that you agree with me. We clearly do not. Okay, let's knock that shit off.
So like
moving
issue,
on.
Yeah.
No, it's not simply just abuse of power. It's also putting into place more ways that more hoops you have to separate. Sorry, again, I'm not trying to like redo this argument. I'm just
right,
like
that's fine.
dealing with
We'll do it another time.
deal with Doobie. Like yeah, like you're saying I don't say that the principle of child removal should be banished. I think the barrier to do so is too low. I think that in this country we have a history of removing children of marginalized communities. Right? We did it with the Native American. Right? We had government workers come through Native American residences or whatever they're called. Right? And decide, yeah, these kids, they're being abused, right? These parents are no good for them. We're going to send them away. Don't worry, they'll be better off under the tender mercies of the Catholic Church. That turned out really well for them. This country has done child removals constantly throughout that. Like it started even in slavery, right? Like this idea of taking children from their parents, and it's never stopped. So we can say, oh, we just fix that and it'll be all good. No, the entire system is based on stealing children. The entire system, from its roots, are based on stealing children. So no, I don't separate these two things. Oh, hey, Prime, why don't we just solve the racism and then we're good? No, like removing kids should be an extraordinary move. It's not an extraordinary move within our situation. It's not simply a bad apple. This is literally what we're doing right now is redoing the whole conversation about cops, right? Oh, there's just a few bad apples. Well, of course, we're not for bad cops, right? We're not for abusive cops. We just like the whole cop system, right? The whole cop system should stay in place. The judicial system as it stands stay in place. But if there's a bad guy in that system, well, then we should just remove that, rather than understanding that the entire system is
just need to bring cops back to their roots, which is chasing black children.
I don't know. Just every system's going to have bad actors, like regardless of you strip the institution.
Parents.
It's just like every system's going to have bad actors, regardless of who it is.
Ollie, I'm gonna everyone good.
What if the system itself is bad? That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Well, I know the alternative. The alternative
take there.
Wait. Let me answer that real quick. If that system is bad, if that system is bad, that's fine. We can make a new system. But the issue is that the bad actors in that system are going to make that system then bad, and we're never going to be able to have.
Then there's no bad actors.
There's no point in reflections. We have to deal with our fucking self before we deal with the reflection in front of us.
Well, it was DB.
Yeah, so Prime, I don't think that makes any sense, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, Scott brought up the example of the police, right? There's obviously like or like slave catchers or whatnot, and with some of these.
Mostly memeing, but yeah.
Yeah. But there's also the example of like mental asylums, right? Where they absolutely did terrible things to people.
We need more of them.
Yeah, they did a lobotomy on women, right? Because they said that they were like irrational or some shit. I forgot what
you never away from this topic.
Hysterical. Yeah, hold on. Hysterical. Hysterical was a word, right?
Yeah.
Right? All kinds of terrible shit happened because people either didn't know enough or they were just bigoted or whatever. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't. Yeah, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't still have some process through which we can mandatorily put somebody in a mental institution if they need it, if it's safer for them, if it's better for them. That should actually absolutely exist.
Hold on, I've already said that.
We should
I've
still
said that.
hold on. I understand, but we should still have police, right? We should still have a way for the government where if in cases where there are where the environment is actually unsafe for the children or psychologically damaging to the children, for the government to reach in and pull the children out of that environment. I understand the concerns with the racism and all this. I get that, but I feel like you want to throw out the baby with the bathwater here, right?
No, I'm not trying to do that.
I said the bathwater, but I think that being opposed to the entire process makes no sense.
I didn't say I was opposed. I specifically said, hey, there should be a way to remove children from the most awful situations. Right now, exactly how to create that situation so it's more equitable, I can't say I know. Right, I'm not an expert in this field. I don't know the way to create to do that. But I know as it stands, the government has too much power to do so, right? And it exercises that power on a specific cohort mostly, right? But not always, right? And look, DB, you remember, you may not remember, I shouldn't say that you do, but you were there, right? You remember Amanda. You remember the story, like, because she told us to us multiple times of what happened to her and her children. Like, it was a horror show. Literally everything conservatives talk about, right? That's what she went through. 100%. That's the thing that she went through. Only reason why she was able to get her kids back was because she was resourced, right? She had the time to do that. She even like lobbied fucking her state legislator, right? She got a law passed, right? Dealing with this, right? She did all these things that those other parents don't. They just have to give up their kids because they can't fight the system. Right, the system comes in and it says these kids are being abused. That's the thing I wanted to push back with Scott. Right, like you're saying, yes, black kids get abused more, but like, and I don't know. I haven't looked at these studies, right? I haven't looked at these studies. Hold on. One second before you go. Okay. I haven't looked at these studies, but who is deciding even who's doing the abuse? Is it CPS? If it's CPS, then I don't trust those statistics. I actually don't trust them. Because they are the ones who are saying, yeah, we had to remove the kids. No, fuck that.
I mean, every study on abuse, especially once you start getting into psychological abuse and things like this, is going to be biased from a cultural perspective, and it's difficult to define, one or the other. Now, I mean, you can limit it and still get not a representation of abuse, but get a representation of like abuse per capita, right? So if you isolate it to extreme. But even then, you might just be proving that extreme abuse is more common amongst one demographic, whereas, a different form of abuse might be, et cetera, et cetera. This is why I brought up earlier, much earlier, and that's why I brought up that paper, and I put it in the Discord and added void in the general, is because this is the problem, right, that I think everyone runs into, is that when the state has a bureaucracy that is determining based off of arbitrary or potentially biased, means to determine what is or isn't abuse or what is or isn't neglect, then you run into these problems, right? That is why I said before, obviously, yes, I'm an anarchist. I want to get rid of the whole thing. But what I am arguing for here specifically is to have a more rational based perspective on what constitutes abuse. And the TLDR, from a libertarian perspective, is that you are guardians insofar as you are a parent or, an adoptive parent, etc. You are guardians of a child's will, and the child lacks the consent to be able to express their will, right? They do not have the capacity for consent. They don't understand the implications of their actions, etc. And so during that period of time, you as the guardian, your role, from a legal perspective, not necessarily moral obligation, but from a legal perspective, is to ensure to the best of your capacity their body, their physical body, and their what their body ought be given a natural development cycle, right? So if you give your child cosmetic surgery, bad. If you give your child cosmetic surgery to fix a medical issue, such as a cleft palate.
Sorry, can someone mute their Discord, please? Like, whoever's getting messages, like, mute your Discord. Go ahead.
Right, and so it's like if you're going to get in CPS involved, if we're going to have CPS, if the state is going to be the arbiter of who can or can't have children, we want to make sure that there isn't an overreach, because the moment we start getting into these biased areas is the moment that those problems, as you're discussing, start popping up. So what a rational perspective where we can absolutely prove that a parent is abandoning their right to the guardianship of a child is when they have permanently damaged the body in some capacity, right? Being it a scar, being it some type of sexual abuse that is abused them in some capacity. Obviously, sexual contact of any kind is one of the few domains where we can prove psychological trauma under most circumstances, et cetera, et cetera. Right? Like that is when CPS should be, taking children away. This idea that CPS should take children away because of like arbitrary metrics of like happiness or, what are enough resources or what is enough love, etc. It runs into so many problems. I mean, for example, there are traditionally 4 types of categories of parenting. There is authoritative, there is neglect, there is permissive, and then there's like the mixture. Authoritative versus authoritarian, right? And so, for example, authoritarian is pretty predominant in Asian cultures. What do we find with authoritarian parenting is psychologically they're not as healthy, they're not as happy, they're not as fulfilled. But financially, they tend to be far more stable. They tend to do better in life in terms of their own financial stability, with that comes, some mental health and some stability that allows them to work on that, right? The opposite is true of permissive parents, right? They tend to have actually fairly mentally healthy children, but they tend to grow up to be losers. They don't get shit done. They don't have the ability to get an apartment without mommy and daddy helping them. Authoritative tends to be in the middle, and then obviously neglectful, we can kind of see as abuse. But we have to be very, very careful about the boundaries of that and make sure that those boundaries are objective. Otherwise, we're just going to be causing more harm than good, especially if we're giving it to a bunch of ladies in government with masters in social work degrees that have all kinds of fucking biases.
If you've ever wanted a view into my fucking schizophrenic mind, I think the issue lies where you view this thing as like, we're trying to give these guys some objective good. I view it as there isn't going to be an objective good. We live in a chaotic world full of like insane systems, all trying to coexist and function with one another and try to find some point of entropy. All of the people that exist right now, right? Like it or not, they try to work in the systems around them. These systems could be our society, could be their governmental like systems that they exist in, local, all the way to like federal, all the way to global, in the way that the global systems work with each other. In this one situation, I don't want to keep holding on this, but it's like the idea of like, we are trying to deal with the situation of like, when we're dealing with divorce and kids, what is the good for the kid, right? Not good in an objective sense, because you're not going to find good in an objective sense. That's why ideally, honestly, you go with what iCow said, which is you allow people that if they can find some solution to their problem in their own way that makes them both feel fulfilled, that's nice. Even then, we sometimes have to step in because there have been situations, right? There was a really famous case in California where this family had like 15 kids and like all of these kids were being like starved and chained to their bed. And they were fully convinced, even when you look at their interview, that like, this is what God told me to do. Sometimes we step in as the group around these people and go like, actually, that's probably not how you should raise these kids. And you can feel good or bad about it. But that's why I think our system is the ideal system that allows for those shifts in minor increments that goes like, you could feel really bad about this and you can go crazy on trying to like correct for it, but eventually you fall back into where we are now. Prime, my issue with you on this argument is I find it, you can have your ideal, but like at the end of the day, what do you trust as like a source to kind of base this off of on like, what is the best outcome for these people? Because if you tell me that like, I actually don't trust the most like accessible, like informative source that's dealing with these issues in the moment, even if they have biases, then what's the difference between you and like the most insane right-winger telling me like, I actually don't trust these race statistics, I think they prove a completely different thing, and then trying to move on to their like ideal goal for society from that point?
You didn't.
I don't know if this is changing the subject, but I think we're trying to like everyone's trying to force a goal on society, but they're not just dealing with
You were forcing
solution
a goal
in the
on
moment.
society.
Like you literally
goal.
you literally just gave a postmodern rant, and then came around to not disagreeing with my position at all, but just saying that like good and all of these things are unknowable, but good is good. Like that was just a completely contradictory.
Yeah, but I think we can all agree that good is the best situation for that child, and the best situation, unless we disagree, is a situation where the parents are not like counteracting one another.
That's
and I think, as Ali
Yeah.
brought up as an example, you
Like
don't want
the
a
best
situation where
for
like,
that child is
the
to give that
parents
child
are-
all of Elon Musk's money. That doesn't mean we should give that child all of Elon Musk's money.
It's not about all, but like when you're dealing with these issues.
No,
you brought it up
don't have a
earlier.
you don't have a basis.
You brought it up
You don't have
earlier,
any
Scott.
framing
I'm not
or
talking about we all agree. If somebody was a rapist in their relationship, you don't allow them to like have their kid and have complete like access to their wife and move from that point forward. But
you're
we're not
advocating a
talking
system
about
that would
We're
make
talking
that more
about the
difficult.
real world.
I'm talking about the real world, and I'm talking about the consequences of your policy prescriptions. Like you were just saying, like, oh, we all agree to that, but then you're not dealing with the fact that your
My policy prescriptions
run
aren't
into
based
that
on like
problem.
my policy prescriptions aren't based on finding an objective good. It's based on like looking at the issues caused with like cause and effect scenarios in front of us, and then seeing like, are there ways we can affect these better?
So you're not addressing the arguments, but you're just vibing out, and you have no principles or definition
not-
by the metrics you're going towards. Like this is
Vibing out
gobbledygook.
isn't just
This
feeling.
is just- this is
Vibing out is
nonsense.
just feeling like we can make this feel better. Our understanding, and I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, Doobie or Ollie on this. A family where you have like a negative circle between the mother and father, right? It doesn't have to be that they're abusing the kid. It doesn't have to be that they're beating each other. It could be as simple as like they both shit talk each other to a degree where the kid views them as like, oh, when I'm with mom talks bad about dad. When I'm with dad talks bad about mom. I'm not saying you always take away the kid, but I'm saying you put barriers in there that go like, listen, our government should, because we should. Our government is there to do things for us, and we should care about each other, and we should want the best outcomes for the people that are going to be our next generation. And part of that outcome isn't just taking them away, but it's telling their parents like, listen, you guys also should work together, right? It's that fucking
yeah. Instill an obligation through like, I mean, at some point like fear, because right now it seems to be that there isn't any like alternative, right? It seems to be that people can be shitty parents and kind of just get away with it without like, what I see is neglect, right? I think there's a lot of shitty parents, whether they be divorced or not divorced. I mean, my parents fucking separated 3 times, so divorced 3 times. My mom ran away with me to Lebanon at one point, right? Like there's a lot of shitty. There's more shitty divorces than not, and so like the idea that like we just don't like no one steps in anything is like we're seeing a negative result, but like there should be some type of incentive to like go through counseling, at least be like, once again, just like civil with one another.
Also, to clarify,
to the
because
benefit
I've
of
seen
children.
issues earlier, when it's reasonable, you can add that caveat when it's reasonable, but reasonable doesn't just mean you hate each other. Reasonable means there's like things there that are barriers that are unpassable.
Just more undefined wish-wash. Like what is reasonable? Like no, there is a wild difference.
Do you think the government
Ollie, between you saying moral oughts about what people in divorces and what maybe local churches or communities should do to try and maintain the stability of healthy relationships and families versus when a government steps in and begins regulating people's behavior and what the downstream effects of that are. And I agree with you. I agree with you that people should work on their marriages. I agree with you that if you're that people should probably be in some type of community, be it a church or be it, like some local thing, etc. Right? Like I want, that's one of the main things one of the main reasons as a conservative, I want the government out of so many things, because I want the spontaneous order that comes from human beings interacting with each other.
But we've had that spontaneous order, right? I think what we're saying is like we've
gotten rid of it.
And I don't think it's benefited us. I think it's led to like a bunch of, because like if we leave humans, like a bunch of us, to the spontaneous order that we have with no structure, you kind of lead to like all these abuses that we're talking about.
I'm not making an argument that there would be no structure. I'm making the argument.
No. I'm saying we've had.
I'm making the argument. It feels like I'm making the argument that centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. What I'm saying is that the state has taken over things that used to be maintained by churches and local communities, etc., and taken that away from them. And now they're kind of like painting everything with a broad brush, and that causes the initial action of taking away that authority causes problems within culture and society, and isolates us and separates us and makes us less healthy and causes all kinds of problems. But so does the broad brushstrokes where states where nation states or states within that nation state of federalism are non-specific and non-value based, because when things are democratic, they're not based upon a proper philosophy of rights, and they're not based upon the values of individuals or the values of a community or the values of a church. And so when you pull those values out and you just say it is good, amorphous as it is, to redistribute wealth, then what you get is you get all of these other bad incentives and all of these other problems. And what I'm saying is that if you're going to have a state be the arbiter of dealing with abuse in children, or dealing with enforcement of contracts and the dissolving of those contracts, the best thing that you can possibly do is involve the state as little as necessary, unless there is some objective proof of harm. Because the moment you start getting into the subjective category of good is the moment that, yeah, it sounds good on paper, but in practice, there are all of these unintended consequences and all of this other chaos. I mean, just average FK admitted everything there's so much chaotic things in this relationship and in rules and in nation states and all these things, but you're injecting that you're attempting to control that chaotic thing with another chaotic entity, and imposing order, and it doesn't work. You don't impose order effectively with another chaotic entity that's not bound by a rational theory.
Oh my god, Prime, I'm sorry, I really know you want to move on. If you want, shut the fuck up right now and we can just move on to the next subject, but I hate this.
I mean, there's not really any other
the idea is you can inject it all you want. The way our government is supposed to work, and the way I feel like it does really work, and we're all disagreeing on a bunch of things right now, and that's why we're not moving towards anything really to fix any of our problems, because we can't find what our problems are. It's like our whole debate with like the baby thing. Do we care about the idea of marriage as a whole? Do we care about where marriage starts, where babies start? Do we care about any of that? And our government is there. It is a representation of us. We're fucking idiots. We can't agree on shit. Right now, we have these pockets of people that we're fully access to that throw us off. Doobie, are you still there? I need to ask you something.
Yeah.
How wild was it when gooning became a thing you saw on the news?
Are you going to deal with any of the arguments? You made it seem like you had this
this
big
is
deal
part
to
of the
deal with the arguments.
Doobie, how wild was that when gooning became a social thing where it's that's something you knew because you and I hopped in a random server, and now it's out there.
Yeah, pretty fucking weird.
It's right now we're dealing with this world where in the day-to-day situation for that marriage thing, motherfuckers are dealing with the real arguments. People don't day-to-day really deal with I fucking got beat by my husband and now he's fighting for my kids. Those happen, but those usually can be dealt with. And in situations where they can't, Prime, I don't disagree with you. The government's job is to step in and fix those situations as best as they can in the moment, and then hopefully better from that point forward. But when we're talking about situations like we're talking about now, and this
you have
is
an
a lot
argument
talking
against
in me
anything that I
about
said,
this.
because so far all you've done is cope on your own fact that your policy would in fact increase that abuse that you're describing, and then you're just going, but the government will fix it. The fuck are you on about? Just make an argument that makes
your
sense.
issue is you look at the government as always this thing that's going to come in and add a variable that fucks people up. I look at the government. I look at the government because at the end of the day, whether you voted on them or they got elected because they were part of your fucking company, the government, hopefully, and I believe in our situation, is a representation of the will of the people. If the people really feel like it's not working for them, that's on us to go out there and advocate, right? I feel like in the situation you were talking about, Prime, and that person who got fucked over by the court system,
Dude, I thought
that is the will of the
was
people.
dead, but
Not
it's
only that,
alive
but
here today.
Congratulations,
Just make
Scott.
an argument.
But what you described, Prime, was that person going out of their way to work within the system to try to shift it. It wasn't easy, and I think it should be easier. There should be less barriers there that hold these people back, which goes
Those
back
are
to like,
fucking
if we want
dreams.
to argue,
Make one argument, dude. Just one. You haven't made a single fucking argument this entire time, other than put
weren't you
forward
guys
a
the
targeted
guys that were
policy
talking?
prescription.
Weren't you talking to me about how we can't just fix it by like, putting in some requirements for if you're gonna get divorced, maybe we should try to deal with your relationship. But you were telling me, oh no, actually, there's all these other issues with having the government involved. That's a problem. There's not one
You
argument.
are
That's my issue
still
with this.
fucking
You guys want
waffling.
one argument. I can give you one argument, but that's going to
Please
deal
do.
with a very specific situation and a very specific problem. That one argument was my specific problem is I feel like right now people get divorced without having enough barriers there to see if they can at least deal with these situations in a more amenable manner. We can deal with that. But if we want to talk about the grand scheme of arguments, yeah, Prime, that's where it goes to your thing. I don't disagree. We can go down step by step, but that's why I think like I kind of dislike when people fully like write off our government as like, oh, it's just supposed to be there. It's not just supposed to be there. It's there
Am I
for
taking
us.
fucking crazy
we advocate
pills?
to
What
it,
the
we
fuck is
change it,
happening
and
right
we
now?
alter it in ways we
Talking
can.
to Prime now, not
I've
you, so I
yelled
don't
at
know.
him to make an argument like 15 times, and then he just continues steamrolling with just waffling,
When you yell, it's like a
contradictory
Muppet yelling
nonsense.
at a fucking rock.
I mean, look, I agree.
Just
with
not
Scott.
one fucking argument.
Like you have,
Maybe can you make the argument for
You're like,
FK
hey,
real quick?
I
Because it's better
wish.
coming out of your cadence.
No. Like
I'm being
what
serious.
What FK has given us is like, hey, I wish, I hope, that'd be great, right?
I gave you. They advocated for it. They made a change. You said she changed a law to get her like to get what
What
she
you
wanted.
advocate? You don't know what law. I'm not even talking about. You're not advocating anything, right? Hey, I like that. Like, people can lobby their government. Okay, great. I'm glad you like that. Like, Scott's right. Like, what have you presented? You just keep talking. You just keep saying shit. But like, you haven't even presented anything to work off. Hey, it would be really nice if
in front of
things would
you
be
that you
easier.
can work within.
Like, it's
But,
crazy.
like instead, you guys are just telling me, oh, we can just fix everything. I'm presenting you. You have a system. It has
I'm not
flaws. You can work within those flaws and make it better.
What? We've never said that we can fix it.
You cannot bully him into being rational. It's just postmodern nonsense and waffling. He has nothing. He's incapable of rational thought.
I feel like people who use words like postmodern read books and sniff their asshole deeply, and I think sometimes they eat their smegma.
Well, you should fucking read more books, I guess.
So you do the other two things.
Okay. All right.
Sure, buddy.
I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. I look, man, that wasn't an argument. It really wasn't an argument.
like your argument with Trump.
I don't think anyone has an argument, right?
Problems.
Just
But that's
riding
not
the waves.
problem that was
Corey,
presented in
Corey,
the
does
moment.
anyone have an argument here? Like, really, does anyone have like a solution, or is it all is everyone just vibing out in their own way, shape, or form?
One,
Corey, who has been watching patiently this entire time, what do you feel? Do you feel like who has?
What is your
Do
opinion?
you
on
feel like
mine?
FK has an
Do you have
argument? I do.
against
Prime,
mine? I guess I
Fabian.
fucking win
Cool.
by default.
No, wait, I didn't know your name was Corey. Damn.
Well, you never heard his argument, Ollie. He hasn't ever said it.
I don't know. Listen, I'm retarded. I just vibe out. So like, Corey would like tell me. You've been listening to us for 2 or 3 hours.
Yes, let's say I've been listening 75%. I have,
Which is all I need really to know like how you feel about our arguments.
I disagreed with FK's argument initially. That's why I pushed back with the whole therapy aspect. Could I steel man FK's argument? No, but that might be a reflection of my incompetence or ignorance.
It is.
How about everyone else? Does everyone else have like an argument or like do you feel like, or is it everyone just kind of vibing? And maybe you agree with everyone else's vibe.
Would you like to deal with mine? Or
I am not asking to be like an asshole to you specifically or like reiterate. I'm literally asking him to see if like if maybe we're all wrong, right? Maybe we're all talking over each other because I kind of think that's what's happening.
I would agree that there's
Put
a bunch
paper
of
in
talking,
chat.
talking past. But yeah, like I don't really know.
So
what to say.
I wasn't saying that FK never had an argument. He had an argument previously, and the argument was for putting in a process to take away children if the government thinks that the divorce is too acrimonious. Divorces known for their acrimony. He wants to
not just too acrimonious. Too acrimonious for the child. You have
for
to
the
have
child.
that.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Wait, with
Yeah,
with an attempt of resolve, and there being
how
no
and you
resolve.
and like you never even put a fourth. How could you even judge that? For the child. I mean, what does that fucking mean, right?
The way
Does that
we
mean
say-
that,
the same way we judge neglectful to a child. I mean,
it's literally meaningless. On are we putting microphones within the house, right, to know that hey, like you guys are fighting. We know you're fighting, right?
So somebody does with it.
Hold on.
How's your relationship?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Thank you. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd appreciate it. Shut the fuck up. Are we putting microphones in the fucking homes?
Nope.
To measure whether the arguments are just happening within the bedroom, quiet enough so the kids don't notice, or in front of the kids, right? Are we figuring out how do you through counseling understand? Hey, this is like specifically bad for the children rather than just bad because we're gonna have emotions are going to be high. Divorces are notoriously ugly. The most toxic part of the legal system, consensus by all lawyers, is fucking divorce court. Family court. Family court. Excuse me. Yeah, sorry. It's not like the sharks, right? Who are doing corporate law, right? That's not where where it gets.
No shit. When people go into court,
where that happens, right?
Hate each other in the moment.
And then now you're gonna say, well, like in a divorce, in like one of the worst points in a person's life, right? According to people who've gone through fucking divorces, they're saying, well, how are you presenting to the judge, right? In terms of your emotions, and are you keeping that away from the kid? And are it's. I don't know. I don't know what to do at this point, right? To say, because this is like the dumbest argument I've heard. Period. Period.
Wait.
There's been a lot of stupid arguments on this panel before, right? But this is it's hard to engage with it because all you're saying, you're putting forth like the most emptiest of prescriptions. Most empty
I think that, if anything, shows your neglect to humanity as a whole. You don't understand that
neglect to humanity as a whole. I don't want to steal more children. Neglect to humanity as a whole. The dumbest thing
people deal with, Prime.
So
now,
wait,
Ollie, my stand.
So a way you could deal with this, right? You don't have to strip the kids away immediately, right? I think there's something to be said that eventually. But I mean, I do think that if you're, we have to go through government situations. If you're a family going through divorce, I think the kids should be seeing a therapist, right? I think there's the unbiased, hopefully third party that will take the kids' words into consideration, and
before
they can
move
determine.
On, do we all agree with that? If a family goes through divorce, should they all be like? Should there be some form of therapy there to see how the family is managing those behaviors or those experiences or emotions?
Family counseling, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, you can have a family counseling session. I'm more in favor of mental health.
That's what I would say is that you would mandate. You would mandate for family counseling and therapy sessions, right? If there needs to be a separation period where one of the residents leaves the house, that's absolutely fine. But they still have to show up for the mandatory family, whatever it may be. So I would institute it 2 or 3 times a week, a couple hours. I don't know. That should be enough family time. No.
I disagree with that. What should it be mandatory? No, I know, not mandatory.
Family counseling?
I actually disagree with you, Ollie. It shouldn't be mandatory. If a partner doesn't want to show up, they don't have to show up. They can be like, "I give up my kids."
But then, to FK's point, if one member doesn't want to show up, then they lose their right to their kids because they're not trying to.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Let me finish my statement before you say it's crazy. So, my idea of family counseling is not necessarily to stay together in marriage, right? You can be divorced, but there needs to be some type of I'm sorry, Fabian. I'm sorry. We have a government that we
I presented an argument, and you're all back on the same retard shit. So,
I'm retarded.
And then everybody pretended I didn't get the argument.
In a world with Prime, we could ever work with you.
So, Prime. To my point, I don't believe that you have to mandate marriage, right? You do not have to mandate marriage. People should not be forced to be married to one another. But if you have kids, I do believe you have to be forced into some type of civil living. There has to be some type of mandate where you have to be civil to one another. because if you're not civil to one another, there is no positive outcome for a child. If you have two parents that are divorced, not living together, and not civil to one another, there is no positive outcome for
What happens if they're not civil to one another?
I mean, the person who's choosing to
before we even get to that, I know that's a good question.
So that was what FK was saying, in the fact that, like, I would mandate that there's some family counseling. If one party chooses to not participate in the counseling, then they're choosing to be neglectful of the fact that their actions are resulting in negative effects on their children. Therefore, yeah, I would say that. I mean, can you tell me an alternative?
And then they lose their children. Yeah, so no. What's the alternative? I don't know why you keep like, what's the alternative? Dumbass argument. It's a dumbass argument. Come on, it's a dumbass argument. You've been reading it the entire time. I don't know why. I don't know why you subjected us to the same argument with more steps. What was the point of all that, right? Like all in the end,
so many problems here.
Yeah, if you don't do it now,
the family counselor is biased.
Do we just get rid of family court? If you don't show up to court,
I mean, some courts are biased, and we can. I don't know. People are biased. I don't know if that's. I just don't hear an alternative very much, other than we let people deal with it on their own.
Now, yes, we have.
I don't think that's an alternative.
We have but now you're saying that if you don't come, right, or maybe if and what if
you don't subjugate yourself to this struggle session by a counselor, then you lose the rights as a parent. What the fuck?
And what if the counselor? What if this counselor
is counseling not a positive thing that people should probably do if they're dealing with problems in their lives?
You didn't participate enough. Hey, what if the person? Hold on, Ali. What if the person shows up, right? Like, let's say it's the parent. Let's say it's me, right? I show up to my mandatory, my Ali mandated counsel session, right? And then the counselor says, "Hey, you didn't participate enough Prime,
so what if someone's an asshole? I mean, what if some cops are assholes and they're racist and they shoot people? We should get rid of police.
Here's the answer. Here's the answer to that. Here's the answer to that, though, right? Is that we take away their power. We say we take more power away. We can understand we live in an imperfect world with imperfect systems, right? Mm-hmm. But we take power away from them so they have less avenues to abuse, right? Less avenues to create a
the way to deal with racist cops is to give them more power.
Wait, Prime.
More
power. Who do you think is going to be less
power, obviously.
Who do you think is going to be less judgmental, Prime? Do you think it's going to be the judge who sits there in front of a jury or in front of the group and goes, "Oh, this motherfucker didn't even show up. I don't give a shit"? Or do you think it's going to be the therapist whose job is to deal with family-related situations where families are separating and they're like, "I'm coming at this from a perspective of like, I understand that these families have issues. My goal isn't to fix their issues. My goal is to see if I can get these issues to be as like
clear
and
the morality of therapists
now,
appointed by the state."
You can say all you want.
Anybody to do anything because every person in power is going to abuse their power.
I'm sorry, Ollie,
what's like the answer.
You can say all you want, like I'm taking away power from the government, but you're not really taking away power from the government. You're just taking away power from like, again, I'm personally a fan of. I'm not a fan of bureaucracy, as in it makes things last longer. I'm a fan of bureaucracy, as in I think there should be steps in our government that are able to counteract our own government as a whole, that are based on scientific research. And ideally, these people who we put into those therapist situations for the government are people who are coming at this from like, listen, I understand how families work. I'm not just looking at this as like, you give this much money, you give this much money. I'm looking at this as like, there's the situation where you both dislike each other, but you have a kid, and how do we balance
that? This is like a repeat. This is a repeat over and over and over again.
I mean, it's a repeat because it's like our the point kind of gets misconstrued just because you hear the taking away kids part. Because you forget like all the resolving steps that it takes before you do that. And
we have a principal issue, and you want us to continuously
does that change your mind in any way, Corey? When I clarify that other aspect,
that's literally the
ignore the stealing of the children. You guys are really focusing.
I don't think it's stealing. I don't think it's stealing of children.
Ignore the problems of increased abuse and stealing of children. We're gonna vibe out.
No, I think wait. The better solution was my family who just vibed it out. My mom who had to just like be a random single mom with no friends and family in the country. Like the solution is like the people vibe it out. And when the people vibe it out, the person who has the power in that situation abuses their power, which is 9 times out of 10 the male in the situation. The men are going to, especially in terms of an abuse, if they own the house, kick the wife out. Why can't you? What's stopping you? They own the house. The house is in their name, right, Scott?
You pay for the electricity.
First and foremost, your data is way off on like abuse abuse rates and who's going to use these systems. Second of all, you're advocating for a system that gives abusers more control. That is one of the problems we have with this.
Mandatory
I
therapy
presented
and
a
is control.
Yes.
How do you have control over mandatory?
I gave an argument.
You're losing control.
I gave an argument. I gave an argument hours ago on this and explained how women specifically, though it does obviously happen to men,
abused,
they have to be
divorce
they
court.
have to
Sure.
Be, they have to be called.
God, they still have to go to court no matter what. No matter what, they're going to go to court. At least we can make it some. If they're going to court and they can because guess what? They're going to have to prove that they've been abused in some way.
You're just yelling.
Scott, what do you want me to say? They're going to go to court no matter what. My system is a way they go to court. And guess what?
Or to just deal with the actual arguments as opposed to
Scott, maybe because you didn't deal with mine. Because it's like earlier I said, if they've already gone through the process and it was an abusive relationship, no one expects them to go through the other step.
That's
if someone's
a fucking wish.
Or raping,
that's not a policy. That's not a fucking argument saying I have a goal that maybe the government will figure it out.
The policy would be if you go to court and you have a police, you have a police record of this person was called for domestic abuse, or you have a rape kit. Because guess what? I don't know what you want, but I'm not magically in their house seeing the abuse happen. But at the end of the day, if they want to argue, I was abused in this situation. Even now, you're not just allowed to magically leave and disappear. And if the husband, if you were abusing your wife and you want your kid back, you can still file for that shit. You can still go and get that. And then it would be on them because it would be harder if they didn't prove that there was some abuse there to fight to have their kid as the majority of the time or the full time, right? My issue with you, Scott, is you're explaining to me the situation where it's
the way that the system
currently
works.
But the bad thing happens and we try to deal with it. That's what happens.
No, you can't just have wishes and pretend that it's a fucking argument. The way that the
it's
system
not wishes. The wish is hoping we can fix it all.
Shush. We've heard enough from you. The way that the system currently works in most states is you are correct. You can't just abscond with a child and then not go to courts. That's not an argument about what we're saying. What I said multiple times, specifically when dealing with the abuse issue, not talking about the children, etc., is that when you have someone that is the victim of abuse, they are isolated from family and friends and contacts, and that they have that one of the hallmarks of that abuse is control over that person's life. And the more things that you add where there are more mandates that require reconciliation, etc., with abusers, the more likely women are not going to be able to escape those abusive relationships because they are already under the control of their abuser, and you are adding additional means by which the abuser
can control their life. You don't want to break the news to you. Step one is filing for divorce. And at that file for divorce, they would also maybe make that argument. And if that argument is good enough as we actually do have evidence, like it or not, that's a harsh way to say it, but it has to be good enough because at the end of the day, again, we're not in their rooms. We can't see them. So we have to be able to have some standard to be you know what? This person was abusive. And maybe we don't have to have them deal with each other. Maybe there's just a way to be how do we separate these kids? And that would be on the court. But I'm not talking about the situations of abuse. Because those situations,
is 1950s, dude. This is why no-fault divorce was pushed so hard.
Me and
by
Ollie
feminists.
have both agreed on this. Those situations,
what the fuck are you
who's
talking
arguing
about?
that we keep them together? Who's arguing we keep them together? Just tell me that.
Nobody argued that, you dipshit. You didn't deal with my actual
So why are you even bringing it up? So why even bring it up that anyone's arguing we keep these people together?
If you bashed your head into a stone wall, it would improve your fucking IQ right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Very smart. I can see the fucking galaxy behind you. Or what is that, a supernova? Is that your brain expanding?
It's AI art. There you go.
Every time a new dark web page pops up, your brain just grows 3 times bigger. You're like, oh yes, the caps have finally made it.
Talked about how people won't even engage with these systems because of the barriers that you're putting in place. Right, that's what he was talking about. They won't even engage with these systems. Not even talking about keeping them together.
I'm assuming he's stupid. He may not be stupid. He may just be an evil, lying piece of shit.
Then people don't want to engage with any system. Any barrier we put in place. Freedom has a barrier.
Compliment to call you retarded right now.
Freedom in itself has a barrier. If you want to be more free to do more things, you're putting barriers on yourself because you're going to hurt yourself in other ways. It's the same, the thing you talked about Prime earlier. You can have the freedom to have more different types of relationships, but there's barriers there. It's going to be harder. You're going to have worse outcomes most of the time. if you can manage those properly. And more than likely, you're not going to be able to manage them properly because guess what? Those abnormal like relationships
Prime
are
Liberty.
different.
I don't know if I like this fusion going on today.
Prime Scott. Yeah.
Like you got Prime and I to agree for an entire fucking stream. Do you understand how fucking stupid you have to be?
Maybe that was his plan all along.
Can you guys just can you guys touch tips
you're
real
wrong,
quick?
Liberty. I think what happens is when you're so right. I think when you're so right, two people who hate each other will agree with each other because they're like, "Damn, that person fucked up my point." I think that's what happens.
If you ever dealt with any of my points, maybe you could make that argument. But
I think your points are very. I think your points are very pointless. I think you try to make arguments that are existent on nothing, and I think at the end of the day, your ideal world is a world that lives in our world currently, but you get to like preach about your like ideal system.
You keep
I think you will never live in your ideal. You will pretend to be real, but you are always a figment of like
you just
mentality.
keep spouting contradictory nonsense.
So
technically contrary.
I think you're a figment of humanity's. In many ways, you're probably like who's the like god of fucking sloth and disgust and like disease in Warhammer 40k?
It's not Slanesh.
Nurgle. I think you're like a son of Nurgle, where it's like you've been given so much abundance that you're allowed to like be dumb.
Okay.
Yes.
So
you guys are both dumb. Got it.
Scott. Here. So now we've identified the issue. Okay. All right. You've been trying to convince me all these years of libertarianism, and you've been using like thoughtful arguments, right? That are well researched. Instead, right? If you had like done the opposite,
just vibe it out,
act like a complete lunatic, right? For the government, I'd be like, oh my god, I can't trust the government because one of these might be like involved in the government.
This might happen. I gotta get rid of this power.
What am I doing? Why am I supporting this democracy, right? Government, right? This guy's a part of that government. He votes. He might be a bureaucrat too. Holy shit!
He is part of what he considers to be, quote, the will of the people.
You brought up research, but Prime, what research are you trusting? You said earlier you don't trust research based on like CPS organizations because you view them as biased organizations. I could just say at the end of the day, I don't trust any of your research. What I trust is the way that humans have tended to work throughout history, and the way they tend to work out is create groups, and those groups with more power or more numbers will tend to win in the overall, right? So my goal is only to balance those groups out.
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Just nod your head. I just know what I'm doing. Fucking nod your head.
He cares about the research, but he also talked about how the research didn't matter as long as he didn't disagree with it. So I'm not even pointing to that research. I'm just pointing to human behavior, right? And that behavior tends to be the numbers win.
Oh my god!
He said he doesn't listen to CPS numbers, like he doesn't trust them, which is like the only research we were really talking about.
To define abuse, that abuse is like is a loaded word, and
they're the biased people who want to take the kids away as well.
In a world that's like incoherent.
That's literally their job, right? Like that's what he's saying is that there are problems with the system.
And so he doesn't trust the numbers coming out of the research.
We got it, you guys.
You're not getting it, but it's okay.
We got it. We'll move on. So we tried. We tried. I didn't. I was like, there's only going to be a few people here. We're going to chill. Mostly.
The chill stream starts now. Next
you don't even lie. Wait, Prime, don't even lie to these people. I literally messaged you. I was like, just so you know, I'm pre-gaming this shit. I was like, I am drinking while y'all are talking.
Yeah, like whatever. Lactoid drinks too during our conversations. Lactoid is never.
Yeah, but he's Canadian. That's like half of an American. Maybe a quarter.
That's true. I can't argue with that. But finally, agreement at the very end. Lactoid is Canadian. So let's wrap it up, guys. Consider support. We didn't get much support today, though we definitely could use it. So consider helping out the channel. So KO Dave says in chat, quote unquote, we tried will be written on Prime Kai's gravestone. A good one. All right, fair enough. But we could use the support. So if you're out there and you like this, or you hated it, right, but it gave you passion and just something to spend the time listening to, consider supporting the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Right? If you like this space, we do need you to support this space. Sub to the channel or super chats and stuff. So help us out, please. We do need that help. Okay, anyway, Troy, thank you all for being here. This was a lot, but I thank each and every one of you I think my friend Aiko, right? He brought the beard, right? There was the rest of your guys' beards not up to snuff, not even Ali's, right? And you're Muslim.
I got no competition to Aiko. I know that.
Ical's got a few years on you.
To be fair, I also brought 2,000 years of tradition or whatever. I think maybe that could have been part of the conversation.
Me and Aiko are pro Sharia, okay?
Yeah.
Me and Aiko are for Sharia in America. We will have it installed, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Excuse me.
Okay. Shout out to my friend. We had a disagreement, but that's always okay. And I'm glad to see my friend Ali passionate. I like engaging with him. Right, that's why I invite him all the time. Yeah, he's a good guy. Shout out to our friend Corey, who was only 75% interested. Appreciate him nonetheless.
That's Canadian 75, so that's like 50% American interested.
That's like 50% American. We've done the math.
It's like 43%. I've done it.
Thank you, Doobie, who is the silent gargoyle watching all this happen. But our friend Doobie is actually sick, and so we hope our friend Doobie gets back on his
get a booster, Doobie
flippers or whatever that is, and he's good to go in the future. And thank you to FK, man, you brought. You brought
the Marcusianism. There you go.
Yeah, he brought that. He brought
I don't even know what the fuck that is. I say things out of my heart.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Thank you, FK, for that. And debate. And thank you, heartfelt thanks to Scott.
What's up?
God, you were great. The most rational here. I don't know. Like I'm
because he agreed with you.
I'm
you guys agreed he's the most rational.
Ollie, anytime someone agrees with me, they're rational. Anytime they don't, they're evil.
I'll admit it.
Scott, you should take this as an insult.
I am biased in my appropriation here. But holy shit, Scott put forth arguments. We put forth a lot of arguments. We put forth arguments, and the other side really didn't. I'm just like,
great arguments. What if the state didn't do it? What if people just love the way they love?
Scott, I enjoyed fighting.
Definitely not a straw man.
I enjoyed fighting side by side with you. It's always nice when we can do that. We never done it for this long, I don't think, and like continuously. But this was a hell of an experience. So I guess I'll send you guys off, I guess. I don't know. But consider supporting the channel, everyone. We do need your help. This is how we make it all happen. All right, let's see who we're going to send you off to.
While we're waiting, free Palestine. I got to get one in.
Free.
While we're here.
We always know there's always time for
free
that.
Palestine from Hamas.
Free Palestine. Oh, something I should say. Is that
Islam
Katie,
is right about women? Is that what you wanted to
Katie's
say?
doing a stream Friday, Saturday.
Katie is doing a stream this Friday and Saturday. Going to raise money for a specific family in Gaza who is wasting away. There is mass starvation in Gaza. It's happening right now on our feeds, on our social media algorithm. Seeing it, people are dying, starving. So on Katie's channel, and I guess I'll be streaming it as well. I haven't actually decided exactly how I'm going to do this. But on Katie's channel, I forgot exactly. That's a good question. What exactly is the URL for her Twitch channel?
I believe it's underscore Katie. I think
that underscore Katie. You think?
I'll double
just
check.
look like quickly.
Katie Doe or some shit, right?
Or something. Yeah, it's weird. But yeah, someone search for. I'll be there. I'll be on that stream for quite a bit. It sounds like we're still planning it out. But yeah, we could use your help, people. Like that family, who is dying, like literally dying. like life or death stuff here. They could use assistance. Okay, yeah, that _ Katie. I'm gonna put it in chat. That _ Katie. So we're gonna figure this out this Saturday. And we'll be having other people, other streamers are gonna come on, and we'll do fun and games and stuff. I don't know. I've never done one of these things, but we're gonna figure it out. Please consider supporting. Right, it's direct support. If nothing else, if you care about these, you care about humanity in general, yeah, like they could use your money, your support. So we'll be doing that this Friday and Saturday. So yeah, just wanted to get that out there. Thank you for reminding me of that, our friend Ali.
Yeah, I'll be there as well. So we'll have some fun.
Yeah, we'll have fun. So I will send you all to this woman. She looks attractive enough, and that's all we need here.
What out of 10?
Oh no. I mean, she just passed my test. Wherever it is. But she happens to be white, and
guys, let her know that she passed. Just like when you enter the chat, be like,
"Oh, don't do that."
No, you have to add in you're white. You passed. You're white.
No, don't do that.
That's the same word.
We're gonna send them off, and have a good time over there. Just waiting. Oh my god, it takes so long. Please, it's so awkward. Let me raid now, please. Thank you. Please. It's like frozen. I don't know what to tell you, guys.
Glitch.
Don't glitch on me.
You got to restart and raid again.
Oh my god. Raid now.
There you go.
It looks like it's rated.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, thanks for that.
I disagree so much with you, Prime.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Peace. Yeah, have a good one.
I'm gonna head off too. See you later.
Bye bye, Doobie.
I get where Prime specifically coming from, like.
Whoo! That must be the dumbest stream I've ever done. I've lost brain cells doing this. I appreciate it, guys. I'm gonna hop out of here. I should be back tomorrow. We'll see what we're doing. I think I'm talking to Crod tomorrow for a little bit. Get some questions to ask, and then I think I'll probably do the reaction to oh my god, the McCarthy video from oh my god, I can't remember his name. It's fucking late. My brain is fried. This is bad. Nah, Joe Lewis is still out there somewhere. True. I haven't seen him since he got fired from teaching. Not saying like, oh, like not trying to dig at him like there was a nefarious reason or anything. It was just like that's the last time I remember like his name popping up. I don't know if it was because of something he said online or what. Or maybe he just got like laid off because he wasn't good at it, or I don't know, maybe he was a dick, or maybe he was great. I don't fucking know. I don't remember why he got fired. That was just the last thing I remember about him. But deuces, boys. See you tomorrow. Click the links, join the Twitter, join the Discord, like, share, subscribe, consider donating, etc. I'll see you guys tomorrow.